Lord of Mysteries, Incarnation of Chaos. By author Yu Shang Wu Wang Chuan. Chapter 261-300. Chapter 261 The Pale Queen is in trouble. But Miss Xia had no choice, she couldn't possibly kill all those wavering individuals at this critical juncture. If she were to do that, she would truly be isolating herself from the numinous episcopate. Killing to establish dominance might be effective in normal times, but that's because everyone had no other choice. Now that a returning death has appeared, if Miss Xia really did that, it would only push more people to the other side. Moreover, Miss Xia also had her own concerns, she always had to leave herself a way out. If she truly engaged in too much slaughter, that would be truly seeking death. Regardless of who the returning death fundamentally was, he certainly wouldn't want his prospective believers to be wantonly slaughtered. So who exactly is it? Miss Xia's expression darkened. She had been investigating the death's identity all this time, and after much inquiry, Miss Xia had actually locked onto a certain existence. Could it really be you? Lord Azek, Death Executor. Miss Xia's expression grew even gloomier, because she knew one thing very clearly. If death was indeed Ask, and he had integrated the uniqueness of death, then her chances of winning were too low. This was not only because of her strength, but also because of his bloodline. Ask was the most orthodox descendant of Death, the son of God who represented death in governance during the Balaam Empire era. Even now, Ask is still an existence that members of the numinous episcopate must learn about. In a sense, Ask was already a symbol of the Balaam Empire. When mentioning the Balaam Empire, besides Death, the most supreme ruler, the second person everyone would think of would undoubtedly be Death Consul. To put it bluntly, when Death fell and the Balaam Empire disintegrated, if Death Consul hadn't mysteriously disappeared, there would have been no place for Miss Xia. In fact, if Death Consul had been ruling the numinous episcopate from the beginning, then the so-called royal faction and artificial death faction probably wouldn't have existed at all. Or rather, factions would still exist, but only under the rule of Death Consul. The numinous episcopate wouldn't be like it is now, without a leader who could fully command everyone's respect, seemingly a whole but actually two-headed. But you've been missing for so many years, thankfully you've been missing for so many years. Miss Xia murmured. She took a deep breath, regaining a bit of confidence. No matter how Death Consul was back then, he had been missing for many years, and Miss Xia had not been idle all these years. Thinking of this, Miss Xia poured herself a cup of tea, preparing to drink some water. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, her door was suddenly knocked upon. A bad premonition arose in Miss Xia's heart. She opened the door, looked at the person outside, and before she could speak, heard the other party say, "This is bad, Miss Xia. The artificial death faction has revolted." Miss Xia. Crack. At this moment, with a cracking sound, the cup in Miss Xia's hand was crushed to pieces. "What are you saying?" Miss Xia looked at the person who knocked, enunciating each word. "Miss Xia, just now, the artificial death faction suddenly attacked our people." The person who opened the door blinked, then vividly described what happened. "Hurdle, what exactly does he want to do?" Miss Xia's mind was in a mess at this moment. Her gaze fell on the person who opened the door, and just as she was about to ask the other party to go with her to check the situation, she suddenly froze. Because Miss Xia couldn't remember who the person in front of her was. She had never seen this person. Miss Xia's heart tightened, but she didn't question immediately. Instead, she subtly mobilized her power. Alas, as expected, it couldn't be hidden. Just as Miss Xia was about to make a move to capture the other party, she saw the other party shake his head, and then his figure disappeared. Miss Xia suddenly realized that what had just appeared before her was an illusion. Suddenly, Miss Xia sharply looked up in a certain direction, and saw a man with black hair and golden eyes. "Hello, Miss Xia." The newcomer smiled at her, then said, "Nice to meet you. Let me introduce myself, I am Lucifer, a person who enjoys watching plays. Are you from the Night Church?" Miss Xia quickly searched for this name, quickly locked onto the target, and asked. "Hey." Roland chuckled after hearing this, then he shook his head and said unhurriedly, "Miss Xia, you probably misunderstood. I am not from the Night Church. If you really want to ask about my organization, then I belong to the club. Leziran Club." Miss Xia chewed on this unfamiliar title, then suddenly froze, because she noticed that something was wrong with herself. Miss Xia touched her head, where a pair of rabbit ears had appeared at some unknown time. God's blight. Miss Xia immediately understood what had happened to her. At this moment, a cold sensation invaded her. It was the power of a curse, belonging to the abnormality pathway. But Miss Xia was clearly not to be trifled with. Possessing a Sequence 1 characteristic, she wasn't so easily instantly killed. In an instant, undead creatures filled this space, and the ears on Miss Xia's head appeared on one of the undead. God of the Bound Toltsana. Impossible. You clearly. While shaking off the curse, Miss Xia also sensed the presence of her opponent, but that was also why she suddenly lost her composure. Because she found that the one attacking her seemed to be an old acquaintance, because they both developed in the South Continent, the Numinous Episcopate and the Rose School of Thought had dealt with each other many times. As an angel, Miss Xia naturally knew what was behind the Rose School of Thought, and how miserable God of the Bound Toltsana was. But the God of the Bound Toltsana before her now did not look at all like he was controlled by the Mother Tree. Torzan escaped the pollution. When did that happen? And how did he escape? How could he possibly escape? Countless question marks flashed through Miss Xia's mind at this moment. At the same time, she also realized something, looked at Roland and the God of the Bound Toltsana who appeared beside him, and said, "You were behind the returning death all this time." "No, we just came to help death." Roland shook his head, smiling as he looked at Miss Xia, and said, "Miss Xia, haven't you already known? Behind the returning death is none other than your Balam Empire's former death consul, and also the most orthodox heir of the Numinous Episcopate." Miss Xia. Damn it. It really is him. Miss Xia felt a bit of despair at this moment. She looked at the two people in front of her, gritted her teeth, and said, "What benefits did he give you?" "That's not important. What's important is, you can't afford it." Roland interrupted her. He smiled as he looked at Miss Xia, and said unhurriedly, "Miss Xia, I have no intention of needlessly increasing slaughter, but if you insist on resisting, then I can only say I'm sorry." Roland's desire to kill Miss Xia was not strong. After all, angel-level tools are hard to find these days. Compared to directly killing her, it would be best to beat her until she submits. And to be honest, an angel of the death pathway is not that easy to kill. At least, with only God of the Bound Toltsana, it would be difficult to completely kill her. Miss Xia gritted her teeth, her eyes flickering, then she suddenly gave a self-deprecating smile and said, "Just consider it my excessive pride. To want me to surrender without a fight, I can't accept it, I'm not reconciled." Good. Roland nodded indifferently, turned his head to look at God of the Bound Toltsana, and said with a smile, "Little Tuo, beat him." Chapter 262 Inches The Hades Emperor will not return. Before Xia was hammered, at the artificial death faction's base in the Numinous Episcopate. Hurtle was waiting nervously because, not long ago, he received an oracle telling him that, death, would soon send an incarnation to descend, and he needed to prepare for its arrival. To be honest, even though Hurtle had long wanted to ascertain the true identity of death, in his heart, he never expected the other party to suddenly announce their descent. For a moment, Hurtle's emotions were complex. On one hand, he anticipated the descent of death, anticipating the outcome he hoped for, but on the other hand, Hurtle was inevitably somewhat apprehensive. Hurtle at least still remembered how cold and majestic the former Your Majesty, the Underworld Emperor was, and Lord Azek, Death Executor, who was once a divine child, was almost a miniature version of the Your Majesty, the Underworld Emperor. Hurtle was undoubtedly loyal to death, but this did not prevent him from fearing death's coldness while also anticipating death's return. However, at this point, Hurtle clearly had no room to refuse. He could only wait anxiously in apprehension and anticipation, while also preparing for the worst. If he awaited not Your Majesty, the Underworld Emperor or Lord Azek, Death Executor, but the Evernight Goddess or the God of War, Hurtle would unite with Xia to resist the opponent. Hurtle, of course, knew that they would not be a match for a Sequence 0, but this was not the fourth epoch where deities could freely walk the earth. Now, the seven gods could not easily descend into reality. If they only used a vessel for divine descent, at least they still had a chance to escape. Just as Hurtle was restless, he suddenly seemed to sense something and instantly stood up from his chair, looking towards the direction from which the disturbance came. A netherworld gate had appeared there at some unknown time. After the gate opened, tall skeleton undead walked out from within. They stood neatly on both sides of the gate like guards, and in the next second, they prostrated themselves, kneeling before the figure walking out from inside the gate. Ask walked out from the gate with an indifferent expression. He wore a luxurious black robe, the ceremonial attire that only Balam Empire archons could wear. His black eyes looked at Hurtle, and then Ask seemed to smile slightly, saying, "Long time no see, Hurtle." That's right, the Death Consul knew Hurtle. After all, the latter was once the High Priest of Death, already within the Death Consul's social circle. "Lord Azek, Death Executor, it really is you." Hurtle was so excited at this moment that he almost didn't know what to say. Even though he had long suspected the identity of Death in his heart, when that suspicion was confirmed, Hurtle's emotions were still inevitably agitated. At the same time, Hurtle also noticed three young men following behind Ask, but he didn't pay much attention to them, still looking at Ask with excitement. Ask glanced at the uncontrollably excited Hurtle, feeling a slight sigh of emotion in his heart, but not much joy of reunion with an old acquaintance. After all, the Death Consul and Hurtle back then could only be considered colleagues or superior subordinate, not friends at all. And now, it goes without saying, whether Ask would hammer Hurtle next depended on whether the latter would obediently lead the Artificial Death faction to surrender, or choose to resist after understanding his purpose. Ask knew very well that Hurtle's current behavior was entirely due to his identity as a descendant of Death. If the other party knew that he not only did not plan to revive Death and restore the glory of the Death Church, but also intended to transform the people of the numinous episcopate to carry out reforms, whether he would continue to submit to him was truly hard to say. After all, Hurtle was a devout believer of Death, not of him. As for concealing the truth from Hurtle first, there was no need. Paper cannot wrap fire, and their transformation of the numinous episcopate could not be delayed for too long. If Hurtle's stance could not be determined first, once he noticed something was wrong later and defected, it would be a trouble. It would be better to solve this trouble first. Hurtle naturally did not know that Lord Azek, Death Executor, whom he had been longing for, had already prepared to hammer him. He just cautiously looked at Ask in front of him, and after a moment of hesitation, still asked, "Lord Azek, Death Executor, since you have returned, do you know when Your Majesty, the Underworld Emperor, will awaken?" Hurtle, of course, knew that this question might not be very appropriate, but as a believer, he had to ask. Ask looked at Hurtle upon hearing this, then smiled faintly and said, "Your Majesty, the Underworld Emperor will not return." Hurtle's heart sank. He cautiously glanced at Ask, only feeling that some bad premonition might come true. Just as Pale Empress Shaw clearly harbored ambitions for the Sequence Zero position, wanting to replace Death, in Hurtle's eyes, Ask's current answer clearly also indicated a desire to replace Death. To be honest, this was not surprising. At this point, who could resist the temptation of further advancement? The difference between Sequence Zero and below Sequence Zero is that between a god and an ant. But, Hurtle struggled internally. As a devout believer of Death, he should immediately refute the ambition of Lord Azek, Death Executor, but just as when he faced Shia back then, though he resisted, he ultimately tolerated her, after all. Death had, after all, fallen for over 1,000 years. Even the most devout believer, after losing their deity for so long, finds it difficult to maintain 100% purity of faith, let alone Hurtle, who, after all, was not a fanatic whose heart was solely filled with faith. If it were someone else who coveted the position of Death at this moment, Hurtle's opposition would certainly be exceptionally firm, but it was precisely Ask, the Death Consul, who was second only to the one god in the Balam Empire back then. It could be said that there was no one in this world with more right to inherit the position of Death than Ask. Hurtle, just as Hurtle was struggling internally, Ask suddenly let out a soft laugh. This laugh carried little warmth, instead sending a chill down one's spine. Ask looked at Hurtle and said, "How likely do you think you would be spared from execution if Father knew about your artificial death plan?" Hurtle's heart sank again. He almost instinctively retorted, "The artificial death plan was actually precisely to awaken Your Majesty, the Underworld Emperor." But as for the result, this plan did not awaken Father, but rather, Ask interrupted him, saying, "It's like creating a new death. Do you think Father would be willing to believe your original intention?" Ask looked at Hurtle and said softly, Hurdle's heart was filled with bitterness. He knew very well that if Your Majesty, the Underworld Emperor truly returned, he would certainly not listen to his explanation, only death awaited him. And just then, Hurdle suddenly sensed something and looked in a certain direction with surprise. That was the territory of the royal faction, the residence of Pale Empress Xia. Chapter 263 God's Return to God, Man's Return to Man. Hurdle could sense that someone was fighting Xia, and Xia seemed to be at a disadvantage. It seems it has already begun, Mr. Azek said indifferently, also turning his head to glance in that direction. Lord Azek, Death Executor, are your people moving against Xia over there? Hurdle asked with some difficulty. Mr. Azek glanced at him and said indifferently, I don't need any voices other than mine within the numinous episcopate. Hurdle. He understood. It seemed that if Xia didn't surrender, she would be doomed this time. At the same time, Hurdle also knew that Lord Azek, Death Executor's words were also directed at him. If he wasn't willing to submit, then he might truly return to the underworld next. Faith or life, this was a difficult choice, but fortunately, the person before him was, after all, the Death Consul. Hurdle suddenly knelt on one knee, his head bowed, and said respectfully, Your Majesty ask, your will is my will. Hurdle chose to submit. Very good. Mr. Azek gazed at him, and after discerning that his words were sincere and not a pretense, he nodded and curled his lips, saying, You have made a wise choice. Hurdle heard this and smiled bitterly in his heart, yet felt a familiar sense of peace, for the Death Consul of old had been equally cold and domineering. Hurdle then remembered something else and asked cautiously, Your Majesty, may I know what your next decree is? The current numinous episcopate is not the numinous episcopate I need, so after I unify the entire numinous episcopate, I will reform its members. Mr. Azek glanced at him and said indifferently, As for the direction of the reform, you've probably guessed it. Hurdle had indeed guessed it, for he thought of the death god's previous oracle, which made him feel somewhat conflicted. After all, the Death God Church had always followed a cold-blooded path since ancient times, and now suddenly starting to walk the righteous path inevitably made Hurdle feel strange. But thinking of the 7 great churches flourishing on the continent now, Hurdle felt somewhat relieved. After all, times had changed. If the numinous episcopate wanted to restore the glory of the Death God Church era, it was indeed no longer suitable to engage in bloody sacrifices. This was not conducive to widespread promotion. Hurdle was not a brainless person. He knew very well that in the current situation, for a sect to expand, it must appear gentle and benevolent on the surface. Otherwise, even to maintain their own righteousness, the 7 great churches would never tolerate the existence of a bloody and brutal Orthodox church. So Hurdle bowed his head and said respectfully, I will obey your decree. Your will is the will of the numinous episcopate. Rise. Your cooperation is still needed for what comes next. Mr. Azek looked at him, and after discerning his thoughts, he smiled and didn't explain anything, for in some sense, Hurdle's thoughts weren't entirely wrong. According to Lucifer's plan, if the numinous episcopate's reform succeeded and it made sufficient contributions in the subsequent changes, the Death God Church might not necessarily fail to reappear in the future. Roland, in Jack's disguise, glanced at Hurdle, and seeing what the other party was thinking, he couldn't help but smile. Roland did not intend to abolish the existence of churches after the reform, as this world truly had gods, truly needed gods, and gods indeed needed believers. Moreover, even without considering the existence of gods, given the constant occurrence of Beyonder events around the world, this world still truly needed the Beyonders of the churches to deal with them. The existence of churches could also provide spiritual solace to many people, possessing a significant positive impact. Blindly denying an objectively needed existence was meaningless. What Roland needed to do was to restrict divine power after the reform, letting what belongs to God remain with God, and what belongs to man remain with man. In fact, the current 7 great churches already showed this trend due to the 7 gods' inability to easily leave the astral realm. Taking Loan as an example, no matter how much Augustus feared the 3 major churches, he was still the true ruler of Loan. Even the 3 major churches could not easily interfere with the king's decisions, otherwise, how could Augustus secretly carry out the Black Emperor ritual? But this trend was still just a trend. After all, when the gods had needs, they could still easily interfere with wars, interfere with the direction of the world, and interfere with the fate of nations. Even due to the excessive disparity in individual power, what should have been mortal wars seemed to render the existence of mortals meaningless, with everything decided by the outcome of divine battles. This was not good. Roland didn't like it. Therefore, what Roland wanted to do was to further restrict the power of churches or, rather, gods, so that gods could truly no longer easily interfere with humans. Undoubtedly, achieving this required absolute power, but fortunately, in a sense, what Roland's side lacked least was power. Of course, one could say that Roland's actions, in a sense, amounted to replacing the existence of gods, dominating the fate of mortals. But first, as a matter of fact, the mortals of the Lord of Mysteries world needed such an existence. Secondly, Roland's side possessed some of the most morally upright existences. Finally, Roland was not a good person. He never denied that he actually adhered to the law of the jungle, so he was powerful, and naturally, he would decide the rules. Of course, I really look forward to a future where human technology advances to a certain level and can, in turn, restrain me. That would be too interesting, Roland muttered in his heart, a flicker of anticipation in his eyes. While Roland's thoughts drifted to who knows where, Mr. Isaac had already instructed Hurtle on what to do. In summary, it was very simple, nothing more than gathering and suppressing numinous episcopate members, compiling relevant rosters, and so on. After Hurtle received his orders and left the room, the indifferent expression on Mr. Isaac's face disappeared. He raised his hand and rubbed his face, feeling that his face was a bit stiff. His previous demeanor was naturally a deliberate act to make himself more like the former Death Consul. This was not difficult, as Mr. Isaac already possessed most of the Death Consul's memories. He just had to act according to those memories. The only problem was controlling his emotions. Fortunately, Mr. Isaac had no particular feelings for Hurtle himself, so he could maintain his composure. Klein couldn't help but smile watching Mr. Isaac frantically rub his face and whispered to Jack beside him, "Mr. Isaac's demeanor just now really scared me. I thought Mr. Isaac's humanity was unstable." To be fair, Mr. Isaac just now indeed had a strong presence and a feeling of cold ruthlessness. Roland nodded in agreement, then exaggeratedly rubbed his arm and said, "I'm even a little cold. Is there a possibility that this room is actually very cold right now?" Little Amon looked at the still open underworld gate behind him and offered a possibility. Chapter 264 The Bound God Chooses to Hold His Thighs. Upon hearing this, Ask smiled helplessly, then looked at the white-boned undead beside the door of the underworld. After thinking for a moment, he instructed them to suppress any potential disturbances that might arise from the numinous episcopate. Thus, the white-boned undead rose one after another, accepting their orders to attend to their duties. Once most of the undead had departed, Ask took the opportunity to close the door of the underworld. He then looked at the three little ones and said, "Although Hurtle and the undead should be enough to suppress this area, to prevent any accidents, we should still go out and see." The three little ones nodded repeatedly. They had come to see the world, so they naturally didn't want to be confined to this room. Just then, Ask suddenly sensed something and looked in a certain direction. "It's over." To be honest, the bound god Torzin was not the strongest among the King of Angels, but he was certainly not weak. Although Shia's title was Pale Empress, which sounded impressive, she was ultimately only a sequence 1, so she naturally couldn't defeat her opponent. "Stop fighting, I surrender." So, after almost turning into a rabbit again, Shia spoke with some frustration, finally choosing to stop being stubborn. He was not an idiot, he wouldn't knowingly fight to the death when he couldn't defeat his opponent. What was the point of that? However, the bound god Torzin did not stop his attack. It wasn't that he didn't believe Shia's surrender was genuine, it was mainly because Roland had not yet given the order. Torzin was not a stubborn fellow. His life depended on Roland saving him, so currently, he would naturally do whatever Roland told him to do, without making his own decisions that might displease him. As for whether this would make him seem undignified, was being a puppet for the Mother Tree very dignified? At least Roland only needed him as a thug, and wasn't coveting his body, in all senses of the word. He wasn't making him have children, or wanting his characteristics, or using his body as a vessel. What's more, Torzin knew perfectly well what kind of great existence could remove the pollution of an outer god and summon a person from the past as easily as eating and drinking. Mixing with such a person, the future was simply bright. If he didn't seize the opportunity, would he wait to be harmed by an outer god again in the future because he had no backing? The bound god Torzen was truly afraid. He had seen through it. In this world, without backing, even an king of angels was just a larger ant, to be played with by outer gods as they pleased. Damn it. I said I surrendered, Yuthasky. Shia's blood pressure rose at that moment, and she no longer cared about a queen's elegance, spouting a string of Byrondian curses. Roland looked at the bound god Torzen with a slight surprise. He naturally understood the other party's thoughts, but it was precisely for this reason that he found it somewhat unexpected. After all, existences at the King of Angels level were more or less arrogant. For example, Bethel and Rosal, whose lives he also held in his hands, although very grateful to him and willing to obey his commands, had not reached this level of truly bowing down. However, considering the bound god Torzen's experience, Roland understood. He chuckled slightly, yet was quite satisfied with the bound god Torzen's actions. He glanced at Shia, who was awkwardly dodging attacks but no longer resisting, nodded, and said, "Stop, little Tuo." The bound god Torzen instantly withdrew his hand and returned to Roland's side, standing quietly like a doll. However, Shia knew that the other party was still locked onto him. If he truly wanted to make a move again, the bound god Torzen would definitely hammer him back instantly. This made Shia somewhat frustrated, and the slightest bit of ill intent he originally harbored disappeared completely. He sighed, looked at Roland, hesitated for a moment, then bent down, bowed, and lowered his head, saying, "I am willing to submit to you, Lord Lucifer." Shia was not sure what kind of person the one in front of him was, but he at least knew one thing: since he could make the bound god Torzen obey like a dog, he was definitely not a simple existence, perhaps an incarnation of some sequence zero. At the same time, Shia also came to a realization. No wonder the Night Church was so friendly towards the person in front of him, they probably knew his true strength. However, Shia hesitated, then raised his head and said firmly, "I don't know why you are helping Lord Ask, but, if Ask cannot defeat me, I will not submit to him." Shia had his own pride. He had been the Pale Empress for so many years, he could submit to a great existence suspected of being a sequence zero, but he would never bow to an existence weaker than himself. This was his pride, and also his principle. Even if you will face death because of it. Roland looked at him, smiled, and suddenly spoke. Shia's body stiffened, but he still stubbornly raised his head and said, "Yes, sir, rather than submitting to the weak, I would rather return to the embrace of death. I do not fear death, it is the ultimate destination for all." Roland stared at him upon hearing this. As Shia's body grew stiffer under his gaze, Roland suddenly smiled and asked with interest, "What if I am also one of the weak you speak of?" Shia was stunned for a moment, he didn't quite understand what the other party meant by that. Roland then leisurely continued, "I am just an ordinary sequence 2. Nothing wrong with that. Lucifer's setting was indeed sequence 2, so said Roland, whose true body was sequence 6. Shia seemed a bit dumbfounded. He looked at Roland, then at the bound god Torzen, who stood quietly behind him like a guard, and said incredulously, "This is impossible. If you are only a sequence 2, how can you make the bound god Torzen submit to you?" So why is that?" Roland smiled. He admitted his mischievousness was surfacing, so he glanced at the bound god Torzen and asked with a smile, "Little Tuo, do you want to tell him the answer?" The bound god Torzen. At this moment, Torzen truly wished he could hammer Shia again for insisting on such a broken principle and dragging him into it. As for Roland's claim of being an ordinary sequence 2, the bound god Torzen completely dismissed it as a joke. What ordinary sequence 2 could blow up the mother tree and summon the sun god? Did he really think he didn't know that the ancient sun god had reappeared? The bound god Torzen had specifically inquired about relevant information from Renette Tinacle. He knew very well that even if Lucifer was truly a sequence 2 now, it only meant that he was in the process of recovery, a situation that was actually not uncommon in this world. The bound god Torzen was just a little hesitant because he wasn't sure how Roland wanted him to answer. Did the other party want to hide his strength, or did he want to use him to give Shia a warning? A series of information he had gathered flashed through Torzen's mind, and then he made a decision. Lucifer had always been a flamboyant character, never deliberately hiding his uniqueness, so what he should do was obvious. Having figured it out, Torzen first respectfully looked at Roland and said, Your will is my will. Chapter 265. As expected, he is the Archon of Death. Hearing this, Roland raised an eyebrow. He looked at the god of the bound Toltsona, and suddenly felt like teasing him a bit, so he smiled and said, "How cunning, you're throwing the question back at me." His tone seemed a little displeased. "I didn't mean that," Torzin quickly explained, his tone still respectful. "It's just that this matter concerns you, so naturally only you can decide whether I answer." Roland looked at him, smiled, and nodded, saying, "I permit you to give him an answer." "As you wish," the god of the bound Toltsona said, lowering his head. Then he looked up at Shia and said, "Lord Lucifer is my savior. He removed the corruption from me and protected me from the persecution of the Mother Tree of Desire. I should naturally submit to him. Although the corruption on me hasn't been completely removed yet," the god of the bound Toltsona added in his heart. He understood the art of speaking and naturally knew how to make his words sound good. Shia's pupils constricted. She had previously wondered how the god of the bound Toltsona had escaped the Mother Tree's control and corruption. Now, hearing this answer, she completely understood. At the same time, Shia also confirmed one thing: the guy in front of her could absolutely not be an ordinary Sequence 2. His words just now were most likely teasing her. This was not only because Shia didn't believe a Sequence 2 could remove the corruption of an outer god, but also because of the attitude displayed by the god of the bound Toltsona, and King of Angels level existence doesn't possess much humanity. While gratitude towards a savior is certain, being so utterly respectful is impossible. At least from her understanding of the god of the bound Toltsona, he wasn't that kind of person. At the same time, Shia suddenly thought of something, remembering Lucifer's initial self-introduction. He said he belonged to the Leziran Club. There was no such term as Joker in this world, but that didn't prevent Shia from understanding the meaning of the word, as the literal meaning of the three characters, loafer, was quite easy to grasp. So Shia gave a wry smile, looked at Roland opposite her, and said, "I hope my reaction just now pleased you, Your Excellency." "Hey!" Roland couldn't help but let out a laugh when he heard this, his voice carrying a hint of pleasure. He looked at Shia and said, "You are very interesting. I like interesting people, and I hope you can continue to be so interesting in the future." Hearing this, Shia lowered her head and remained silent. She was now completely certain that he had been teasing her just now. "I was wondering why it took so long and still wasn't over." "So you were playing with a little girl here?" A strange voice suddenly rang out, which made Shia instinctively become alert. She looked up in the direction of the voice, and then froze. Who is this? Yes, Shia did not know Medici. After all, she was once an inconspicuous descendant of the Death Consul, and the Red Angel truly died very early. By the time Shia rose to prominence, the Red Angel had already been boiled in hot pot for who knows how many years. She naturally wouldn't specifically try to understand what a fallen King of Angels looked like. At most she would only know what kind of existence he was. It's not teasing, after all, I'm just stating facts. Roland tilted his head and glanced at Medici. After confirming that he had no injuries, he said, "It seems your operation went very smoothly." Nonsense. Aside from Shia, the royal faction doesn't even have an King of Angels, and you lent me the Conqueror characteristic. What kind of accident could there be? Medici rolled his eyes in annoyance. While the god of the bound Toltsona was hammering Shia and Ask was recovering hurdle, the Red Angel naturally wasn't idle either, having dealt with the other members of the royal faction. Just normal concern, after all. Roland paused here, then smiled and said, "Accidents are always hard to guard against. When you went to hunt Tudor and Einhorn back then, you didn't expect to be boiled in hot pot, did you? How long are you going to keep harping on about this trivial matter?" Medici gritted his teeth. Even though he had decided to let go of his grievances with Adam, being boiled in hot pot was still an indelible disgrace in his life, so he naturally wasn't happy to hear others bring it up. "Of course, until you completely let it go," Roland said matter-of-factly. "And as the saying goes, it's not about how old the words are, but whether they're useful. Tisk, you should really become a hunter. Maybe you'd be a red priest tomorrow." Medici clicked his tongue, speaking sarcastically. "No, thanks. After all, I consider myself a normal person and have no interest in playing with those lunatics in the Hunter Witch pathway, which is exclusive to crazy people." Roland shook his head and said seriously, "That glorious task is still yours. Medici's face completely darkened, and he gritted his teeth in anger. He was not only angry at Roland but also at Tudor, the primordial demoness, and others. Medici didn't think the Hunter Witch pathway was truly insane, at least he himself was very normal. It was clearly those crazy men and women who had ruined the reputation of the Hunter Witch pathway. As Shia listened to the two of them exchanging sarcastic remarks, she also made some guesses about Medici's identity, as her history knowledge was quite good. This surprised Shia and also left her somewhat confused. She was mainly puzzled by how Lord Azek, Death Executor, was worthy enough to summon so many people to help him. This isn't mysticism. While Shia was utterly bewildered, Roland also finished his usual greetings with Medici. His gaze once again fell on Shia. After thinking for a few seconds, he said, "You don't have to submit to ask, but I need you to assist Lord Azek, Death Executor, with some matters." Shia instinctively breathed a sigh of relief when she heard the first part of the sentence, but then felt a bit conflicted when she heard the second half. However, she didn't hesitate for long, nodded, and said, "I can do that." Roland continued to look at her and said, "I will not give you any compensation, at least not until you have atoned for your sins. You should pay the price for the things you have done." Shia's heart tightened when she heard this, then relaxed again. For her, being able to live was already good, and she hadn't expected any compensation, although Shia wasn't afraid of death, who would want to seek death if they could live. Shia just thought of something, hesitated for a moment, and then looked at Roland, asking, "Your Excellency, if I need to pay the price for the sins I have committed, then what about Lord Azek, Death Executor? He also committed great sins once, didn't he?" Shia admitted that she had indeed led the numinous episcopate to do many bad things over the years, but the Death Consul back then was the Death Consul's spokesperson during the Pale disaster. His sins were not of his own volition, Roland said, then smiled again, looking at Shia and saying, "Besides, who said he isn't atoning for his sins? Why do you think he wants to reform the numinous episcopate?" Shia felt that she completely understood. She had originally wondered why the great existence in front of her would help the Death Consul. Now she understood. It turned out that Ask was also being pressured to atone for his sins. Of course, Shia wasn't stupid, she also heard the distinction in Roland's words. Clearly, whether or not he was being pressured to atone, Ask was more highly regarded by the person in front of her. As expected of the Death Consul, Shia felt a little disheartened, yet also felt that this seemed natural. Among the many descendants of the Death Consul back then, no one had ever overshadowed Ask. Even Shia had to admit that he was indeed excellent. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. Chapter 266, Spiritual Religion Reform Plan. For the ordinary members of the numinous episcopate, the recent period had been exceptionally stimulating. First, they were caught off guard by the news that Death had returned and bestowed an oracle. Before they could even ponder what the oracle was about, they heard that the leader of the royal faction, Pale Empress Shah, strongly refuted it, claiming it was all a conspiracy by Lord Hurtle of the neighboring artificial death faction. However, a few days after this refutation, while everyone was still half believing, news suddenly spread that Death had brought down divine punishment, and many who did not obey the oracle had suffered divine punishment, with quite a few seemingly dying. After this incident, the ordinary members of the numinous episcopate, who were originally half believing, also panicked, convinced that Death had truly returned. And the conflict between Pale Empress Shah and Lord Hurtle seemed to worsen day by day under these circumstances, reaching a point where even the ordinary members of the numinous episcopate could sense their struggle. Some said this was because Lord Hurtle had received the support of the god and intended to unify the numinous episcopate. Others said this was Pale Empress Shah unwilling to submit to the returned Death and thus preparing for a desperate struggle. In short, various rumors emerged all at once, making it difficult to distinguish truth from falsehood. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, and most numinous episcopate members began to worry whether Pale Empress Shah and Lord Hurtle would truly fight, another change occurred. The former Death Consul of the Balam Empire, Lord Azek, Death Executor, returned. And upon his return, he forcefully suppressed Pale Empress Shah, reclaimed Hurtle, leaving only his voice within the numinous episcopate. It was also at this time that most ordinary members of the numinous episcopate learned that Lord Azek, Death Executor, was the returned Death. He had inherited everything from the Your Majesty, the Underworld Emperor, and would lead their numinous episcopate anew. It must be said that this news greatly excited many numinous episcopate members. No numinous episcopate member was unaware of the Death Consul. This lord was an existence written into the Holy Scriptures, a symbol of the Balaam Empire, and yearned for by countless Death believers. It could be said that the vast majority of numinous episcopate members believed that the return of Lord Death Consul would surely make their numinous episcopate great again. However, the members of the numinous episcopate at this moment did not yet know what they would face next. This is the list of all numinous episcopate members, and these are the various assets the numinous episcopate currently possesses. Hurtle respectfully presented a thick stack of documents, introducing them one by one. Ask took the stack of materials and flipped through them. Much of the content on these materials was consistent with what he had learned from the Aurora Order before, but it was more detailed, while other parts differed. Roland naturally leaned over at this time. His gaze swept over the documents, then he smiled, remarking as if with emotion, as expected of an organization with 1,000 years of heritage. This is much richer than the Aurora Order. Despite losing the protection of a deity, the numinous episcopate, having inherited numerous legacies from the Death Church and the Byron royal family and developed for over 1,000 years, was truly much stronger than the Aurora Order in all aspects, aside from the deity. This applied to both the number of sealed artifacts the organization could possess and the assets and connections it managed in the South Continent. This also meant that if they wanted to completely incorporate the numinous episcopate for their own use, there would be a great many things to deal with. It seems you'll be very busy in the future, ask. Roland shook his head at this point. He suddenly glanced at Medici beside him and said with a smile, just the transformation work for the members will be a huge project. Medici naturally saw through his hint. He chuckled, looked at Roland, and said, don't just look at me. Are you planning to dump all the work in this area on me? Roland blinked and said seriously, I will support you spiritually. Get lost. Medici rolled his eyes in annoyance. He crossed his arms and said, at least initially, you have to help, otherwise how could I possibly manage it all? All right, since my useless employee said so, as the boss, I can only work some overtime. Roland spread his hands, then suddenly looked at pale Empress Shaw, who was darting her eyes around, clearly observing them, and said with a smile, stop looking. You are among the first batch of members to be transformed. Ah, pale Empress Shaw instinctively felt a pang of guilt first, then she seemed to hesitate before asking, what does member transformation refer to? Of course, it's the literal meaning. Labor and ideological transformation for you numinous episcopate members, Roland said with a smile, looking at her. Pale Empress Shaw's brow furrowed instantly, a series of brainwashing abilities flashing through her mind. Don't overthink it. We are not villains. Unless you are deeply sinful and stubbornly unyielding, we will not use those extraordinary means to brainwash you. Roland naturally saw what pale Empress Shaw was overthinking. He smiled and said, I don't expect all of you to truly become good people, but at the very least, you must learn to obey the rules I set. Roland indeed did not expect to truly transform all the people of the numinous episcopate into good people through ideological transformation. This was unrealistic, and he did not need to go that far. Roland only needed the people of the numinous episcopate to be obedient enough. As for whether any numinous episcopate members would truly become good people after the transformation, Roland believed there definitely would be, and these people would also be the ones Roland would prioritize for promotion later. To let good people return to their true selves and become better, and to make bad people obey rules and be restrained, this was the meaning of transformation. Hearing Roland's words, pale Empress Shaw instinctively breathed a sigh of relief. As an angel, pale Empress Shaw had some understanding of the horror of the spectator pathway and truly did not want to be subjected to thought transformation by someone from the spectator pathway. After such a transformation, could she still be considered herself? Pale Empress Shaw dared not guarantee it. Roland ignored her and continued to look at the documents in Ask's hand. After finishing the documents, he raised an eyebrow, looked at the submissive Hurtle beside him, and smiled, saying, Hurtle, these documents seem to be missing a very important part. What? Hurtle was clearly somewhat startled and confused. He believed he had already brought all the necessary documents, where could there still be missing parts? But Hurdle dared not question Roland, who had so thoroughly subdued Pale Empress Sha. Heaven knew how surprised he was when he just confirmed that Pale Empress Sha was standing meekly behind the other party like a little girl, with her head bowed. So Hurdle could only rack his brains to figure out what he had missed. Stupid brain, get moving. However, after thinking for a long time, Hurdle still couldn't recall what he had missed, and he even started to sweat profusely. Fortunately, Roland didn't truly intend to make things difficult for him. Seeing that he genuinely couldn't remember, he smiled and said, "You seem to have forgotten the information regarding artificial death." Chapter 267 Beating the Pale Queen. Although Roland was well aware of the essence of artificial death, simply knowing the essence of some things was useless. Whether it was to reduce the difficulty of Ask's integration with his other half of the soul by influencing the artificial death, or to safely separate Ask's other half of the soul from the death uniqueness, obtaining more information was undoubtedly very necessary. After all, even without considering the former, just from the latter, if force were truly used to forcibly separate Ask's other half of the soul from the death uniqueness, who knew what negative effects there might be? The Evernight goddess might not care about Ask and could do so, but Roland, as Ask's friend, still needed to be careful. Hurdle paused, clearly not expecting such an answer. He instinctively looked at Ask and asked in confusion, But Lord Azek, Death Executor, hasn't he already accommodated the death uniqueness?" Doubt flashed through Hurdle's mind, and he suddenly recalled some details, remembering the Death's performance, which was almost like a split personality, when he prayed to him before. Hurdle naturally didn't directly think that Ask had split, but rather, his heart became more certain of a possibility, that Lord Azek, Death Executor, was very likely to have problems due to accommodating the death uniqueness. Considering the impact of the artificial death plan on the death uniqueness, this problem might even be caused by this plan. Thinking of this, Hurdle instantly broke out in a cold sweat. "It seems you are very clear about the essence of your plan," Roland said with a smile. "Your Majesty, I am guilty." Hurdle immediately knelt before Ask. "Get up, I don't like others kneeling before me." Ask glanced at him and said indifferently, "Since you know your mistake, then go and make amends." "Yes, I will go get the information now." Hurdle immediately got up and went to retrieve the data concerning artificial death. Shia, who witnessed this scene, seemed to have thought of something, and her eyes flickered. At this moment, Roland also glanced at her and suddenly said with a smile, "Shia, what are you thinking about?" Shia shivered instantly, then hesitated, glanced at Ask, and chose not to hide it, saying, "I was thinking that Lord Azek, Death Executor, truly hasn't fully accommodated the death uniqueness. He might already be able to use the power of the uniqueness, but it cannot be considered true accommodation. You think this is your opportunity?" Roland continued to ask with a smile. Shia fell silent. Her gaze fell on Ask, then retracted. Shia lowered her eyes, she seemed to sigh, then raised her eyes to look at Roland, and said, "I hope this is my opportunity, but I know it isn't. You won't let me obtain the death uniqueness." Roland met her gaze and did not deny it upon hearing this, only smiling and saying, "Of course, after all, I don't trust you." Even though she had anticipated this, Shia still felt a little depressed after hearing this answer. Not because Lucifer didn't trust her, Shia wasn't that narcissistic, nor did she think she had anything worthy of his trust. Shia was mainly depressed because of the death uniqueness. Although she had said that just now, she actually still held a glimmer of hope. "You really want to become a Sequence Zero?" Roland suddenly asked, seemingly a little curious about this question. Shia looked at him in confusion upon hearing this and said, "As long as one knows the existence of this position, is there anyone who doesn't want to become a Sequence Zero?" In Shia's view, the pursuit of power was natural. She had always received an education of the law of the jungle, and her philosophy of life was to become stronger. "There are too many." Roland smiled and shook his head, but he didn't explain anything, only looked at Shia and said, "It's a pity, you probably won't have this opportunity." Shia immediately became even more depressed, and unwillingness flashed in her eyes. Roland picked up the red tea and took a sip before saying indifferently, "I know you adhere to the principle of the law of the jungle, so, Shia, you can be unconvinced, you can be unwilling, you can hate me, but unless you are absolutely sure you can kill me with one blow, then put away your fangs, at least don't show them casually." Roland couldn't give Xia anything, nor did he need to give Xia anything, because Xia was not his friend, nor was she an ally he gained through promises, but a defeated opponent. Not directly killing Xia was already Roland's mercy towards a useful tool. If Xia didn't behave, Roland wouldn't mind turning her into a characteristic. The sins committed by the Pale Empress were enough for Roland to sentence her to death. Roland was never gentle with those who were not good people. Xia instantly felt a chill. She looked at the man in front of her, confirming that he truly didn't care about her life or death. If she didn't behave, he wouldn't mind turning her into a characteristic. He was not a gentle good person, the indifference in his eyes was no less than that of death. He kept her only because she was useful, nothing more. I understand. Since I have submitted to you, I will naturally work hard for you. Xia lowered her head. At this moment, she reined in all her unwillingness and depression, like a competent tool. Roland smiled at this. He didn't care if Xia was truly submissive or just playing along. He just picked up his red tea and took a sip, saying, "Then go to work. You know more about the royal faction's situation than Hurtle." Roland then gave a few instructions. Yes, Xia replied with her head lowered, then left the room. After she left, Medici glanced at Roland and said somewhat unusually, "Why aren't you going with your win-win approach this time?" "No need. She's not a friend, not even an ally, just a fairly useful tool." Roland shook his head, his eyes calm, and said, "I also cannot satisfy her most fundamental desire. Since that's the case, it's better to cast off any warmth from the start. For a cold-blooded viper, ruthless suppression is more effective than gentle affection." Xia was not asked. Deep down, she truly adhered to the law of the jungle. For such an existence, being too gentle was unnecessary and might even make the other party think you were weak. On the contrary, only by being strong enough and ruthless enough could one make the other party rein in those little thoughts. Medici didn't seem surprised by this, but then seemed to think of something else and said, "No wonder you suddenly mentioned artificial death. You were deliberately testing them." "Hey." Roland chuckled, not denying it. He had indeed deliberately mentioned the information about artificial death, the purpose being to observe Hurtle's and Xia's reactions. And from the results, Hurtle had clearly chosen to submit to ask both physically and mentally, with no thoughts about the death uniqueness. Xia, however, still harbored rebellious tendencies deep down, eagerly eyeing the death uniqueness. Of course, this was normal, and Roland was not surprised. So, he chose to appease Hurtle and, at the same time, subtly warn Xia. "I hope she can behave herself. Otherwise, a sequence 1 tool is hard to find." Roland shook his head, pondering whether he should find an opportunity later to let Xia see the world again. Otherwise, with her rebellious nature, she might behave for a while due to her apprehension of the god of the bound Toltsana, but without sufficient deterrence, she would inevitably start having ideas over time. Chapter 268 Goddess, you have 8 legs. It didn't take Hurtle long to retrieve the data for the artificial death project. Soon, this information reached Roland's hands for him to review. As a project that had lasted for many years, there was no shortage of data related to the artificial death project, but there was not much truly effective information among them. This wasn't Hurtle playing tricks, it was purely because Hurtle, as a sequence 2, had only a limited impact on the artificial death or, rather, the uniqueness of death, even after so many years of effort. It was even less severe than the pollution artificial death had caused her in return. Fortunately, there are still some useful things after all. Roland put down the information in his hand. Although there was not much limited information, this part of the information still gave Roland some inspiration, giving him more confidence in separating Ask's soul from the uniqueness without sequelae in the future. Moreover, they also confirmed one thing for Roland: the path he had taken before, by reshaping others' cognition of artificial death to influence artificial death in return, was correct. It was just that the impression created by only a few oracles before was not deep enough, and there were not too many existences that could truly be called followers of artificial death, so the impact on artificial death was limited. Fortunately, the numinous episcopate has been taken down, and it will be much simpler to continue on this path now. Since it concerns your own image, this part of the work will be handed over to you, Ask. Roland looked at Ask and handed this part of the work to him. Okay. Ask nodded with a gentle smile, naturally not declining this matter. Once the transformation is almost complete, we can try to make you whole again. Roland smiled, then he arranged other tasks. After arranging most of the recent work and ensuring that the entire Numinous Episcopate's transformation plan could proceed steadily, Roland yawned, pulled out his pocket watch, glanced at the time, and then smiled at everyone, saying, "It's getting late. I still have a potential meeting to attend, so I'll be leaving first." Medici glanced at him, guessing something, and said, "Are you going to see the Evernight Goddess?" "It's not that I'm going to see her, she should be coming to see me." Roland shook his head, correcting her with a smile. Roland wasn't sure if the Evernight Goddess would definitely come to see him today, but he guessed she would. After all, she had been observing him for so long, even her best friend had reached a cooperation with him, and another cooperative partner had also met him. Now Roland had directly taken down the entire Numinous Episcopate. Under such circumstances, no matter how much the Evernight Goddess hid, she should try to contact him in person. Of course, if she didn't come, Roland didn't really care. He never lacked cooperative partners. The Evernight Goddess was indeed a very capable person, but Roland wasn't truly indispensable to cooperate with her. "Be careful, Knight, tisk, that's an old coin that even Adam can't figure out." Medici didn't know what he thought of, clicking his tongue, and reminded him. "I know." Roland nodded, he glanced at Medici, then said with a smile, "Thanks for your concern." "Who's concerned about you? I'm worried you'll be sold out by night and implicate me, this poor laborer." Medici paused, then rolled his eyes and said grumpily. Yes. Roland nodded perfunctorily, then waved to the others and used his travel ability to return to Backland, ready to sleep. As for the safety of Ask and others left in the Numinous Episcopate, with Medici holding the Conqueror trait, Ask able to communicate with the uniqueness of death, and Will, the Snake of Fate, fishing in a corner, without a sense of presence but always there, even if she had truly had any rebellious intentions, honestly, she couldn't stir up any trouble. So Roland went home to sleep with peace of mind. Of course, to show respect to the Evernight Goddess, Roland specifically prayed to the Evernight Goddess before going to sleep, which was like calling to inform her, if there was a need to meet, she should enter his dream quickly, otherwise, forget it. Facts proved that the Evernight Goddess was indeed peeking at the screen at all times. Not long after Roland fell asleep, he perceived that his dream had changed, which instantly made Roland's consciousness clear, but he restrained himself from breaking the dream and instead followed the power that had entered his dream to another dream world. The scene in this dream made Roland feel both strange and familiar, because it was a recreation of an old city, presumably the capital of a country that was very good at cooking. In Roland's hometown, there was also such a country and such a city, but he knew very well that the two were not the same. At most, they could only be considered parallel worlds. However, it was not impossible to have a substitute meal. Roland said he wasn't picky. "I have been to this city more than once because of work, but this is not a city I am familiar with, so it may not be perfectly constructed." A soft yet slightly cold female voice sounded beside him, and footsteps approached Roland. "There's nothing wrong with that. It's just a false thing constructed in a dream. If it's too real, it makes people feel dull." Roland said this, turning his head to glance at the newcomer. It was a woman who looked to be in her 20s, wearing a black veil with star patterns, completely enveloped in a cloak, making it only vaguely possible to glimpse that there seemed to be more than one pair of arms under the large cloak. Roland suddenly thought of a poem at this moment, which made him smile and say, "You remind me of a line. Oh, ocean, you are all water. Oh, goddess, you have 8 legs." The Evernight Goddess was clearly stunned for a moment, probably not expecting Roland to suddenly say such a teasing doggerel. She then seemed to think for a moment and said, "Strictly speaking, I only have 2 legs, the rest are all arms." PFF'd. Roland couldn't help but laugh, looking at the Evernight Goddess and saying, "I didn't expect you to have such humor." "I don't consider myself a very cold person," the Evernight Goddess said, also smiling. After a teasing doggerel, the originally distant atmosphere between the two seemed to have drawn closer. "You are indeed not a cold person, but that doesn't prevent you from being more decisive than anyone when you need to be cold." Roland seemed to agree with the Evernight Goddess's statement, and yet he didn't, just smiling as he looked at her and said, "Although saying this has the suspicion of self-justification, I still have to say." The Evernight Goddess paused here. She looked up at the sky, and because it was a world constructed in a dream, there was a silver-white moon in the sky at this moment. The Evernight goddess gazed at that moon, as if looking at a past, a lost homeland. She then said, I had no choice. This world is not gentle. To survive, we must learn to be ruthless. Chapter 269. But you are still alive. Roland remained noncommittal. He also looked up at the moon in the sky, seemingly recalling something, and then said with a sigh, fate is indeed never gentle. Fortunately, through beating, we can always make fate bow its head. Roland suddenly changed the topic and said. This made the Evernight goddess subconsciously glance at him, and then she smiled and said, before meeting you, I actually envisioned many scenarios that might occur after we met. So, is this current situation within your expectations? Roland smiled and looked at the Evernight goddess. To be honest, no. The Evernight goddess shook her head, then spread her hands and said, I thought that after meeting you, there might be a tense standoff, or we might engage in a hypocritical friendly transaction, or a serious negotiation, but... The Evernight goddess looked at Roland and said meaningfully, you are more like a human than I imagined. Could it be that in your eyes, I was originally some terrifying monster? Roland raised an eyebrow, looked at the Evernight goddess, and suddenly asked curiously, actually, I've been a bit curious for a long time. In your view, what exactly am I like? Would it be convenient to tell me the answer? Upon hearing this question, the Evernight goddess's expression became subtle for a moment. She probably organized her words before saying, do you know about the false person? I've heard of them, Roland nodded. There are various legends about false persons, but they generally fall within the category of non-humans who disguise themselves and replace real people. In my eyes, you are like a false person. At first glance, there's nothing wrong, but if you observe carefully, you can discover what kind of unspeakable monster is contained within this human shell. The Evernight goddess paused here and said, please forgive me for calling you that, but in my eyes, your initial image was indeed like that. That sounds quite frightening. Roland raised an eyebrow, knowing that the Evernight goddess, like Mr. Door, had vaguely glimpsed the Nia shard sealed within him. Of course, it's also possible that the Evernight goddess had further glimpsed the essence of his soul, but none of that mattered. Roland merely continued to ask curiously, then, did you ever consider making the first move against me? The Evernight goddess was silent for a second, then nodded and said, I did consider doing so. As you know, our world is too fragile. Internal hidden dangers, external threats, no matter which crisis erupts, it could cause this seemingly prosperous world to completely fall. But you ultimately did nothing. Roland was not surprised by the Evernight goddess's answer, he just looked at her and said. Because I didn't dare. The Evernight goddess looked up at Roland and said quite frankly, I couldn't see through you, but I could vaguely perceive your essence, an essence far beyond sequence 0. I couldn't be sure if acting against you would cause this world to meet its demise prematurely. Moreover, the Evernight goddess seemed to think of something and smiled, saying, I noticed your contact with the true creator. Although I don't know what kind of cooperation you reached, I at least believe one thing, even the fallen sun god still loves this world. Even if he is mad, he will still try to save this world. It sounds like I've been vouched for by the sun god's credibility, Roland summarized unhurriedly. You can think of it that way. The Evernight goddess did not deny it. She nodded and continued, out of trust in the sun god, I chose to observe you, which also allowed me to glimpse your essence beyond the twisted, mad, and unspeakable. Your actions make me believe that you harbor goodwill towards humanity. I don't know if this is your disguise, but at least it sounds like good news. The Evernight goddess looked at Roland and said, later, I learned that you could summon the sun god from the past, and I also learned about what you did in Border City. This convinced me that, at least for now, you genuinely stand on the side of humanity. Even if all of this is just a game to you, you will remain friendly until you tire of playing. Roland raised an eyebrow upon hearing this and suddenly said, so you shared my information with Lilith. You guessed I would try to contact her. If you want to launch a war, food and doctors are indispensable. Others don't have the ability to win over the Earth Mother, but you can. You have enough leverage to make her tempted, and enough ability to make her yield. The Evernight goddess did not deny it, her voice still gentle. This is also a good thing for the Earth Mother. If there is anyone in this world who can solve her troubles, you might be the only one. Only you have the ability and the possibility to save her. You certainly trust me enough. Roland smiled with a hint of emotion. That's because I have witnessed the miracles on you and had the privilege of glimpsing a corner of your essence, the Evernight goddess said with a serious expression. But you still fear me. Roland looked at her and suddenly smiled, saying. The Evernight goddess fell silent again. After a few seconds, she nodded, not denying it, and said, I do indeed fear you. I cannot be certain that after you tire of this game, you won't become the next person to push the world into the abyss. Please forgive me, this world is not gentle, so I must make all preparations. Generally speaking, after that sentence comes a backstab. Roland pondered for a few seconds, pinching his chin, then looked at the Evernight goddess with interest and said, So, do you have 300 knight archbishops ambushed? The Knight Church probably doesn't have 300 archbishops, and a human wave tactic would likely have no effect on you. The Evernight goddess shook her head, looking at Roland with a helpless, wry smile. But if that day truly comes, you would still do it, wouldn't you? Roland's smile at this moment seemed a little more serious, yet also seemed to retain that indifferent air. This is their responsibility, and it is my responsibility. I will protect this world. If I cannot. The Evernight goddess paused here, looked at Roland and said seriously, at least when you destroy this world, I will try to drag you down to destruction with me. Roland raised his eyes and met the Evernight goddess's gaze. He knew she was serious, that she was prepared to perish with him. This suddenly made Roland want to laugh, so he did. PFF'd, haha. Roland laughed loudly, seemingly with some joy and some emotion. After laughing for a while, he looked at the Evernight goddess and said. Do you know, I once said something similar to an annoying fellow. He tried to destroy my world, so I dragged him to his death with me. The Evernight goddess listened quietly. She lowered her eyes, not knowing what she was thinking. After Roland finished speaking, she suddenly said, But you are still alive now. Chapter 270 The Choice of Night. Yes, I'm still alive, but Roland paused here, lowered his head, and gestured at his stomach with his hand before smiling at the Evernight goddess and saying, he was eaten by me. The Evernight goddess was startled but maintained her composure, asking, did it taste good? Honestly, I didn't taste much, but it must have been terrible, Roland said, recalling the taste of the various sequence potions he had drunk. The Evernight goddess didn't know how to respond for a moment, and the scene fell into silence. Roland, however, didn't let the silence linger. He then smiled at the Evernight goddess and asked, Lady Amonizes, what did you hear in the story just now? The Evernight goddess froze for a moment. She seemed to have a brainstorm before saying, you are very powerful and difficult to kill. No, why would you think that? I was clearly saying. Roland glanced at her, seemingly puzzled, then smiled and said. I will protect my world, no matter what enemies I face or what price I have to pay. The Evernight goddess pursed her lips before saying, then is this your world? Roland didn't answer directly, only looking up at the dream city before him, seemingly lost in some memory. After a long time, Roland seemed to snap back to reality and turned his head to the Evernight goddess, saying, it can be, if I have enough anchors in this world, then it can also be my world. In this regard, the sun god did very well. Roland smiled, as if with emotion, saying, he was also preparing to kill me, but at the same time, he was trying to make me human, to make me fall in love with this world. I don't dislike his actions. The Evernight goddess seemed to fall into thought. A few seconds later, she said, I understand. I hope you get what you wish for. At this moment, the Evernight goddess finally confirmed that the being before her was not a heartless monster disguised as a human, but a truly great existence striving to become more human. It must be said that this realization truly relieved the Evernight goddess. Roland smiled at her and said, all right, the small talk is over. Now let's talk about business. Hearing this, the Evernight goddess pursed her lips, then revealed a gentle smile and said, you're probably worried about Ask's matter. What, do you have a way to help Ask? Roland looked at the Evernight goddess curiously. If it's about the soul fusion part, I don't have any way. The Evernight goddess first shook her head, then changed the subject, saying, but if it's about suppressing Salinger, I might be able to provide some effective help. Roland raised his eyebrows, slightly surprised. It wasn't that he was surprised the Evernight goddess could suppress the death god. After all, everyone has their specialties. Roland himself had no way against Salinger, but for the Evernight goddess, as the death god's old opponent and even old colleague for many years, it was perfectly normal for her to be able to trick him. Roland was only surprised because he heard the hidden meaning in the Evernight goddess's words, which made Roland look at the Evernight goddess before smiling and saying, "You should know that my only reason for not supporting Ask in accommodating the death god's uniqueness is simply because I'm worried about Salinger's revival within him." The implication was that if Salinger's problem was resolved, Roland would support Ask in accommodating the death god's uniqueness. The Evernight goddess naturally understood this hidden meaning. She looked at Roland and said, "You can consider this my investment. Just as the sun god gambles that you will fall in love with this world, I also gamble that the people around you can serve as anchors to hold you. Even if the cost is that you cannot become an outer deity." Roland looked at her with interest. "The river of eternal darkness has a big problem. It's already difficult for me to become an outer deity." The Evernight goddess paused here, then revealed a slightly self-deprecating smile, saying, "To be honest, I don't have such a strong desire for power. If it weren't to deal with the apocalypse, I would be very willing to remain a sequence zero. At least this way, I can still be sure that I am myself, and not some revived ancient god. Moreover, facing the coming apocalypse, one outer deity is not enough to completely change the situation." The Evernight goddess continued. She looked up at Roland and said, "So I'm betting that this anchor can make you stand on the side of humanity and help humanity get through the apocalypse." The Evernight goddess had considered many plans for how humanity should get through the apocalypse, but the risk of failure for any of them was very high. However, Roland's arrival made the Evernight goddess see a possibility, the possibility of humanity completely defeating the outer gods. "What if you lose the bet?" Roland did not avoid her gaze, asking while looking back at her. "Then I believe that the people around you will resist you with me," the Evernight goddess said softly. "You should know what kind of people they are. They are very good, so not a single one of them will sit by and watch you destroy everything." "How cunning. It seems that whether you win or lose, you always profit," Roland muttered, seemingly troubled, then smiled again and looked at the Evernight goddess, saying, "But I hope you win the bet. After all, even I don't really want to experience the outcome of being betrayed by everyone." Hearing this, the Evernight goddess was relieved again. The death god's uniqueness was not something she absolutely had to obtain, otherwise, she could have acted against Ask long ago. So, if she could exchange it for something more beneficial to her, the Evernight goddess didn't mind giving it up. After all, the Evernight goddess also knew very well that if Roland really stood on the opposite side of humanity, honestly, this world would probably be beyond saving. If he directly summoned a celestial worthier god in the earth, it would be something the current Earth could not contend with at all. "But I was originally going to make a deal with you using the death god's uniqueness. Now I lack bargaining chips," Roland suddenly said, seemingly troubled. Hearing this, the Evernight goddess glanced at Roland. She naturally guessed what kind of deal he wanted to make, so after a few seconds of pondering, the Evernight goddess said, "In a certain matter, you still have bargaining chips." Roland raised his eyebrows, signaling her to continue. The Evernight goddess did not play coy and spoke frankly, "Since you know the true identity of the Earth Mother, you probably also have some understanding of our plan." "I do know what you intend to do," Roland nodded and said. The Evernight goddess looked at Roland and said, "Given Lowen's current situation, everything is unlikely to proceed as I planned, but the god of combat must die, so in this matter, I hope to get help from you." Chapter 271 God is the biggest trouble. The god of war. Roland raised an eyebrow, suddenly thinking of something. He had originally thought that the Evernight goddess wanted to kill the god of war to achieve Old One, but now it seemed that was clearly not the only reason. Given the Evernight goddess's broad perspective, she wasn't the type to insist on killing an opponent simply out of hatred. So, Roland looked at the Evernight goddess and said, "Is it because of Omibella?" The goddess of harvest, Omibella, the former queen of the Giant King, a character who seemed to have died very early and indeed did die very early, but whose identity was by no means simple. This goddess was the true eldest daughter of the Sephira, even considered the daughter of God. Although she seemed like a mere background character, she held significant importance both in terms of her bloodline and in mysticism. At the same time, the goddess of harvest, Omibella, was also Lilith's current identity, and the mother of the god of war. You do indeed know many secrets. The Evernight goddess did not deny it, merely saying with a sigh of emotion. I just happen to know some gossip. Roland smiled, and did not ask further, merely saying, I can help you kill the god of war. The Night Church will be your most loyal ally in the revolution, the Evernight goddess said, not surprised by Roland's answer. Roland glanced at her, smiled, and then said, then, happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. The Evernight goddess, what a difficult one to deal with. Roland stretched, climbing out of bed, muttering with a sigh. It was no wonder Roland sighed so much. This meeting with the Evernight goddess made him realize he had underestimated her previously. She was a terrifying individual, and unlike the sun god, who was an easy-to-understand saint, the Evernight goddess was far more complex than the sun god. But even the most complex person has weaknesses. At least you truly want to save this world. Roland chuckled, then flipped his palm, and some materials for setting up a ritual appeared in his hand. Roland immediately found an empty spot and began to set up the ritual. This was a summoning ritual, and the target was simple: Ariana, the abbess of the Night Monastery, the leader of the ascetics, the head of the 13 archbishops of the Night Church, a sequence 2 servant of secrecy. Just as Ariana was arranged to help Klein in the original work, after both sides reached an agreement, the Evernight goddess readily indicated that she would issue an oracle to Ariana, and from now on, she would be responsible for matters in this area. This shows that delegating work to subordinates is a common practice among different bosses, whether it's the ancient sun god or the Evernight goddess, they all did it this way. That's perfectly normal. After all, if all the work is done by the boss, then what's the point of having employees? Roland muttered self-righteously, finally setting up the summoning ritual, and then a figure appeared before him. It was a simply dressed lady with extremely ordinary features, looking no different from any random passerby on the street. But when you looked at her, you would find yourself becoming extremely calm and peaceful, as if all emotions had receded. Good evening, Ms. Ariana. Roland smiled and greeted her. Good evening, Lord Lucifer, you may simply call me Ariana. Compared to Roland's casualness, Ariana was clearly more solemn, bowing and greeting and saying, all right, Ariana. Roland readily changed his address, then looked at Ariana and smiled, saying, you should have already received the oracle from the Evernight goddess. Yes, Your Excellency, I am aware of my mission. Ariana nodded, looking at Roland and saying, I will assist you in completing the Great Revolution, but please forgive me, the Church still needs a large number of personnel to maintain order in the extraordinary domains of various cities, so the personnel that can be allocated to assist you may be limited at the moment. It's all right, I don't mind. Roland smiled, but he wasn't in a hurry to give Ariana any orders. He simply pulled out a book from under the coffee table, handed it to Ariana, and said, before you officially start working, I hope you can read this book. It will help you better carry out your future work. Undoubtedly, the book Roland pulled out was Das Kapital. After all, sharpening the axe does not delay chopping wood. Instead of letting Ariana start work completely clueless, letting her know the meaning of her actions would be better. Roland believed that the angels from the Night Church would have some awareness. Okay, I will finish reading this book as soon as possible. Ariana was stunned for a moment, and despite her confusion, she still nodded. Besides that, please give me a list of the aid members as soon as possible, so I can arrange appropriate work for you all, Roland said with a smile. Ariana was not surprised by this and nodded, saying, personnel transfers will take some time, so you may need to wait a bit. The Night Church is not like the Earth Mother Church, which has a group of idle bloodline creatures that can be directly sold. As a constantly operating behemoth, the Night Church naturally needs time to transfer a considerable portion of its personnel. Roland was not surprised by this either. He nodded, chatted with Ariana for a few more sentences, and then sent her off. With the help of the Night Church, Lowen's revolution will basically have no problems. Steam can be handed over to Rosal for negotiations. Old Pigeon, judging from the results of the last probing, no matter what his attitude towards the artificial god was in the original work, his attitude is clearly not that strong when facing the true sun god. Roland counted on his fingers, one by one. Fenipot has the Earth Mother Church as an inside agent, so subsequent work should not be a problem. The numinous episcopate has been operating in the South Continent for so many years, and the bound god Toltsena himself has considerable appeal in the South Continent. After the god of war falls, Fosak won't be a problem either. Lindbergh and other places worship the 2-5 dragon, so there's no need to worry about that standing god. Counting it this way, the biggest problem is indeed Intis. Roland thought about this, pinching his chin. He suddenly looked up at the sky, where the sun was not visible at the moment. Eternal blazing sun. Roland's eyes were deep, as if he had thought of something. To be honest, he didn't dislike the eternal blazing sun. After all, who would dislike a proud sun? Roland just thought of God because of the eternal blazing sun, and he thought of the primordial God Almighty who would cooperate with the outer gods in the future and almost sold out Earth. Everyone curses Celestial Worthy, but for various reasons, Celestial Worthy would not cooperate with outer gods. Or rather, any cooperation between Celestial Worthy and outer gods would definitely be fake. But God is different. This one did not offend all outer gods like Celestial Worthy, and he is the strongest notary. If he says he cooperates with outer gods, that is genuine cooperation. You are indeed the biggest trouble, Tisk. Roland clicked his tongue, but he didn't have a very good way to deal with the other party. The only way is probably to give the sun god some genuine humanity, so that he can suppress God like Klein suppressed Celestial Worthy. It really is important to revive the sun god. Chapter 272 Zhao Hong, do you completely trust me? So, you just met with Evernight Goddess once, and she decided to fully support you in initiating changes, and also decided to help ask suppress Salinger, who might be reviving within him. At the numinous episcopate's base, Medici, who was originally handling affairs, immediately showed a strange expression after Roland briefly described his gains tonight. Roland nodded with a smile, looking at Medici meaningfully and saying, after all, Evernight Goddess is a clever person. The cleverer a person is, the less likely they are to go against the general trend, and likewise, the cleverer a person is, the more they understand the importance of appeasing Roland. If it were a hot-headed old pigeon, he might just drag the world down with him. Tisk. Medici clicked his tongue, guessing what was going on. He then seemed to think of something else, looking at Roland with a complex expression before saying, working for you truly means endless tasks. It's not my fault for being too capable. Roland spread his hands, saying righteously. Then he smiled and looked at Medici, saying, besides, having the whole world as allies is better than having them all as enemies, right? Tisk, it's not like we haven't fought before. Medici said this, feeling quite complex inside. In a sense, Roland was truly a very capable boss. He said he wanted to initiate changes, and although he threw everything to Medici, he summoned Sun God, personally brought together many allies including Earth Mother, and the smooth recovery of the numinous episcopate was also inseparable from Roland. It could be said that having Roland alone solved at least half of the troubles on the path of change in this world. But the price was that Medici, as a worker, simply couldn't keep up with Roland. No sooner had he arranged the group of idiots from the blood race than he had to reform the numinous episcopate members. Now, the numinous episcopate's reform had just begun, and people from the night church were already here. I'm going to die of overwork at my desk sooner or later. Medici said this through gritted teeth. He had never been this busy even when he was Red Angel. The more capable, the more work, the more work. If the changes succeed, you can also smoothly advance to Red Priest. Roland quickly appeased his soon-to-explode tool person A, then thought of something else and said. Moreover, the Night Church has Ariana as the person in charge. You just need to connect with her and let her do the work. With Evernight Goddess there, they can't possibly disobey, or rather, if they disobey like this, it doesn't matter if you command them personally. Upon hearing this, Medici glanced at Roland, then seemed to think of something and scoffed, it seems you don't trust Evernight Goddess. What's so new? I don't trust Sun God either. Roland spread his hands, saying frankly, I like them very much, because they are all very good people, but precisely because they are all very good people, we are destined not to be able to fully trust each other. At this point, Roland paused, glanced at Medici, and said with a smile, Little Red, do you completely trust me? Medici looked at him, his ruby-like eyes seeming a little sharp at this moment. He then scoffed and said, as a mature person, one wouldn't so frankly tear open this fig leaf, little monster, you really haven't learned very well in this regard. I just don't quite understand why humans, while deceiving and guarding against each other, dare not face it frankly. Actually, it's not entirely incomprehensible, at least I can understand awkwardness. Roland smiled. He pulled an apple from nowhere and skillfully began to peel it. His movements were swift, almost in a flash he peeled a complete apple skin. Then Roland looked up at Medici and asked, "So, do you trust me?" Little Red. If you truly had such an emotion as awkwardness, you shouldn't continue to ask this question. Medici glanced at Roland, then naturally extended his hand towards him. What? Roland looked at him in confusion. What do you think? Medici glanced at the apple in his hand. Can't you peel it yourself? Roland was very confused. Do I need to remind you that your apple was taken from the fruit bowl next to my desk? Medici looked at him and said. All right. Roland pouted, swiftly cut the apple in his hand in half with a knife, threw the other half to Medici, and then took a bite of the remaining half. Medici caught that half of the apple and ate it with a crunch. After finishing, Red Angel casually threw the apple core into the trash can and said, I believe that unless someone forces you into a desperate situation, you will not destroy this world again. Roland glanced at him upon hearing this, then smiled. He also threw the eaten apple core into the trash can, then pulled out a tissue to wipe his hands, and stood up, saying, All right, I'm going to tell Ask this good news. See you later. When Roland found Ask, he was compiling the new, Holy Scripture, which was an important part of reshaping the image of artificial death later on. So Evernight Goddess will help me suppress my father's revival within me. Ask's expression could not hide his surprise. He clearly had not expected that Lucifer had only met with Evernight Goddess once and had such a gain. It's good news, isn't it? Roland smiled in a very Lucifer-like way, then he looked at Ask and asked, So, what are your plans for the uniqueness? Ask fell silent. He obviously hadn't considered this question. After all, before today, in Ask's understanding, accommodating the uniqueness meant seeking death. But now the situation had clearly changed. So, what to do? Continue to be a fragile but safe death console, or accommodate the uniqueness and strive for that supreme position? Ask originally thought this would be a difficult choice for him, but when the choice was placed before him, he found that he already had an idea. Ask closed his eyes, and scenes from when he was Death Console flashed through his mind. At that time, Death Console had wondered more than once about the authenticity of those gossip stories about Night Emperor and others, wondering why, despite being mythical creatures, they could possess kinship, friendship, and love. The former Death Console thought it was because they were powerful enough to possess these things. The current Ask already possessed these emotions he once longed for, but he understood an even deeper truth. In this cruel world, if he didn't have sufficient strength, even if he possessed these emotions, he would lose them. Just as he was torn apart by death and had to fall into reincarnation, possessing and losing again and again. Chapter 273 Azek's Choice. Ask opened his eyes, looked at Roland, and said seriously, I want to accommodate the death uniqueness. I don't want to be that Death Console who is at the mercy of others anymore. I want to protect my children, my family, I want to protect all of you. Death pursued power for himself, abandoning everything around him, whether it was his subjects or his descendants. To him, they were just tools to be used. Ask, on the other hand, was the exact opposite of his father. He chose power precisely for the sake of those around him. Ask knew very well that he must possess power to protect his current home. As expected, that's the choice you would make. Roland heard this answer without surprise. He just looked at Ask and said with a smile, It seems I need to open a new chapter for you, Ask. I look forward to you rewriting a drama about death in this world. Thank you, Lucifer, Ask said sincerely. I don't think we should be so polite with each other, Roland said with a smile, looking at him. We're friends, aren't we? Ask also smiled when he heard this. He was clearly about to say something, but Roland interrupted him. All right, no more sentimentality. Focus on compiling your Holy Scripture. Becoming a god is not a simple matter. Even if death doesn't revive within you, you still have to learn to fight against madness, against divinity, against the possible revival of the original being. None of these will be easy. Roland waved his hand and said, I know. Ask nodded. His peripheral vision suddenly caught something, and he froze for a moment before looking at Roland. Because Ask saw Shia standing at the study door. He didn't know how long she had been standing there listening, and her expression wasn't very good. Roland, however, was clearly not surprised by someone's presence. He unhurriedly poured himself a cup of tea, moistened his throat which had become a little dry from talking so much, and then turned to look at Shia, saying with a smile, "You heard it all." Shia did not deny it, nodding and saying, "Yes, you must have deliberately let me hear it. It's good that you know." Roland also did not deny it. He looked at Shia with a smile and said, "Ask is the next candidate for death, jointly nominated by me, Evernight Goddess, and True Creator. If you are smart enough, you should know how to choose." Hearing this, Shia finally couldn't help but look at Roland, her expression seemingly a little broken as she said, "I don't understand. Others aside, why does even Evernight Goddess support him? Weren't they once enemies? The world of high sequence has never had eternal enemies, nor eternal friends. I thought you understood this principle." Roland took a sip of black tea, raised his eyes to look at her, and said, "I let you hear this because I don't want to see you courting death and playing little tricks. Shia, I am not an existence who likes to kill. So, even if Ask ascends to godhood, you can still survive as a sequence too." Roland paused here, then changed the subject, saying, "But if you insist on doing things you shouldn't, I can also turn you into a characteristic." Shia bit her lower lip. She was indeed unwilling, but even the most unwilling person had to learn about a reality. She was just a sequence 1. She couldn't even defeat God of the Bound Toltsana, so how could she contend with Ask, who had the support of multiple sequence 0s? Shia looked at Ask in annoyance. She suddenly gave a self-deprecating laugh and said, "I once thought I could become the next Underworld Emperor, or even surpass him. Now it seems I was indeed too overconfident." Ask looked at her calmly and suddenly said, "You took the wrong path." Shia looked at him in confusion. "This world doesn't need another Underworld Emperor." Ask seemed to sigh. He looked at Shia as if looking at a junior who had gone astray, and said, "The royal faction corrupted you. Even without me, did you really think you could advance to sequence 0? Or just let Salinger be reborn in a different body?" Shia froze for a moment. She suddenly realized something and widened her eyes. Ask said nothing more, lowering his head to continue compiling his holy scripture. Roland glanced at Shia, who seemed to have just realized something, and smiled. It was well known that Shia was also a descendant of Death, and she even called herself Pale Empress. Since Death could use Ask, this descendant, as a vessel for revival, then could he truly not be reborn using Shia's body? Roland didn't think that was impossible. Especially since Shia was clearly being deliberately cultivated by the royal faction along the path of death. After Ask exposed a certain fact, Shia became depressed, like a salted fish who had lost her dream. Roland was too lazy to bother with her. As long as Shia did her work obediently, nothing else mattered. After all, even Roland himself was busy in the coming days, so how could he have time to care about the thoughts of a marginal tool person? However, amidst these busy days, a small interlude did occur. "It's really not easy. You're finally going to advance to Faceless. I thought you liked life here too much and didn't want to experience life in the border city." Roland, in his Lucifer persona, looked at Klein in front of him and said with a smile, deliberately being sarcastic, "But my digestion speed is already very fast." Klein argued a little aggrievedly in his heart, but on the surface, he remained silent, just silently taking out the box containing the ingredients for the Faceless Potion, opening it, and beginning to concoct the Faceless Potion. As a skilled worker, this process naturally could not go wrong, and soon a bottle of Faceless Potion was freshly made. "This is the Faceless Potion. It looks so unappetizing," little Amon commented from the side. "Are there any potions that taste good?" Jack, who was also nearby, spread his hands, then suddenly seemed to remember something and said, "No, the Spectator Potion seems to taste good." "Tisk, it's too unfair. The potion tastes good, the abilities are comprehensive, they can fight, heal, and tank. The Spectator version is too strong. You're so envious of spectators, you can also switch pathways. Switching now would be perfect to contend with Adam for the sequence 0 position." Medici, who appeared for some unknown reason, glanced at Jack, and immediately started with his usual sarcastic remarks. Forget it. Adam has worked so hard for so many years to reach the sequence 0 position. It would be too disrespectful for me to switch over and compete with him. Roland, in his Jack persona, said this, glancing in a certain direction. The golden-haired priest in the corner seemed to feel his gaze and gave him a gentle smile. Jack then glanced at Medici again. Chapter 274, the most watched promotion in history. What are you looking at me for? Medici looked up at him, annoyed. I'm just wondering if you saw it or saw it, but pretended not to. Roland, wearing the Jack vest, spread his hands and said with a smile. Only you have good eyesight. Medici rolled his eyes, gritting his teeth slightly. Of course I have good eyesight. Roland, wearing the Jack vest, said frankly. Speaking of which, is this the most anticipated advancement of this era? While saying this, Will bit into the 3-scoop ice cream in his hand, then showed a satisfied expression. Needless to say, this ice cream was made for him by Jack. Klein, don't feel pressured. Ask looked at the others helplessly, then turned to Klein, his expression gentle with encouragement. That's right, don't feel pressured. We have so many people. We have an audience who can help you adjust to problems immediately, monsters who can restart time for you, and a death god who can retrieve your spirit body immediately after you unfortunately die. We even have compatriots with rich experience as evil spirits. Roland, wearing the Jack vest, counted on his fingers with a grin, then looked at Klein and said seriously, don't worry, as long as you don't collapse into a monster before we can react, everything will be fine. Klein, what could he say? Thank you for your concern, but I'm really just advancing to sequence 6, why did everyone come? Klein finally couldn't hold back and asked. He originally just wanted to quietly advance to Faceless today, but he didn't know who spread the news. By the time he was ready to advance, everyone had arrived. Only Shia, Hurtle, and others were not considered trustworthy, so they were not notified and were still working. I'm just here to supervise your advancement to Faceless, so I can pack you up and send you out as soon as you advance, Lucifer said with a smile, emphasizing straightforwardness. Please, you're my student. Of course I have to come and watch you advance to Faceless to back you up, Jack said with a grin, propping up his chin. If you didn't know beforehand, it would be hard to imagine that he was the same person as the one above. You're going to impersonate me next, so naturally I have to come and check your quality beforehand, lest you ruin my reputation, Medici glanced at Klein and said as a matter of course. Adam smiled at Klein, smiling but saying nothing. After all, he was just observing the daily life of this large family. I haven't seen anyone advance yet, so I wanted to observe. Little Amon's eyes sparkled with a desire for knowledge, then he seemed to think of something else and added, and I'll be going there with Brother Klein later, so I naturally need to understand the situation immediately. I don't think I have any reason not to come and watch you advance to Faceless. This is an advancement after all, even if it's only sequence 6, it still carries a considerable risk, Ask said gently. Is there a possibility that I came to join the fun because I saw everyone else coming? Will proposed a possibility. Klein didn't know what to say for a moment, feeling a little touched and a little like laughing. He finally shook his head, calmed his emotions, and then his gaze fell on the bottle of Faceless potion on the table. Klein took a deep breath, then no longer hesitated, and gulped down the bottle of Faceless potion. Roland quietly watched this scene, and suddenly smiled. He thought of Klein's advancement to Faceless in the original novel. At that time, Klein was alone, meeting his brother and sister but unable to recognize them. Because he had died and been resurrected, he could only avoid Leonard and other former colleagues. He hadn't reunited with Ask, let alone other companions. He could only drink the potion and advance by himself, alone in his rented room. And now, whether they admit it or not, none of the people present here can truly be said to have no concern for Klein. This was the change he brought. It must be said that Roland liked such changes very much, as they reminded him of some warm-toned past. Indeed, emotions are the most beautiful things, Roland smiled, sighing in his heart. It was for these beautiful emotions that he stubbornly wanted to become a human. Just as Roland was lost in thought, Klein, who had drunk the Faceless potion, opened his eyes again. His skin underwent some changes, seemingly growing some fleshy buds, but these buds disappeared not long after. Klein successfully advanced to sequence 6 faceless. The successful advancement obviously put Klein in a good mood, and the new abilities he gained after advancing made him itch to try them out, like a child who had received a new toy and couldn't wait to play with it. This made Klein hesitate for half a second, then he looked at Medici, and then he raised his hand and wiped his face, instantly transforming into the appearance of Red Angel. Medici looked at his actions, and suddenly curled his lips into a mocking smile, saying, "Too short, shorty." The smile on Klein's lips instantly froze. Although a faceless can change their body shape, the extent to which they can change is limited. Given the height difference between Klein and Medici, it was clear that Klein, who had just advanced to faceless, could not eliminate the height difference between them by relying on his faceless ability. Height is indeed a problem. Roland only realized at this moment what the biggest challenge was for Klein to impersonate Medici as commanded. How about using shoe inserts? Will excitedly suggested, from what I understand, some theatrical actors can make themselves 20 centimeters taller by using shoe inserts. That sounds like a feasible idea. Ask nodded. Shoe inserts are external objects after all, and it's easy for people to notice them. Roland, wearing the Mr. Lucifer vest, shook his head, then with a flip of his hand, a mask appeared in his hand. Wear this, and it can make up for the height difference between you and Medici, Roland, wearing the Mr. Lucifer vest, said as he handed the mask to Klein. Although the mask of 100 Faces couldn't adjust a child's height to that of an adult, it could make up the difference between Klein and Medici. Thank you, Mr. Lucifer. Klein took the mask, thanking him while feeling a rare sense of disappointment. He wasn't actually short. After using his faceless ability, he could reach over 1.8 meters, but he couldn't stand up to the fact that everyone around him was very tall, and Medici was almost 2 meters. This comparison made Mr. Fool seem exceptionally short. It's all right, Klein. When you advance to Trickmaster later, let alone 2 meters, you can become 3 meters tall if you want. Jack clearly saw what Klein was feeling disappointed about and spoke to comfort him at this moment. 3 meters would be too tall, Klein grumbled, but his mood improved a little. Chapter 275, Rolling an Atom, What is Humanity? Roland, who was wearing the Mr. Lucifer persona, spoke up at this moment. Since you're going to play Medici later, to make the portrayal more realistic, you should follow Medici and learn from him for the rest of today. After saying that, Roland glanced at Medici, his meaning very clear. Got it. You always make me babysit. Am I really some kind of nanny? Medici rolled his eyes in annoyance, then looked at Klein and said, I'll tell you the key points of my portrayal later. Do well, don't embarrass me. Klein quickly nodded upon hearing this, saying, Okay, thank you, Mr. Medici. Roland, still in the Mr. Lucifer persona, then looked at little Amon, his gaze becoming more serious as he said, Since you've chosen to go there with Klein, then stay by his side and learn what humanity is. I don't want to see you again after some time and find that you're still a little Amon with no empathy. Then, Roland looked at Klein and instructed, Little Amon is in your care now, Klein. I'll take good care of little Amon, Mr. Lucifer, Klein quickly nodded. So, Roland said nothing more. The gathered people dispersed at this point. Klein and little Amon went with Medici to learn about the precautions for when they arrived at Border City. Ask continued to compile the Holy Scripture, and Jack and Will went to deal with the numinous episcopate's personnel transformation matters. The bustling room instantly became quiet, leaving only Roland, who was wearing the Mr. Lucifer persona, and Adam. It's rare to see you appear so openly. Is there something you need? Roland looked at Adam and asked with interest. Although Adam often lurked nearby, he usually didn't appear, like air. But today, he had a rare sense of presence. I just want to talk to you about eternal blazing sun. Adam's golden eyes looked at Roland, a gentle smile on his face as he said, Is it convenient? What's inconvenient for me? Let's talk. Roland smiled. He then unhurriedly brewed a pot of black tea, poured a cup for himself and Adam, and then said, What do you want to know? Asking if he was convenient but not speaking first, Adam clearly wanted to inquire about something. Did Osius survive in the future? Adam didn't beat around the bush and ask directly. Roland took a sip of black tea upon hearing this. He looked up at the sun god outside the window before smiling and saying, I thought you would hate him, after all, he betrayed you. Why should I hate him? He is just a pitiful person like me, Adam said calmly. He lowered his eyes, and a hint of a sigh seemed to pass through them. It seems you understand his situation well. Roland smiled. He knew why Adam said that. Just as the original one awakened within the ancient sun god, the same was true for eternal blazing sun during the third epoch. In fact, many times, he couldn't even control his own actions, living entirely under God's control. He was one of the people I trusted most, otherwise, why would I entrust the sun god to him? Adam sighed at this point, saying, unfortunately, this seems to have brought him unbearable suffering. So God is indeed the culprit of all tragedies. Roland exclaimed, looking at Adam before saying, if you want to know the original fate, then I can tell you clearly that the sun god fell. Osius refused to bow to God and chose to fall. Adam lowered his eyes again. It was hard to say what he was thinking at this moment. Finally, he said, I told him long ago that being too proud breaks easily. He always refused to listen to me. Roland looked at him and suddenly said, but you are still proud of him. I should be proud of him. Adam raised his eyes, his golden eyes showing a slightly complex emotion, which then receded. He looked at Roland and asked, God chose the outer gods, right? You are very smart. Roland smiled, not denying it. I just anticipated this long ago. Celestial worthy and God, they both have no feelings for this world. They are both our enemies. The only difference is that Celestial Worthy's personality is too bad, no outer god is willing to trust him. Even if he awakens, he will go on a path of hostility with the outer gods. From this point of view, Celestial Worthy's awakening is not frightening. But God. Adam frowned at this point and said, he is too mysterious and too smart. He knows too much, and I even suspect that he has seen all of this long ago. This is a very terrifying enemy. The most terrifying thing is his good reputation. As the most powerful notary, as long as he is willing, no outer god will refuse to cooperate with him. So you have to suppress him. Roland smiled at this moment. He looked at Adam, seemingly at a soul that had already passed away. The humanity conceived cannot suppress God. You must use true humanity to gain a glimmer of hope in that war. Adam seemed unsurprised by this. His golden eyes met Roland's, and he said, that's why I need your help, Mr. Lucifer. Please help me. Haven't I always been helping you? Roland smiled, looking at him, and shook his head, but on the path of humanity, I am just a beginner. If you really want to better acquire humanity, then go and see every person among those 1,000 faces, see those existences that you almost sacrificed. They will question your heart and also help you better understand what humanity is. This might be an arduous journey, but you precisely need such a journey to cleanse the divinity and madness from your soul. Everyone's humanity is different. Some people's humanity shines because of their family, like Ask, while others care more about all living beings, like the ancient sun god. Adam, who once lost his humanity, has now recovered a bit of it, but there is still a long way to go before full recovery. I understand. I will do that. Adam seemed to have realized something, nodding. Then he seemed to think of something else, looked at Roland, and asked, what about you? Mr. Lucifer, what method are you using to seek humanity? Me. Roland was stunned for a moment. He then smiled, thought for a few seconds, and then looked at Adam and said, of course, it's from you all. I observe you, learn what humanity is from you. I consider you friends, enriching my humanity with the emotions between us. I help you find your humanity, and in this process, I further understand what humanity is. Roland paused here before looking at Adam and saying, are you satisfied with this answer? Thank you for your answer, Mr. Lucifer. Adam lowered his eyes and said, Chapter 276 Polite Crow Amon. For Klein, learning to imitate Medici was not a difficult task. After all, they had lived together for such a long time that Klein was not only intimately familiar with Medici's various habits but could also be said to know them by heart. However, when attempting to portray Medici, Klein did encounter a slight difficulty. Mainly, Medici's passive-aggressive level was too high, and he attacked everyone indiscriminately. Although Klein himself had great potential for the hunter pathway, he would not, out of morality, attack others or say overly hurtful things without reason. But Fool was a person with a strong sense of conviction, so he quickly overcame this small hurdle and successfully passed Medici's assessment, gaining permission to act. To be able to gain Medici's approval, it seems you've learned well. Roland, in Mr. Lucifer's guise, looked at Klein, who was in Medici's guise, and after a slightly critical appraisal, he said something that sounded like a compliment. Otherwise, what did you think? Klein almost instinctively squinted at Mr. Lucifer. It was just a very ordinary rhetorical question, yet it inexplicably made one feel mocked, primarily because the passive-aggressive level was maxed out. Then Klein's body stiffened, and he finally snapped out of his habitual portrayal. He immediately said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Lucifer, I didn't mean to mock you." "Ha ha." Roland laughed at this, then raised an eyebrow and said, "Good, you've grasped the essence." Klein couldn't help but flinch at his smile, feeling a bit sweaty. He really didn't mean to mock Mr. Lucifer, it was purely a habit from portraying Medici, and he instinctively started mocking. As Klein felt bitter inside, he couldn't help but admire Medici. How did he survive so long without being beaten to death while indiscriminately mocking everyone? So he was cooked into hot pot. Roland glanced at Klein, as if seeing through his thoughts, and said with a half-smile. "Klein, oh right, he almost forgot Medici had died once. What hot pot? Is it the kind of hot pot we usually eat?" Little Amon asked curiously from the side. Although he had already learned a lot of mysticism knowledge and had been educated about the history of the fourth epoch, because the person who taught him history was Wool, that old and cunning fellow naturally wouldn't use a description like, being cooked into hot pot, to describe the Red Angel's fall. Roland glanced at Little Amon, then smiled and said, "This question involves Little Red's privacy. If you want to know, you can ask him yourself." Upon hearing this, Klein looked at Roland with a look of hesitation, then probably out of unease, Klein pulled Little Amon and reminded him, "Medici really doesn't like people mentioning this. You'd better not ask him." Asking the victim this question, with the accomplice who caused Medici to be cooked into hot pot, isn't that just pure trickery? Oh. Little Amon rolled his eyes and seemed to obediently respond. Seeing this, Klein immediately knew that Little Amon had no intention of listening. He looked at him helplessly and reminded him again, "Believe me, you will get beaten if you ask him that question, really." Why bother reminding him? A familiar voice, tinged with mockery, spoke. Medici appeared beside Roland at some point, a mocking curve on his lips. He looked at Little Amon and said, "Want to know what it means for me to be cooked into hot pot?" Klein. Little Amon. Mr. Medici, good morning, haha. Klein gave a dry laugh, clearly a bit awkward. He quietly nudged Little Amon with his elbow, trying very hard to save him. But Fool tried hard to save him, but someone insisted on courting death. Little Amon looked up at Medici, undisguised curiosity on his face. He asked, "I am indeed very curious about the answer to this question. Can you tell me, Mommy Little Red?" Klein's smile froze on his face, then gave way to helplessness. "Now I understand why you were thrown out to undergo transformation, this courting death tendency, tisk." Medici clicked his tongue, then snapped his fingers, and Little Amon's eyes suddenly glazed over. "Since you like hot pot so much, go stay in the hot pot yourself." Klein didn't know what to say at the sight, and in the end, he could only look at Medici, then at Roland. "Don't look. It's just an illusion, and the content is most likely Little Amon being thrown into a hot pot to be cooked or something." Roland stared at Little Amon for a while, then noticed Klein's gaze and said with a smile. Klein immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "You really do care about him." Roland looked at his genuine concern for Little Amon, and suddenly thought of the "he chases, he flees" plot between them in the original novel. He couldn't help but smile and said, "After all, Little Amon can be considered a child I watched grow up. Although he only took 10 odd days to grow up, I always subconsciously treat him as a child." Klein smiled a little awkwardly and said, "In this family, Little Amon indeed had the best relationship with Klein, most likely because the latter often played various games with him. HMPH, when Little Crow steals your source thing, you'll be honest." Medici snorted, as if he had heard something funny. "Little Amon is indeed quite cute, but don't transfer that affection to Big Amon, he's not cute at all." Roland reminded with a smile. "No, why am I not cute? We're all Amons, why are you discriminating?" At this moment, a voice suddenly spoke from the side. "I know, I can distinguish, huh?" Klein nodded. Halfway through his sentence, he suddenly realized something and paused, staring blankly to the side. He saw a crow with white eye rings perched on the edge of the balcony at some unknown time. The crow saw him looking over and very familiarly said, "Excuse me, could you open a window for me?" Klein hesitated, glancing at Roland beside him. Roland, facing Klein's gaze, nodded and said with a smile, "Go ahead." So Klein sat by the window and opened the previously tightly closed window. "Thank you, you're a really good person." The crow actually thanked him politely, then flapped its wings twice and flew into the room, landing on Medici's arm. "I'm exhausted, let me rest for a bit." Little Crow said this, sticking out his tongue as if truly tired. "Is there anyone kind enough to pour a glass of water for a poor little crow? I would be grateful." "What new species of Amon are you?" Roland looked at the crow with some curiosity and asked. Chapter 277 Mother Goddess in Action. "If you ask me that question, I'll have to tell you all about it." The crow Amon seemed to perk up, instantly stopping his tongue lolling, and said excitedly, "I'm the latest version of Crow Amon, a clone specially created by my true body after referencing many good people." "Sounds interesting." Roland raised his eyebrows. It seemed that besides little Amon, Amon's true body had been up to something during this time. "Good people. HMPH. You." Medici glanced at Crow Amon, scoffed impolitely, and said, "You think you're a good person?" "No." Crow Amon unexpectedly shook his head and said, "I'm a good crow. My true body said it was too difficult and unrealistic to instantly become a good person, and animals have smaller brains that can't hold too much, making them easier to control. So, in the end, it decided to create a crow, which is me. But don't look at me as just a crow, my brain is packed with a full 1,000 polite phrases for daily use. I am absolutely the most polite good crow in this world." As he spoke, Crow Amon seemed to become joyful, and also proudly puffed out his chest. Because he was just a crow, it looked quite cute. At these words, the scene fell silent. Medici's expression, which had been somewhat mocking, twisted considerably at this moment. He looked at the crow on his arm as if he had seen something dirty, then he started to laugh, saying, "It seems little Crow has finally gone mad." Roland's gaze towards Crow Amon grew increasingly interested. He raised his eyebrows and said, "He certainly has a lot of ideas, and a lot of creativity." Klein looked at Crow Amon, then at little Amon beside him, and finally said sincerely, "Although it might not be good to say this, I feel that Mr. Amon's image in my mind has completely collapsed." The former Amon in Klein's mind was powerful and terrifying, a mad pleasure seeker, and the #1 enemy to be wary of. The current Amon, haha. Little Amon curiously observed Crow Amon. He suddenly said, "So this is also an Amon?" "Yes, do you feel a sense of kinship?" Roland looked at him and asked with a smile. "No." Little Amon honestly shook his head and then whispered, "I feel he's a bit stupid." "You're too impolite. As a crow, I am very smart." Crow Amon said, very displeased. "Indeed, very stupid." Little Amon nodded as if he had reached a conclusion. "After all, he's just a crow, don't expect too much." Roland smiled, then he looked at Crow Amon and said, "So, Mr. Crow Amon, why are you here?" "Of course I am here for." Crow Amon suddenly paused mid-sentence. He then blinked, flapped his wings twice, and said, I seem to have forgotten." At these words, the room fell silent again. However, this silence did not last too long. Crow Amon seemed to remember something, pulled a note from under his wing, opened it, and after glancing at it, said as if enlightened, "I remember now, my true body sent me. My true body said there seems to be some situation with the people from the forsaken land of the gods, and you need to go take a look." The last sentence was naturally addressed to Roland. Roland raised his eyebrows upon hearing this and looked at Crow Amon, asking, "Do you still remember what the situation is?" Crow Amon shook his head honestly and said, "I don't know." Roland was not disappointed. He then glanced at Medici, then at Klein and little Amon, and said, "Since that's the case, I'll go check on the situation. Klein, little Amon, you can pack your bags. Once I've handled things over there, I'll send you to where you need to go." Klein and little Amon naturally had no objections to this, though the former was clearly quite worried about the situation of the City of Silver and Moon City people. However, out of trust in Lucifer, he did not request to go and see the situation. Roland then used his travel ability to bring Crow Amon to their destination. The people of City of Silver and Moon City were naturally no longer living in the accommodation provided by Amon, as they were last time. Thanks to the island Roland and others had obtained from the ruined royal family, these people had now moved into their new homes and were currently bustling with work, moving bricks. That's right, this, moving bricks, was literally moving bricks. Although Roland had hired a professional construction team, these people from the forsaken land of the gods clearly preferred building their homes themselves rather than purely having others help them. At this moment, every single one of them was on the construction site, moving bricks and mixing mortar. Roland watched for a moment by the construction site, confirming that no one was missing and everyone looked fine. He then raised his eyebrows, looked at Amon, who was dressed like a supervisor, and asked, "So what exactly happened? You should have already talked with Crow Amon, right? What do you think of him?" Amon did not answer Roland's question himself. Instead, he suddenly reached out and grabbed Crow Amon, allowing him to flap in his palm while asking. Roland watched him happily playing with himself, couldn't help but shake his head, then smiled and said, "A very interesting little fellow. He really seems to think he's a crow." This was inspired by little Amon. "I have to say, it's quite fun to play like this." Amon smiled, finally flipping over the pitiful little crow flapping in his hand. Then he raised his hand and pushed the glasses on his face, saying, "They've been dreaming lately, dreaming of some interesting things. If I'm not mistaken, the Mother Goddess might be targeting them." Roland narrowed his eyes upon hearing this, a dangerous glint suddenly flashing within them. He knew who the Mother Goddess Amon was referring to. It was naturally not Lilith, but a certain outer deity. But no one has reported any such abnormalities to Fool or me during this time. Roland said this while looking at Colin Iliad and the others. They aren't such careless people. Both the people of City of Silver and Moon City were battle-hardened individuals. There was absolutely no way they would have strange dreams and then lack any vigilance. So, under normal circumstances, if such a thing happened, both Colin Iliad and the person in charge of Moon City should have prayed to Fool or to him to report the relevant situation. How could it be Amon's turn to report this matter to him? It's not their fault, they just forgot. Amon also looked at the people who were moving bricks and mixing mortar, saying, "The Mother Goddess's power made them forget their past dreams. If I weren't sensitive enough to this, I'm afraid by the time it was discovered, every single one of them would have become followers of the Mother Goddess." Chapter 278 The One Who Survives as Amon. HMPH. You've got some nerve, Roland sneered. He had always been the one to poach others, but he never expected to be poached himself one day. It seems he hasn't bombed the Mother Goddess of Depravity enough lately. As for how the Mother Goddess of Depravity set her sights on the people of the forsaken land of the gods, there were many possibilities. The 5 Cs were already within the Mother Goddess of Depravity's sphere of influence, and the people of the forsaken land of the gods were indeed special enough. Whether it was the Moon City people responsible for guarding the Western Continent's seal, or City of Silver, which held the sealed item formed from Omibella's remains, or even Amon's special treatment of them, all were enough to pique the Mother Goddess of Depravity's interest. Of course, there didn't seem to be such a plot in the original work, but the Mother Goddess of Depravity wasn't bombed this many times in the original work either, Roland muttered to himself, a few guesses forming in his mind. If he wasn't mistaken, the reason the Mother Goddess of Depravity targeted the people of the forsaken land of the gods might stem from himself. Even a cornered rabbit will bite, let alone the Mother Goddess of Depravity, who was not to be trifled with. After being bombed so many times by him, and with the 2 beings she controlled showing signs of breaking free, it was normal for her to take action. Mother Goddess of Depravity, Creator, I'll get rid of all of you sooner or later. Roland looked up at the sky, seemingly seeing the colossal entity entrenched on the moon through the invisible barrier. Then he snorted coldly and looked at Amon, saying, "Arrange for everyone to come to me for a checkup." "All right, no problem." Amon nodded, then smiled and said, "Actually, you don't need to worry too much. I discovered it very early. They can only be said to have been slightly affected by the Mother Goddess of Depravity's power. It hasn't reached the point of true contamination. The power of outer deities doesn't just instantly marinate people. After all, with a barrier in between, even the Mother Goddess of Depravity could only infiltrate her power little by little. Otherwise, the Temperance faction of the Rose School of Thought would have been wiped out long ago. When facing a pillar, no amount of caution is too much. Even if he enjoyed bombing them, Roland would never truly underestimate a world pillar. Then he glanced at Amon and suddenly said, "How rare, you actually left your wild father's protection." He hadn't noticed before, but Roland suddenly realized that the Amon in front of him wasn't an incarnation, but his true body, who had always been hiding in the forsaken land of the gods. There have been too many interesting things in the real world lately, even I want to participate, Amon said with a smile, raising a hand to push up the monocle on his face. Roland looked at him, then suddenly smiled and said, "Amon, have you seen Adam recently?" Adam. Amon paused, clearly unaware of this. With my help, Adam merged with part of the Angel of Imagination's humanity from the past. Roland smiled, looking at Amon and saying, "You can meet him. The current him might find you interesting." Amon first frowned upon hearing this, then curled his lips and said, "So Adam really existed?" "If you believe Sorcerer existed, then Adam existed," Roland said with a smile. "It depends on your thoughts." Amon lowered his eyes upon hearing this, lost in thought. He suddenly said, "When I was not too old, I always had a hunch that whether it was my father, Sorcerer, or Adam, they all shared a common secret. They were so close, as if they were the true family, and I was just the one picked up." "Is there a possibility that you were indeed picked up?" Roland interrupted Amon, saying seriously. "No problem." Amon was the uniqueness of the Marauder pathway, refined into a spirit, pulled from the celestial worthy by the Creator. In a sense, for the ancient sun god, he was indeed picked up. Amon, who had just been in a complex emotional state, now found his emotions disjointed. He gave Roland a deep look, sighed, and said, "Mr. Lucifer, has anyone ever told you that you are really good at ruining the atmosphere?" "You're welcome," Roland said with a smile, looking at him. Seeing this, Amon didn't know what to say for a moment. He raised a hand to push up the monocle on his face, then decided to ignore Roland's interruption and said, "Now I finally confirm that my past intuition was not an illusion, but I still don't think they are my father. My father is only the ancient sun god. Whether Sorcerer or Adam, they may be a part of my father, but they are ultimately not him." Clearly, Amon was a firm supporter of the theory that different personalities mean different people. This was not strange. After all, if Amon believed that consistent souls meant the same person, he wouldn't reject the true creator. However, Roland glanced at Amon, then suddenly showed a rather interested smile and said, "Sometimes I really wonder how your thinking formed. You are clearly a collective consciousness creature. Theoretically, shouldn't you believe that consistent souls mean the same person?" The mythical creatures of the Marauder pathway were different from others. Their mythical creature form was called the Worm of Time, a very standard collective consciousness creature. Each Worm of Time had its own thoughts, and all the Worm of Times collectively formed the main body of Amon. Precisely because I am a mythical creature with a collective consciousness, I understand the differences between personalities even more, Amon said, looking at Roland. Don't you also never believe that Sorcerer is equal to Father? Otherwise, why would you poach him? Hearing this, Roland smiled. He looked at Amon and suddenly said, "How interesting. You adhere to such a principle, yet you are never afraid of incarnations rebelling, and even acknowledge the principle of an incarnation taking over after the main body's death. Is it strange?" Amon looked at him in confusion, then said as a matter of course, "Only the one who survives can become Amon. This is naturally the way things are. Currently, I am the strongest, so I am the main body. If I die in the future, then naturally the next Amon will become the main body. Even if he isn't you?" Roland asked curiously, looking at him. "He is Amon, I am Amon, we are all Amon," Amon said, pushing up the monocle on his face. "The one who survives is Amon." Roland looked at him, and not knowing what he thought of, suddenly smiled, as if sighing with emotion. Is this the commonality of beings with many incarnations? His own main body also never cared about incarnations rebelling. In fact, many times he would even encourage incarnations to rebel, though no incarnation had succeeded so far. Amon looked at him upon hearing this, a flicker of thought in his eyes. Roland didn't care what he was thinking. Having only casually brought up the topic, his attention quickly returned to City of Silver and the Moon City people. After Roland finished checking each person and completely resolved the hidden danger from the Mother Goddess of Depravity, he looked at the half-built island and sighed, Sigh, I originally wanted to settle them here, but now, I'll have to find another location. Chapter 279 Luo Lin's Gift to the Mother Goddess. Although the power that the Mother Goddess infiltrated is easy to deal with, there is no such thing as guarding against thieves for 1,000 days. Roland doesn't have time to constantly monitor the people from City of Silver and Moon City. Fortunately, I have already reached an agreement with the Evernight Goddess, so I'm not worried about not having a place to settle them, Roland said after pinching his chin and thinking for a few seconds. Loan is not within the Mother Goddess's power radiation range, so settling the people from City of Silver and Moon City within the Luan Kingdom's territory, along with some arrangements, can basically avoid the Mother Goddess's influence. Originally, the people of City of Silver were tall and strong, and the subsequent large group of people was not small. It would naturally not be easy to properly arrange them within Loan. However, now that Roland has cooperated with the Evernight Goddess, with the Night Church's help, arranging them has become much easier. But, Roland narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He had kept this account with the Mother Goddess in mind. It just so happens that I was planning to talk to Steam anyway. Roland chuckled, looking in a certain direction, which was the direction of Rosal's mausoleum. After practicing with various test subjects during this period, he had already accumulated enough experience in removing external deity contamination. It was time for the next step of the plan. If he couldn't remove all the contamination in one go, then he would completely suppress the contamination within the contaminated person's body, in exchange for the contaminated person being able to move around consciously. Achieving this is not easy. It requires using Nyarlathotep's power to achieve a dynamic balance with the external deity's contamination, just like using the contamination of anchor points to resist the will of ancient gods. It's a delicate task, requiring Roland to have a sufficient understanding of both the Mother Goddess's power and Nyarlathotep's power. Originally, Roland couldn't do this, but he couldn't resist the fact that he had many test subjects recently, especially after Lilith, a special existence, was added to the test subjects, which gave Roland a further understanding of the Mother Goddess's power. And after learning his true identity, Roland had also been digging into his memories. Although there wasn't much gain, his utilization and control of power had further improved. Precisely because of this, things that Roland couldn't do before now had the possibility of being realized. Of course, Roland originally wasn't prepared to act so early. He had planned to practice for a while longer, but now that the Mother Goddess was getting out of hand, if he didn't retaliate, he wouldn't be Roland. As for why Rosal was chosen as the target for the operation, nonsense. He was already the best test subject, who else would be chosen if not him? Lilith is an ally after all, and Bethel is someone Roland admires. Even if surgery is needed for these two, it would naturally be later. Bethel is fine. He is also contaminated. If the surgery works on Rosal, it will work on him. As for Lilith, even if the contamination is suppressed, the mental imprint that comes with the Beander characteristics themselves will be enough to give her a hard time. Roland shook his head, sympathizing with a certain vampire ancestor in his heart for a second. Otherwise, why would it be said that choosing the right pathway is very important? For bottomless pit pathways like Earth and Moon, once chosen, it's for life. Speaking of which, Lilith wasn't bold enough back then. She deliberately fell once to get rid of the Mother Goddess's contamination, so why wasn't she bolder and just jumped to the Black Emperor pathway? Anyway, she was crazy at first, so becoming half crazy again wouldn't be much. If she became the Black Emperor, as long as she wasn't as unlucky as Rosal to build her mausoleum in the wrong place, the chance of getting rid of it would still be very high. Roland muttered in his heart, then sighed and shook his head. Although he was already thinking about using Rosal as a test subject for surgery, Roland did not forget about sending Klein and little Amon to the base. After dealing with the people of City of Silver and Moon City, Roland returned to the Numinous Episcopate station, and then quickly packed the two little ones and sent them to Border City. Although not much time had passed since his last visit, the entire base had undergone noticeable changes. If the fire of revolution was confined to Medici's factory and its surroundings last time, then now the entire Border City looked as if it had been silently dyed red. Medici had quietly taken down this Border City without alarming anyone outside. This was not surprising, After all, with Medici's setup, it would be strange if he couldn't quietly take down a small city. Roland just led Klein and little Amon, walking through this city that looked completely different from before. He could see that compared to the previous lifelessness, the entire city now exuded a restless energy, like new sprouts that had been suppressed for a long time and finally broke through the soil, eager to announce their existence to the world. Roland even saw some familiar beyonders, such as when he passed by the hospital, he saw that group of idiots from the vampires. Some of them were treating people, some were preparing potions, and others were standing in front of a pile of medicinal materials, seemingly arguing with someone. In addition to these obvious vampire idiots, Roland also saw many people in uniform. These people looked well trained and were equipped with firearms and cold weapons. Some seemed to be patrolling the city, while others were coming and going in a hurry, as if they were going to do something. Some of these people seemed to notice the three of Roland. After a brief exchange, a slightly familiar young man walked towards Roland. He smartly saluted, and then seemed a little excited and said, "Boss, Mr. Lucifer, good afternoon." "Good afternoon, Dissy, are you leading people on patrol?" Roland also remembered who the other party was at this time. This was Medici's little fanboy whom he had met last time. Reporting, "Mr. Lucifer, I received a report that there is yellow trade on XX Street, and I'm about to take people there." Dissy naturally wouldn't hide anything and spilled the beans. Roland raised his eyebrows upon hearing this. When he came here before, he casually mentioned to Medici to rescue those poor girls on Red Street. Obviously, Medici had listened. While taking control of this small border city, he did everything that needed to be done. "You've worked hard, but I wonder how you plan to arrange those rescued girls afterwards." Roland first praised the other party, then asked, "Didn't the boss tell you?" Dissy looked at Klein, who was wearing Medici's vest next to Roland, with a slight look of confusion. "What, am I this guy's subordinate that I have to report everything to him?" "You little brat, you've grown wings, if you want to change jobs, just say so." Klein glanced at him and began to mock him with a strong sense of conviction. "Cough, boss, I didn't mean that." Facing this familiar sarcastic tone, Dissy immediately shrank his neck and said firmly, "I absolutely have no intention of changing jobs. It's my honor to be able to work with you, boss." Then Dissy looked at Roland and began to introduce the follow-up work. Medici is not someone who acts on a whim. Since he chose to rescue the girls of Red Street, he naturally also arranged a series of follow-up relief efforts. For example, distinguishing between ordinary victims and perpetrators like madams, with the latter going to labor reform. The former would be uniformly arranged to learn a skill. Afterwards, whether they wanted to make a living for themselves or participate in related work provided by the rebel army, they could. This ensured that these innocent girls, as long as they were willing, could support themselves through labor. Chapter 280 Little Amon's Problem. After Roland quietly listened to Dissy's words, he raised his eyebrows and said with a sigh, "I was worried that he would kill but not bury, but I didn't expect him to handle it quite well." He considered everything thoroughly. Solving the problem of Red Street is definitely not as simple as just dismantling the place, because no matter what, a very realistic problem lies there. How will those innocent girls from Red Street survive after leaving Red Street? This is not the era of advanced productivity where, as long as people were willing to work, no matter how they lived, it was at least difficult to starve to death. On the contrary, too many people are starving to death in the various countries of Loan today, and this is not only due to issues of productivity but also issues of distribution. Even if the areas within Medici's sphere of influence have been reformed and are flourishing, theoretically, as long as one is willing to work, they won't starve to death. However, a group of girls trapped in Red Street have long been severely disconnected from the outside world. If they were truly left uncared for afterward, these girls might not be able to live well. After all, many of them might have already lost the ability to live in the outside world. Medici clearly considered this situation and arranged follow-up relief work to ensure these girls could regain the ability to live in the outside world and reconnect with society, rather than letting them fall back into the abyss. The boss really considers a lot more than us brainless people. Dissy nodded repeatedly, looking at Klein with undisguised admiration. When we first rescued people, we only thought about destroying that place and getting the people out. It was the boss who came over, took a look, and said that wasn't enough, that those girls couldn't survive in the outside world. He told us to take them back and settle them first, and then arranged for teachers to teach them proper skills. It is certain that Medici is very busy, he wishes he had 48 hours in a day, so it's naturally impossible for him to handle everything perfectly or do everything himself. This is why, at the very beginning, Medici's considerations were not so comprehensive. This cannot be blamed on him, after all, everyone has oversights. Medici had never dealt with such matters before, so there were naturally times when he didn't consider everything thoroughly. However, due to Roland's previous instructions, Medici still specifically went to take a look when arranging for people to destroy Red Street. It was this glance that made Medici discover his oversight, leading to a series of subsequent arrangements. And after this period of effort, Red Street within Medici's sphere of influence has largely been dismantled, with only those particularly hidden ones remaining. For example, the hideout Dissy and others are dealing with this time as one such place. As for the girls who have already been rescued, they are still learning various skills. If all goes well, the first batch of people will be able to graduate and live normal lives in the outside world in a few days. Facing Dissy's admiring and fervent gaze, Klein had to admit he was a bit embarrassed, as he wasn't Medici himself. But since he was currently in character, Klein still glanced at Dissy with a strong sense of conviction, curled a wanton smile, and said with a slightly mocking tone, "Nonsense, what kind of brain do you have? Don't you know your own limits?" While mocking, Klein furiously tapped the imaginary wooden fish in his heart to express his repentance. "I'm sorry, Mr. Dissy, I didn't want to mock you, but Medici is like this." While repenting, Klein also felt some emotion and relief in his heart for the rescued girls. Dissy himself was clearly unfazed by being mocked, or perhaps he was already used to Medici's sharp tongue. He just scratched his head and mumbled, "Isn't that obvious? I don't have a brain like yours, boss." Facing Dissy's self-aware words, Roland smiled, then said, "Since you have important matters to attend to, go quickly. There's no need to waste time on us. The sooner you go, the sooner those girls can be saved." Hearing Roland's words, Dissy almost instinctively glanced at Klein, clearly believing that Medici was the one in charge. "Why are you looking at me? Hurry up and go." Klein glanced at him and said, "Okay, boss, then we'll get busy. See you later." Dissy didn't fuss either. After getting his boss's approval, he quickly led his people to work. After watching them leave, Roland retracted his gaze, then looked at Klein and little Amon, saying, "Let's go, we should continue exploring this city." Klein also retracted his gaze with a slight sigh, and nodded after hearing Roland's words. Little Amon raised his hand at this moment and asked, confused and curious, "What is Red Street?" For a moment, the scene fell silent. Neither Klein nor Roland expected little Amon to ask this suddenly. The latter's gaze immediately fell on him, saying, "Didn't we'll teach you about this?" Little Amon shook his head and honestly said, "No, we'll never mention these things." Roland was silent for a second upon hearing this, then understood what was going on. It was clear that even Will had his pride. When educating little Amon, teaching normal life knowledge and mysticism was fine, but Will naturally couldn't teach him what Red Street or a brothel was. "So what exactly is Red Street?" Little Amon asked again, his expression one of almost pure curiosity. After all, as someone, born less than a month ago, little Amon was, in a sense, truly terrifyingly innocent. Klein realized for the first time that even someone with high emotional intelligence like himself could be at a loss for words. Out of a certain reticence, he was completely unable to explain the existence of Red Street to little Amon. "Spare him, little Amon is still a child. Is this some kind of taboo that can't be mentioned?" Seeing that neither of them answered, little Amon became even more confused. "It's not a taboo," Roland finally spoke. He shook his head, his expression normal, and said, "But it's also not something that needs to be specifically understood, because it's just something that will inevitably be swept into the dustbin of history." Little Amon listened, half understanding. Roland then raised his hand and rubbed his head, as he did when he was a child, saying, "In short, it's not a good thing, understood?" "Oh." Little Amon nodded. He thought for a moment, then said, "So the people there are all very pitiful." Although he didn't know what Red Street was, little Amon had understood the previous conversation. They are a group of pitiful people powerless against fate, Roland said with a sigh. Little Amon showed a thoughtful expression upon hearing this, and he suddenly asked again, then did they have anything to do with us? Chapter 281 You should have more self. Strictly speaking, no. Roland shook his head. He smiled as he looked at little Naya, who was deep in thought, and said, You seem very confused, little Naya. What are you confused about? This was clearly a case of knowing the answer but still asking. As an existence that could easily see through people's hearts, Roland was actually very clear about what little Naya was thinking at this moment. I just don't understand. Little Naya's face showed genuine confusion. He looked at Roland, then at Klein, and said, Since they are completely unrelated people, why do you help them? Why do you feel sad or happy for them? Little Naya truly didn't understand. No matter how cute he was essentially Adam. He had a special kind of humanity and would develop feelings for those around him, but he still severely lacked empathy, lacked true humanity, and thus couldn't comprehend these things. That's a good question. Roland looked at little Naya and suddenly chuckled. He first snapped his fingers to ensure that the people around them wouldn't notice their conversation, then reached out and patted little Naya's head again. His golden eyes looked directly into little Naya's eyes and he said, I once had the same confusion as you. Why did they help people who are completely unrelated to them? Why are their hearts moved by it? Why did they feel sad for people who are completely unrelated? Little Naya met Roland's gaze. He seemed to understand something and asked softly, So, do you understand now? Actually, not completely. Roland gave an answer that was somewhat unexpected, yet not so surprising. I once thought the answer was because they were good people. Although I once struggled to understand good people, I knew that good people do good things without needing a reason. But later, I found that even bad people would, in a certain moment, desperately try to save certain existences. Later, I thought it was because of empathy, because of sympathy, because of the so-called feeling of kinship for one's kind. Roland's eyes held a hint of reminiscence. He said softly, but it seems the answer isn't just that. So what exactly is the answer? Little Naya asked again, his eyes filled with curiosity and stubbornness. He was truly too curious about the answer to this question, because it had troubled him for a long time. The answer is, there is no standard answer. Roland shook his head. At this moment, he smiled, his smile rarely gentle. His gaze swept over the bustling crowd around them, over these people who were striving to live, and finally landed back on little Naya, saying, Humans are very complex creatures, especially the composition of their emotions. It's truly very complex, so complex that even now I haven't fully learned how to be a human. So on this question, different people can give different answers. It might be because of justice, it might be because of responsibility, it might be because of pity, or it might even be out of self-interest, out of fear. I cannot give you an exact answer, because it does not exist. Roland looked at little Naya and said unhurriedly, but if you really need an answer, it's probably because of humanity. Humanity is such a complex thing, containing both beautiful and base parts. Little Naya seemed to understand, yet also seemed not to. He looked at Roland and suddenly asked, Then why do you do all of this? Me. Roland smiled, then said, Probably because it was convenient. Convenient. Little Naya was clearly a bit confused. Just like when you see a cute cat on the street and conveniently feed it, I do these things because it's convenient. Roland answered very frankly. He said, Perhaps you'll be disappointed by this, but I am not the kind of existence that saves others out of a sense of justice. Many times, I just do it because it's convenient. Roland had never possessed a strong sense of justice or morality. Just as he himself said, many times Roland's actions were simply out of convenience. After all, you really can't expect a little Naya to be a good person. The fact that he hasn't destroyed the world is already a sign of his good behavior. This time, little Naya seemed to understand. He gazed at Roland and suddenly said, So you actually don't have much humanity either. I don't deny that. Roland was still very frank. He nodded and said, I am indeed not a very humane existence. But you want me to have humanity, why? Little Naya looked at Roland in confusion, voicing a question he had kept in his heart for a long time. You, who also don't possess much humanity, should theoretically understand me very well, shouldn't you? We should be of the same kind. Roland fell silent. He seemed to sigh, then continued, precisely because we are of the same kind, I understand even more what humanity means to us. Adam, for us, losing humanity is equivalent to losing ourselves, and self is the only thing we truly possess. Roland met little Naya's gaze again, his expression uncharacteristically serious. Without humanity, we are merely beasts, monsters, or madmen dominated by divinity and madness. Little Naya seemed to understand. He asked in a low voice, but what is humanity? I don't know. Roland shook his head, then smiled and said, so I am learning humanity. You should learn too. Little Naya, I never expect you to love everyone, nor do I expect you to become a good person, but you should possess more of yourself. Roland looked at little Naya and said seriously, apart from the self influenced by Beander characteristics. Little Naya was silent for a second after hearing this, then said, like Mr. Azek. I'm glad you thought of that. Roland smiled, nodded, and looked at little Naya, saying, the former death consul was a puppet of the death god, the former Adam was a heartless doll. They both lacked humanity, lacked self. And what about you? After casting off the influence of uniqueness, how much do you truly possess that belongs to you? Roland seemed to be speaking to little Naya, and also to the main body of Adam behind little Naya. You like stealing, you like pranks, you are a true pleasure seeker. You seem to be a very self-possessed existence, but Adam, are these preferences truly from yourself, or are they inherent characteristics of the pathway itself? Little Naya fell silent. Roland continued unhurriedly, I don't completely deny these aspects of yourself, these preferences. They can also be considered part of the special humanity you possess, but you cannot have only these. If you only have these, what difference is there between you and the uniqueness? Even if one day the consciousness belonging to Adam perishes, and only the marauder uniqueness remains active, it will still like stealing and pranks, won't it? These are characteristics belonging to the marauder, but they are not characteristics belonging to you. Chapter 282 Amon's Humanity. Roland paused here before continuing. Ask likes all kinds of love stories, Will only loves ice cream, Medici smokes, drinks, and likes to eat apples, Bethel loves all kinds of gems. They all have their unique hobbies unrelated to their pathway. What about you? Do you have any hobbies outside of the characteristics of your pathway? Little Amon, or rather, Amon's true body whose consciousness had temporarily descended upon this clone, opened his mouth. He wanted to answer the question, but his mind was blank. Because Amon couldn't remember. He couldn't remember any hobbies that were not influenced by his pathway. He liked stealing, liked to play tricks on people, and liked to exploit loopholes, but to put it bluntly, any marauder would more or less have such tendencies. Even Pales, the conscience of the thieves, adhered to the principle of, since I'm here, I might as well steal something, and was happy to watch the excitement and play tricks on people, just with more sense of propriety than Amon. As for exploiting loopholes, that was even easier. But what about beyond these? Do you have any food you particularly like? Do you have a preferred clothing style? Which instrument do you like? What kind of stories do you like? Roland spoke again at this moment. He looked at Amon as if he were looking at a wayward junior, saying unhurriedly. Can you say it? Amon couldn't give an answer. He had lived for many years, from the Third Epoch until now, participating in countless major events, ruining many people's lives, and even reaching the point where everyone wanted to beat him up. He made everyone who knew of his existence turn pale, and countless people hated him to the core. He could be said to be an indispensable existence in the history of the extraordinary domain. But until today, Amon suddenly realized that he couldn't even state what his hobbies were. There were no answers to these questions in his mind. He didn't know what flavors he preferred, because seemingly anything was fine. He didn't care what clothes he wore, even women's clothes were fine. As for instruments, stories, and everything else, Amon couldn't give an answer for a single one. No, perhaps not entirely without one. Amon seemed to have thought of something. He looked up at Roland and said, Father. This wasn't calling Roland Dad, but rather the only answer Amon could think of. His father, the only existence he cared about and was fixated on, the ancient sun god. The uniqueness of the marauder would not be fixated on a fallen sun god, but Amon would. Roland clearly understood this answer. He smiled and looked at Amon, saying, You see, so you're not without an answer. Amon, You actually aren't completely without humanity, otherwise you wouldn't be standing here, and you wouldn't be striving to gain humanity. Roland looked at Amon with rare gentleness, saying, your obsession with the sun god, your love for your father, that is your true humanity. You must grasp it, you must become Amon, not a worm of time. Amon seemed to understand. He suddenly looked up at Roland and asked, then what about your humanity? My humanity, it's probably liking good people. Roland smiled and said frankly, I like good people, I like beautiful things, and I'm willing to work hard for them. That's my initial humanity. Amon didn't seem surprised to hear this. He just looked at Roland and continued, you like good people, so you help them. You like beautiful things, so you promote all of this. Is this what humanity is, liking something and then helping it, achieving it? Sounds about right, doesn't it? Roland blinked, not denying it. So, Amon paused here. He then looked up, his gaze sweeping over everything around him, and said, should I help Father accomplish what he wishes to accomplish? You can do that. Roland looked at him, not nodding but saying, although I don't believe a person should live for someone else's ideas, if you feel that's what you want, then you can do it. However, I personally still suggest that besides that, you cultivate another healthy hobby that doesn't harm others. People shouldn't purely live for another person, and mythical creatures shouldn't either. Roland paused, then added, that sounds very contradictory. Amon looked at him and said, because people themselves are contradictory. Roland shrugged, saying, everyone's ideas are different. Some people don't like living according to others' ideas, while some people like to mold themselves into what others want. Everyone is free to become what they want to be. Hearing this, Amon glanced at Roland thoughtfully and suddenly said, but you want to mold me into what you want. I don't deny that. Roland's smile became brighter. He looked at Amon openly and said, absolute freedom is an offense to others. You can live freely, but the premise is not to infringe upon the freedom of others. This is my principle. Don't you think attempting to interfere with my freedom goes against your principles? Amon pointed this out. No, because you are not a good person. I respect the freedom of good people, but bad people have no human rights in my eyes. Roland looked at Amon quite frankly. He spread his hands and said, after all, I only like good people, so bad people don't count as people in my eyes. Amon was silent for a few seconds because of Roland's words before saying, you are really contradictory. Thank you for the compliment. People are always contradictory, and I'm glad I'm a contradictory person in your eyes. Roland said with a smile. This wasn't even a fake smile, but a genuine one. Amon choked for a moment before saying, I suddenly feel that learning humanity from you is a bad idea. It's okay, you can learn from them. Roland's gaze fell on the bustling crowd around them. He said softly, they are more suitable than I am to teach you what humanity is. Having said this, Roland thought of something else and nudged Klein, who was listening thoughtfully beside him, saying with a smile, of course, if you don't want to learn from them, you can also learn from Klein first. In the field of humanity, he's probably a good teacher. Amon's gaze then fell on Klein. He had shared little Amon's memories when his consciousness descended, which made Amon's gaze towards Klein somewhat subtle. Klein was clearly a bit awkward, but he wasn't nervous or afraid. He just looked at Amon, thought for a moment, and said, I don't know how to teach others to gain humanity, but at least I know the bottom line of being a person. Amon withdrew his gaze. He then looked at Roland again and said, is a bottom line really that important? Of course, a bottom line represents order, and order is the most basic distinction between humans and beasts. Roland looked at Amon and said with a smile, an existence without a bottom line is no different from a beast. Chapter 283, Cowardly and Brave Klein. Amon seemed to be deep in thought. He suddenly noticed Klein beside him, who was looking at him with a slightly worried gaze from time to time. This made Amon look over and suddenly ask, what are you worried about? Caught red-handed, Klein gave an awkward smile. He looked at Amon but said without hesitation, Mr. Amon, although it might be presumptuous to say this, is little Amon still alive? Little Amon is also me, don't you know that? Amon raised his hand and pushed the monocle on his face, saying, I know, but it's still not the same. Klein looked at Amon and said, Mr. Amon also never believed that true creator was still Mr. Sun God, did he? Amon paused at these words. He glanced at Klein and suddenly said, "Little Amon and I have no difference in personality. I am only temporarily descending this time, after this, he will still be himself." Klein visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Amon, however, suddenly spoke, "Then what about you?" "What?" Klein looked at him in confusion. Amon raised his hand and pushed the monocle on his face, saying, "You are not a person of this era, nor are you the original owner of your current body. I am not clear about the specific situation of your current identity, but I think you should have family now. How do you view them, and how do you view yourself? Do you truly believe you are Klein?" This was a somewhat sharp question, but Amon asked it not out of malice, he was simply purely curious. As for how Amon knew Klein's identity as a transmigrator, this was normal. After all, he also had a father who was a former inhabitant, and he had little Amon's memories. It would be strange if he couldn't figure these things out. Klein fell silent. After a long while, he said, "I am indeed not Klein, but I am also not purely Joe Mingrui. I am Joe Mingrui, fused with some of Klein's emotions and memories. This makes me unable to let go of the past, and instinctively treat the family of this era as my own family." Sounds like some kind of spiritual Frankenstein's monster. Amon gave a very cold evaluation. "Perhaps that is exactly my current state." Klein gave a bitter smile, not denying it. He truly could no longer be considered a pure individual. The moment he transmigrated into this era, he was already a Frankenstein's monster in some sense. "Do your current family members know about this?" Amon asked an even sharper question. "They don't know." Klein's voice was a bit dry. "Why?" Amon asked, then as if he had found the answer, said, "Because you are afraid. You are afraid that your family will abandon you if they know the truth. Just as you believe I am different from little Amon, you also clearly know that you are not Klein." Klein fell silent again. "So you see, so-called humanity, it's just like this." Amon curved his lips, looking at Roland as if he had won, and said, "So despicable, so cowardly." Roland did not deny these words. He just looked at Klein, his gaze free of any negative emotions, as if waiting for something. "What, do you think this evasive fellow will give any other answer?" Amon clearly saw something. He also looked at Klein, his gaze a cold scrutiny. This is humanity. They will basely enjoy things that don't belong to them, and they will cowardly avoid things that might hurt them, even if such avoidance is itself a harm to others. From this perspective, what difference is there between them and me? Number Wonder Sun God had such a headache with you. You actually aren't ignorant of humans, you just focus more on the despicable side of human nature. Roland seemed to smile, then said, "And I am better at discovering the good side of human nature. That is our biggest difference." Amon was noncommittal. He was indeed not an easy person to deal with. Even if he was somewhat swayed by Roland's words, he still had a solid set of values. Even if those values weren't entirely upright. So he would learn about human nature because of Sun God's expectations, but he would also question human nature. "I will go and tell them the truth." Klein suddenly spoke at this moment. He raised his head, revealing a smile that was hard to describe as either relieved or self-mocking, yet he said with unusual firmness, "I am indeed a cowardly and despicable person. I clearly knew all of this, yet I still chose to escape. From this perspective, I am truly very bad." Klein looked at Amon and said, "Mr. Amon, thank you for enlightening me." This was not a sudden decision by Klein. In countless nights, Klein had tossed and turned. He had felt uneasy about this concealment, but first for survival, and later out of fear, Klein chose silence, chose to escape. After all, at the end of the day, he was just an ordinary person. But the reason Klein is because he is never a person who will escape to the very end. He fears the truth of transmigration, but he will still seek it, will face it. He fears the confrontation with celestial worthy, but he will still stand up and become lord of the mysteries for others. Cowardice and bravery coexist in Klein, which sounds contradictory, but humans themselves are contradictory. So at this moment, Klein no longer wanted to escape. He chose to face it, even if the outcome might not be what he hoped for. Amon fell silent. He clearly didn't expect Klein to react this way. This made him stare at Klein for a few seconds before suddenly saying, "Even if you lose them because of it. This is what I should bear." Klein did not hesitate. He just remembered something and said, "I should have done this a long time ago. They should know the death of their true family member. I cannot, and am unable to, replace the real Klein. Amon watched Klein. It was hard to say what this king of angels was thinking at this moment. He just suddenly scoffed and said, "Foolish behavior." Klein did not get angry at this evaluation. He just looked at Roland and said with a slight apology, "Mr. Lucifer, I probably can't play Mr. Medici right now. I want to ask for a leave, can I?" "You may." Roland seemed unsurprised by Klein's choice. He nodded and said, "I can send you back, do you need me to?" "Thank you, Mr. Lucifer." Klein managed a faint smile. Roland did not delay in sending Klein back. He quickly sent Klein back to Tingen, but he also had no intention of interfering with Klein's private matters. He very appropriately only sent Klein to Tingen and watched him board a trackless carriage and leave. "I don't understand." After Klein left, Amon, who had been silently following them, spoke again, "This is not a wise choice." "No, you actually understand." Roland turned his head to look at him, smiling, "Otherwise, why don't you acknowledge true creator? Is denying true creator is equal to sun god a wise choice for you?" Amon fell silent. Roland then turned his head back, looking into the distance as he said, "This is human nature, both despicable and beautiful human nature." Chapter 284 I'm not Klein. Melissa had been busy with her studies lately. With her excellent talent in STEAM, she was diligently preparing for the university entrance exams in Backland next year. For this, Benson had even specially hired a private tutor for Melissa to help her with her lessons. Benson himself had also resigned from his original job during this period and had been studying at home, preparing for the official civil service examination later. Klein had left a large sum of money for his family before leaving Tingen, enough to support both of them in full-time study. Knock, knock, knock. A knock on the door suddenly sounded, and Melissa, who was sitting at her desk reviewing the knowledge points she had learned yesterday, looked towards the door with some surprise. She then got up, walked over, and opened the door, only to find a familiar figure outside. "Klein, you're back," Melissa exclaimed with a touch of pleasant surprise. She then turned back and called out to the room, "Benson, Klein is back." After informing her older brother inside, Melissa looked at Klein again, and this glance made her can't help but frown. Because Melissa found that Klein seemed to be in a poor state. What happened? What occurred? Was he fired? Several thoughts flashed through Melissa's mind at once, causing her to look at Klein with concern and ask cautiously, "Klein, what happened? What is it?" Benson also rushed out of the room at this moment, and it was clear that he was also a little excited. As an adult, he naturally noticed the slightly subtle atmosphere at the scene. Benson then looked at Klein, paused briefly, and then showed a smile, saying, "Don't all stand at the door. Come inside first. Even if there's something, we should talk about it inside first." Klein stood at the doorway, looking at Melissa and Benson's expressions that hinted at worry. He sighed in his heart, feeling an indescribable complexity. But what he was about to say was indeed not suitable to be discussed standing at the door, so Klein nodded, meeting the gazes of the siblings, and entered the house. "Coffee?" Benson asked Klein, preparing to make coffee. "No need, Benson." Klein shook his head, stopping him. He then took a deep breath, gathered his courage, and looked up, his gaze sweeping over Melissa with a slight reluctance before falling on Benson. Klein's expression became serious as he said, "Benson, Melissa, I have something very important to discuss with you." Benson and Melissa exchanged glances. Although both were a bit bewildered, they could both see Klein's seriousness. So, the former nodded and said, "All right." The three then sat down in front of the coffee table. Benson, as the head of the household, after some deliberation, looked at Klein and asked with a slight caution, "Klein, has something bad happened?" Melissa also looked at Klein with concern, saying, "You can tell us anything, Klein. We are all your family, and we can solve problems together." Facing Benson and Melissa's concern, Klein gave a wry smile. Such fervent concern made him instinctively flinch, as if reason and emotion were pulling at him at that moment, circling in his ears like a demonic hell. "Why must you tell them the truth? Wouldn't it be even sadder to let them know that the real Klein is dead? Anyway, they haven't discovered the truth, and you are indeed Klein in some sense. But it's precisely because they are such good people that I cannot take it for granted and hide these things." Klein murmured in a low voice, strengthening his resolve to tell them the truth. He then looked at them and said, I am not Klein. What? Benson and Melissa were both stunned. At that instant, both suspected they had misheard. Benson looked at Klein, forcing a smile, and said, "Did I hear wrong just now?" "You didn't hear wrong. I am not Klein Moretti. I am just a lonely spirit who revived by borrowing his body. Klein is already dead." Klein looked at Benson, speaking despite the cruelty. "Impossible." Melissa stood up with a start. She stared at Klein, or rather, at Zhou Mingrui, incredulously, her voice sharp with emotion. "You're lying to me." Benson didn't react as strongly as Melissa, but from his dilated pupils, it was clear that his emotions were also out of control at that moment. "I am very sorry, but this is the truth." Zhou Mingrui lowered his eyes. Although his heart was also enduring pain, he still said, "I am sorry for presumptuously using your family member's body and identity. I am truly sorry." Benson seemed to finally come to his senses. He looked at Zhou Mingrui, seeing his apology, his guilt, and also his pain. The person in front of him was also suffering because of this fact. At this moment, Benson suddenly realized that the person in front of him was by no means an aggressor. This made Benson close his eyes. He took a deep breath, seemingly forcing himself to calm down, before opening his eyes and looking at Zhou Mingrui, asking, "How did Klein die?" "You didn't kill him, did you?" "I don't know if you know, but a few months ago, in June, Zhou Mingrui had no intention of hiding the truth. Even though it involved some extraordinary powers, these pieces of knowledge were not the kind that would bring danger if revealed." So, Zhou Mingrui recounted in detail how Klein Moretti was involved in the Antigonus notebook incident and thus died from black divination. Finally, Zhou Mingrui lowered his eyes and said, "After Klein's death, before you discovered it, I, for certain reasons, accidentally entered this body and then revived using this body. The Klein you interacted with afterward was me." "Impossible." Melissa bit her lower lip tightly. She stared at the young man in front of her, and as various past events flashed through her mind, she suddenly seemed to understand, yet also seemed distraught, saying, no wonder, Klein never used to cook before. I actually didn't notice. Why didn't I notice?" Tears blurred Melissa's vision at that moment. She suddenly found herself unable to speak, only sorrow and pain engulfing her heart. Benson also raised a hand to wipe the corners of his eyes. He forced himself to remain calm as he looked at Zhou Mingrui, saying, "So Klein was indeed not killed by you, and you didn't intentionally occupy this body, right?" "Yes." Zhou Mingrui nodded. He looked at Melissa, who was too sad to control herself, and Benson, who pretended to be calm but whose details had long betrayed him. He instinctively wanted to comfort them, but he swallowed the words before they could leave his mouth. After all, what right did he have to comfort them? Perhaps his comfort would only make them sadder. Chapter 285 Klein holds a funeral. "I understand." Benson nodded. He took another deep breath before looking at Zhou Mingrui. After seeing the worry and sadness in his eyes, he paused and said, "So this was an accident." "This isn't your fault, sir." Hearing this almost comforting remark, Zhou Mingrui suddenly felt a pang in his nose and a bit of grievance, especially because of the word, sir. Even though Zhou Mingrui knew this address was normal, the part of Klein's emotions he had merged with, and the genuine feelings he had developed with Benson and Melissa during this time, still made him feel a little wronged. "Not like this, Zhou Mingrui. You can't." Zhou Mingrui tried to suppress the surging emotions in his heart. He looked at Benson and said, "But whether it was an accident or not, I replaced Klein, and I've hidden it from you all for so long. I really. Why?" Before Zhou Mingrui could finish, Melissa suddenly interrupted him. The young girl stared intently at Zhou Mingrui and said, "Why are you so much like Klein? Why do you know I like lemon cake?" She sounded like she was questioning, like she was venting, yet there was a hint of imperceptible expectation. Zhou Mingrui met her amber eyes, and his heart ached. Then he spoke truthfully, "Because I merged with part of Klein's emotions and memories. Sometimes, I would think of myself as him." Melissa gave a desolate smile upon hearing this answer. She slumped back onto the sofa, her eyes vacant, lost in thought. A hint of realization also appeared in Benson's eyes. He looked at Zhou Mingrui, his gaze complex in that moment. At this moment, Zhou Mingrui somewhat dared not look at them anymore. He lowered his eyes and said, "I know this has caused you great pain. I don't know how I can compensate you. No need for compensation. Benson suddenly interrupted him. He looked at Zhou Mingrui, sighed, and then said, "You haven't done anything bad to us, and you're not the murderer who killed Klein. Entering, his body was just an accident. If you truly feel guilty, the money you've given us during this time is already enough as compensation. You don't need to feel guilty anymore." Why? Zhou Mingrui looked up at Benson, sniffled, and asked in a somewhat hoarse voice, "Aren't you blaming me?" "Because it's not your fault." Benson shook his head. He looked at Zhou Mingrui as if recalling something, his eyes a little dazed as he said, "Klein was a very good child, and you are also a very good person. This incident isn't anyone's fault, it's just, this damned fate." Benson suddenly cursed. As if he could no longer suppress his emotions, he covered his face with his hand, muttering something in a low voice, then stood up and said, "Sorry, I need to go to the washroom." Without waiting for Zhou Mingrui's reply, Benson got up and hurried to the washroom. After he left, the room fell silent for a while, with only Melissa's soft sobs audible. After this silence lasted for some time, Melissa suddenly looked up at Zhou Mingrui and said, Klein, when he left, was he in pain?" Melissa spoke with difficulty, but she persisted, her amber eyes looking at Zhou Mingrui with a certain stubbornness. "I don't know. I don't have the memories of his suicide, but it shouldn't have been painful." Zhou Mingrui shook his head. He indeed didn't know if Klein Moretti was in pain when he died, but the other party committed suicide with a pistol, a single shot to the head, which theoretically should not have been painful. That's good," Melissa murmured. She lowered her head again and began to sob softly. At this moment, Benson finally emerged from the washroom. There were still unwiped water marks on his face, and judging by his eyes, he had definitely been crying for quite some time. "Sorry for the wait." Benson sat back down on the sofa. He looked at the young man in front of him and asked, "I forgot to ask earlier, how should I address you?" Zhou Mingrui, my former name was Zhou Mingrui replied. Benson chewed on the name. Although he found it a bit strange, he didn't think much of it. He just looked at Zhou Mingrui and asked, "Mr. Zhou Mingrui, I'm very curious. Since you've hidden it for so long and we never found out, why did you suddenly tell us the truth?" "Because you should know the truth." Zhou Mingrui took a deep breath and looked at Benson, saying, "I cannot, and should not, hide these things from you. I cannot take your family affection for granted, it shouldn't belong to me." Benson fell silent upon hearing this. He looked at Zhou Mingrui and suddenly said, "You really are very much like Klein." Zhou Mingrui pursed his lips upon hearing this and said nothing. Sigh. Benson sighed. He looked at Zhou Mingrui, seemingly recalling something, and said, "You just said that you merged with part of Klein's emotions and memories, and would think of yourself as him. Is that why you also consider us family, right?" Benson was not foolish. On the contrary, he was very perceptive, and it was precisely because of this that he directly saw through this fact. "Yes." Zhou Mingrui nodded. "But you also know very well that you are not Klein, and we." Benson paused here, as if emotions were welling up, which made his voice slightly choked. "We also cannot treat you as Klein. That wouldn't be fair to Klein, and it wouldn't be fair to you either." "I'm very sorry." Zhou Mingrui could only say that. His usual high emotional intelligence was useless at this moment. He could only say, "If you mind very much, I can stay out of your sight. However, I might not be able to return this body to you for a while, but when I can leave it, I will return it to you." Would that have a big impact on you?" Benson interrupted him and asked. "Very big." Zhou Mingrui did not hide it and nodded honestly. Losing one's body is no small matter for any Beander. Even a trickmaster can only swap between their main body and their puppet, not directly abandon their main body. "I understand." Benson seemed to have made a decision. He murmured, "Although it's not good to make decisions on behalf of Klein, he should forgive me, his brother." Then Benson looked at Zhou Mingrui and said, "Mr. Zhou Mingrui, you don't have to return the body. You are also innocent in this matter. Since you have been revived, then continue to live. Live well. However," Benson paused here before continuing, "we might need to hold a funeral for Klein. Will this affect you?" Chapter 286 I Want to Hate You. "No." Zhou Mingrui shook his head. "That's good," Benson said, then suddenly fell silent, wondering what he was thinking. After a long while, he looked at Zhou Mingrui again, then forced a smile and extended his hand, saying, "Let's reintroduce ourselves. I'm Benson Moretti." Zhou Mingrui extended his hand and grasped it, likewise forcing a smile. "I'm sorry, I can't see you as Klein anymore, but I also can't treat you as a stranger." Benson released his hand. He looked at Zhou Mingrui and said, "I thought about whether to keep you away from us, but that would also be hurting you. You shouldn't be hurt because of this." Benson was a very good person, otherwise, he wouldn't have raised Melissa and Klein. Precisely because of this, Benson could neither vent his anger on the young man before him nor ignore the other's sorrow. He couldn't see the other as Klein or a substitute for Klein, yet he couldn't ignore the part of Klein on the other's body. Benson closed his eyes, and the past few months flashed through his mind. He couldn't deny, and it was impossible to deny, that even though he knew the person in front of him wasn't his familiar younger brother, he still couldn't feel disgust towards this person in his memory. The other's feelings for them were real, and although their feelings for the other were misplaced, they couldn't be said to be entirely false. Benson reopened his eyes. He looked at Zhou Mingrui and said, "I don't know what Melissa is thinking, but He paused before continuing, "I can probably treat you as a new friend or family member. Not a substitute for Klein, but a brand new family member." At this point, Benson looked at Melissa. She had stopped sobbing at some point and, feeling his gaze, also raised her head. "Melissa, what do you think?" Benson asked softly. Melissa's eyes, red from crying, looked at Benson. She seemed to be thinking about something, and after a few seconds, she shifted her gaze. This time, Melissa looked at Zhou Mingrui. Zhou Mingrui let her scrutinize him, his heart undeniably tense. After a long scrutiny of Zhou Mingrui, Melissa lowered her eyes and said, "You really are very similar to Klein, but you are also very different. I couldn't see it before, but now." She forced a smile, devoid of any joy, instead filled with bitterness, and said, "Klein wasn't as smart as you, not as capable as you, but he truly worked very hard to become better, very hard to find a good job and help Benson." "I'm very sorry." At this moment, Zhou Mingrui could only say that. "You don't need to apologize, this isn't your fault." "I understand this isn't your fault." Melissa shook her head. She seemed a little lost in thought, perhaps recalling something, and it was a long while before she spoke again. "Actually, I wanted to hate you. You replaced my brother, even if it wasn't intentional. I should hate you. I'm very sorry." Zhou Mingrui's heart was bitter. "But I can't." Melissa finally looked up at Zhou Mingrui, her amber eyes filling with tears again. "I can't hate you. I can't hate someone who loves us. Your eyes, your expression, and all the memories connected to you tell me that you love us, just as Klein loved us. You're in pain, just as we are. You are not the murderer who killed Klein. You are just an innocent person deeply affected by Klein. I can't hate you, I can't even dislike you." Melissa looked at Zhou Mingrui, her eyes red, and said, "I know that even if the real Klein were here, he wouldn't be able to dislike someone like you. He might even be happy that after he left, there's still someone like you to take care of us. Why do you have to be so good? If you were one of those bad guys described in stories and dramas who act recklessly after replacing others, then I could hate you." Melissa seemed to be questioning, or perhaps just simply venting. Her voice choked, and she looked at Zhou Mingrui, continuing, "Why do you have to suffer and be sad about this, just like us?" Zhou Mingrui couldn't answer. He gazed at Melissa's pained eyes, his heart similarly torn with agony. "Answer me, why?" Melissa, however, suddenly seemed angered by his silence. She stood up, grabbed Zhou Mingrui's collar, and demanded. Zhou Mingrui met her gaze. He finally couldn't suppress the surging emotions in his heart and said, "Because I also consider you family, even if I'm not Klein." An answer that had long been revealed made Melissa recoil as if she had been shocked. Melissa finally seemed unable to bear such intense emotional fluctuations and closed her eyes, falling back onto the sofa, seemingly having fainted. Melissa. Both were greatly alarmed at the sight. Benson rushed over to check on Melissa and was about to take her to the hospital, but he was stopped. Melissa hadn't truly fainted. She opened her eyes and grabbed Benson's hand, saying, "No need to go to the hospital, I'm fine. I should leave first." Seeing that Melissa was fine, Joe Mingrui sighed in relief while speaking with difficulty. No. Melissa shook her head. She didn't immediately explain why she didn't want Joe Mingrui to leave. She just reached out her other hand and grabbed the hem of Joe Mingrui's clothes, who had also rushed over. Joe Mingrui was a little at a loss but didn't dare to break free, so he could only stand there stiffly. After a moment of silence, Melissa seemed to finally gather some strength. She looked at Joe Mingrui and said, "I can't treat you as Klein." "I know," Joe Mingrui's voice was dry. "I'm also not as mature as Benson, to be able to treat you as a new family member." Melissa paused here before continuing, "But I also can't ignore your pain, ignore those past events. So, let's just leave it at that." Melissa closed her eyes, and upon reopening them, said, "From today onwards, I will see you as Klein's friend. You are influenced by Klein's memories and emotions, seeing us as family. In a sense, it's probably equivalent to someone who came to take care of us at Klein's behest. Can you do that?" Melissa looked at Joe Mingrui and asked. Quote. Yes, Joe Mingrui could hardly describe his feelings at that moment. He just nodded under Melissa's gaze, then forced a smile and said, "Then let's reintroduce ourselves, Melissa. I'm Joe Mingrui, your brother's friend, here at his invitation to take care of you." "Hello, Mr. Joe Mingrui, I'm Melissa Moretti." Melissa finally managed a faint smile and said, "It's a pleasure to meet you." Joe Mingrui attended Klein Moretti's funeral. Because there was no body, Benson and Melissa chose to bury clothes that once belonged to Klein Moretti in place of the remains. At the same time, Benson and Melissa also informed Klein's friends, but did not notify Dunn and others. These people knew Joe Mingrui, not the real Klein. Chapter 287 Funeral and Rebirth. The funeral proceeded smoothly, with Joe Mingrui participating throughout as Gehrman Sparrow, an alter ego, and as a friend of Klein. Gehrman Sparrow was another identity Klein would use in the rebel army, distinct from the Medici identity. The reason Joe Mingrui chose to use this alter ego for the funeral was simple: he couldn't continue appearing as Klein, as it would hurt Benson and Melissa and potentially scare unrelated people. And the Gehrman Sparrow alter ego, at Mr. Lucifer's suggestion, was based on Joe Mingrui's appearance before his transmigration. In a sense, Joe Mingrui attending the funeral with this alter ego was akin to him attending his own funeral. It wasn't until the tombstone was erected and the coffin completely covered by earth that Joe Mingrui realized, somewhat dazed, that from today onward, Klein Moretti was truly dead. From today onward, he could be Joe Mingrui, he could be Sherlock Moriarty, he could be the rebel army's Gehrman Sparrow, but he would no longer be Klein Moretti. Even though he actually had a part that belonged to Klein. "Are you all right?" A gentle voice tinged with concern sounded beside him. Joe Mingrui looked up and realized it was Mr. Azik. He had also attended Klein Moretti's funeral. "I am very sorry, Mr. Azik, for having concealed my true identity from you all this time." Joe Mingrui sighed. During the time spent preparing for the funeral, he had also written to Mr. Azik to inform him of the truth. After all, Mr. Azik's initial acquaintance was not him, but the real Klein. "There's no need to apologize to me, you have nothing to be sorry for." Mr. Azik shook his head. He turned his head to look at the tombstone, also sighing. To Mr. Azik, Klein was just an ordinary student. Although their relationship was decent, it wasn't particularly close. Mr. Azik's relationship with Joe Mingrui only grew closer after Joe Mingrui replaced Klein, developing into the present mentor-friend, father-son-like bond. It was precisely for this reason that after learning the truth, Mr. Azik did not find it as difficult to accept as Benson and Melissa. He nearly sighed, a sigh for this damn fate. Joe Mingrui heard Mr. Azik's words and forced a smile, then looked at the tombstone and said, "Sometimes I wonder, between living in this unfamiliar era and dying in the apocalypse back then, which would have been a better outcome for me." Mr. Azik did not speak when he heard this, simply watching him quietly. "But it's definitely better to be alive, isn't it? At least this way I can still do what I can, whether it's saving the world or..." Joe Mingrui turned his head to glance at Benson and Melissa beside him, not finishing his sentence. But Mr. Azik understood his meaning. He understood that Joe Mingrui wanted to take care of Benson and Melissa, regardless of how they viewed him now. Mr. Azik suddenly said, "A long time ago, I did something similar to you. I also once lived by impersonating others. Zhou Mingrui froze for a moment, then turned his head to look at him. At first, I didn't think it was wrong, but later, I still voluntarily discarded that mask that allowed me to become someone else and live as someone else. Mr. Azik lowered his eyes, as if reminiscing. He continued, Zhou Mingrui, you don't have to live as anyone else, nor do you have to take on any responsibility that doesn't belong to you. You can take care of them, but don't treat yourself as a substitute, that will only bring pain to both you and them. I know, thank you, Mr. Azik. Zhou Mingrui smiled, his smile finally less strained. He said, I won't see myself as a substitute. I am very clear that I am Zhou Mingrui, who has integrated some of Klein's emotions and memories. Because of Klein's emotions and memories, and because of the time we've spent together, I consider them family. But my core is still Zhou Mingrui, I will not be anyone's substitute. That's good. Mr. Azik withdrew his gaze, feeling somewhat relieved. He knew very well the pain of experiencing such a thing, and precisely because of that, he was more worried that Zhou Mingrui would overthink it. But clearly, the situation Mr. Azik feared most did not occur. He had to admit, this made him breathe a sigh of relief. After the funeral concluded, Zhou Mingrui sent Benson and Melissa home. Thank you for your help during this time. You must have your own things to attend to, right? After thanking him, Benson looked at Zhou Mingrui and asked, I do have some things to attend to. Zhou Mingrui nodded, not concealing it. Then go attend to your own work. Melissa and I can take care of ourselves. Benson continued, then, as if remembering something, asked, if I need to write to you, it's still the same address, right? Yes. Zhou Mingrui nodded. Although he would be in Border City for a while, if Benson and Melissa wrote to him and sent it to the villa, someone would naturally deliver it to him. That's good. Benson paused here. He looked at the young man before him, whose face was unfamiliar but whose expression was incredibly familiar, and suddenly sighed, reaching out to ruffle his hair. Zhou Mingrui was clearly stunned, not expecting the other party to do that so suddenly. Don't be sad anymore. Whether as a friend or newly found family, I hope you can be happier. Benson spoke earnestly, saying, what happened to Klein, it's irreversible. We will live on carrying Klein's part, but we will also look forward, and so will you. Melissa stared at Zhou Mingrui for a moment, then also spoke, if Klein saw us all so sad for him, he would probably be sad too. I'm sorry, to have you comfort me in turn. Zhou Mingrui instinctively apologized. Then he looked at the two in front of him and finally couldn't help but say, may I hug you too? You may. Benson and Melissa exchanged glances and both nodded. Then the three embraced. It was a very light hug, yet incredibly warm. Go, Zhou Mingrui, go alive well, don't worry too much about us. This is not your responsibility to bear, you are free. Benson said, his expression like someone giving instructions to a family member about to embark on a long journey. We held a funeral for Klein, this is his end, but this should not be your end. I hope you see it as a new beginning. Melissa then softly said, goodbye, Zhou Mingrui. Goodbye, Benson. Goodbye, Melissa. Zhou Mingrui let go of them. He seemed to have drawn strength from this hug, and also to have confirmed something from Benson and Melissa's actions. He finally showed a relieved smile, then turned and walked into the crowd. After his figure disappeared, Benson softly said, we lost a family member, but we also gained a new one. He is not Klein, but he also loves us, just as we cannot sever our feelings for him. Melissa also watched in the direction Zhou Mingrui left. She did not refute Benson's words, only saying, if Klein were still alive, they probably really could have become very good friends. Chapter 288 Summoning the Real Klein. Roland also attended Klein Moretti's funeral, but he did not show up at the funeral, only silently watching the developments. It wasn't until Zhou Mingrui finished embracing the Moretti siblings and walked into the crowd with a sense of relief that Roland quietly appeared beside him. Mr. Lucifer, good afternoon. I apologize for the long delay. I can go back to work now. Zhou Mingrui naturally noticed Roland suddenly appearing beside him, turned his head to look at him, and greeted him with a smile, looking much better. How do you feel now? Roland looked at him and asked with a smile, with some concern in his eyes. It's complicated. I feel a bit relieved, like a huge stone in my heart has finally dropped, but also a little sad. I am not their true family after all. Zhou Mingrui sighed, his hand on his chest, speaking with a slightly complex expression. But that's not a bad thing, is it? Roland was not surprised by Zhou Mingrui's words. He just looked at him and said, the Moretti family's affection is poisoned honey given to you by fate. You can enjoy it, but with your personality, as long as you don't confess, you will always live in pain. Confessing everything, while it will tear your soul and cause you immense pain, is also like removing the rotten flesh from a wound, allowing the wound to truly heal. From today onwards, you no longer have to feel pain for this, and you will gain the true affection from the Moretti family that belongs to you. As Roland said this, he suddenly raised his hand and rubbed Zhou Mingrui's head, his smile uncharacteristically gentle, saying, from now on, you truly live in this world as yourself. Zhou Mingrui looked at Roland with a slightly complex expression upon hearing this. After a second of silence, he cautiously asked, Mr. Lucifer, are you all right? So suddenly gentle, he was really scared. Roland's smile paused, then he pulled hard with his hand. Hiss. Ouch, ouch, ouch. It's going to be pulled off, my hair is going to be pulled off. Zhou Mingrui gasped, quickly begging for mercy, I'm sorry, Mr. Lucifer, I was just joking. I really didn't mean that you're usually not gentle. HMPH. Roland sneered, but still let go of his hand. Then he shook his palm and saw several strands of hair fall between his fingers. Clearly, someone had really used force just now. Zhou Mingrui, on the other hand, felt a little distressed as he fumbled on his head. Although as a faceless, he theoretically wasn't afraid of truly going bald, it would still be quite devilish if a patch was actually pulled bald. Fortunately, although Roland's strength was great, he didn't use it to that extent. The result of the fumbling was that only a few strands of hair fell out. Good, not really bald. Zhou Mingrui patted his chest as if relieved. Your personality seems a bit more lively. Roland looked at him like that, raised an eyebrow, and suddenly said out of the blue. Maybe because my emotions are a bit out of control. Zhou Mingrui paused, a little embarrassed, saying, sorry, I really can't control my emotions very well right now. Roland stared at him for a couple of seconds upon hearing this, and when Zhou Mingrui was starting to feel a little creeped out, he chuckled and said, I was worried you would cry and make a fuss. It seems you're recovering quite well. Upon hearing this, Zhou Mingrui was silent for a second, then showed a relieved smile and said, actually, I did want to cry. I lost them, and a part of my soul was incredibly sad. But I wasn't that sad, because I regained them, as Zhou Mingrui. He was indeed no longer Benson and Melissa's younger brother or older brother, but he was also a newly recognized family member by Benson, and a friend of her brother tacitly accepted by Melissa. For Zhou Mingrui, this was already a very good outcome. It's just a bit unfair to Klein. Zhou Mingrui suddenly seemed to think of this as he spoke, looking at Roland with hesitation. Zhou Mingrui suddenly thought, if Mr. Lucifer could summon his parents, then could he summon the unfortunate, Klein Moretti, who died young? What are you thinking? Roland glanced at him and chuckled. Mr. Lucifer. Zhou Mingrui was clearly hesitant, but still said, can I see Klein? The former Klein Moretti. Roland was not surprised by this answer. He just looked at Zhou Mingrui and said with a smile, everything has a price. If you want to see Klein, if you want Klein to see his family, you can, but it must be an equal exchange. Every time he sees his family, you will see your family one less time accordingly. This made Zhou Mingrui hesitate for a second, but it was only for a second. He then smiled and looked at Roland, saying, okay, this is the price I should pay. Roland raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Although he was not surprised by this answer, he still stared at Zhou Mingrui for a few more seconds before saying with a sigh, you are indeed a good teacher. Zhou Mingrui was a little puzzled and took a moment to realize that the teacher the other party was referring to was probably a humanity teacher. This made Zhou Mingrui say with a slight embarrassment, I'm just doing what I should do. Roland then smiled and continued, let's go. Don't you hope Klein can reunite with his family? It's naturally impossible for them to reunite here. Shouldn't we summon Klein first and explain the situation? Zhou Mingrui asked as he followed him. No need, and the family being present can also stabilize Klein's emotions to a certain extent, can't it? Roland said this, then led Zhou Mingrui back to the Moretti family's doorstep and knocked on the door. Who is it? Oh, Joe Mingrui. The door opened quickly. It was Benson who opened it. He looked at Roland at the door with some surprise, then his gaze fell on Joe Mingrui, and he asked with a slight doubt, "What's wrong, Joe Mingrui? Did you leave something behind? And who is this gentleman? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lucifer, and I suppose I am this idiot's elder." Roland showed a perfect smile to Benson, and Melissa, who followed behind him, holding a coffee cup and peering out the door, then continued. "This idiot asked me for help regarding your matter and paid a great price for it. So, next, I will summon Mr. Klein Moretti from the past for a brief meeting with you. Of course, if you wish to refuse, I have no objections." Clatter. Melissa's coffee cup slipped from her hand and shattered on the floor, but she paid it no mind. She just asked almost eagerly, "Are you telling the truth? We can see Klein again." Chapter 289 Price. Benson's pupils also trembled, but he barely maintained his composure on the surface. He then quickly said, "The doorway is not the place to talk. Everyone, come in first." After ushering them inside and seating them on the sofa, Benson mechanically but swiftly brewed tea. As he handed the tea to Roland, he asked, "Mr. Lucifer, what did you mean by what you just said?" His face held a mix of tension and hope. The literal meaning. Roland took the black tea, took a sip, then placed the teacup on the table. He smiled and looked at Benson, saying, "I have a unique ability to summon people from the past to the present. Although the current Klein Moretti is dead, he is still alive in the past timeline." That sounds too incredible. Benson's pupils trembled again. He had originally thought it was some kind of necromancy, as similar legends are not uncommon in urban folklore. Although Benson didn't know if those stories were true, he still had some imagination regarding them. Who would have thought that the person opposite would open his mouth and talk about summoning someone from a past timeline? This operation completely bewildered Benson. However, Benson wasn't bewildered for long. After all, he didn't understand the Beander domain, and his only understanding came from Joe Mingrui's introduction not long ago. So, while he found it outrageous, he hadn't fully realized just how outrageous it was. Because of this, Benson merely took a sip of tea to calm the shock in his heart. Then he looked at Roland again, as if he had thought of something, and asked solemnly, "Will doing this affect Klein?" "No." Roland shook his head and said indifferently, "Summoning will not have any impact on Klein Moretti himself. Or rather, the only impact will probably be that he will come alive in the present, even if only for a very short time." Hearing this, Benson visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Then he seemed to think of something else, glanced at Joe Mingrui beside him, and asked solemnly again, "Then what did Joe Mingrui pay for this? Can we share this price?" Hearing this, Roland looked at him deeply, then smiled and said, "The price he paid is very simple. Joe Mingrui's relatives have also passed away. For some reasons, I made a deal with him, allowing him to see his relatives once a month. And now, he has shared this reward with you. Every time you see Klein, he will see his own relatives one less time." Upon hearing this, both Benson and Melissa were stunned. They looked at Joe Mingrui in unison, their gazes complex yet gentle. Joe Mingrui, who had originally wanted to stop Roland but didn't have time, suddenly felt a little flustered under such gazes. "Joe Mingrui, you." Sigh. Benson sighed and exclaimed, yet also shook his head with relief. His gaze towards Joe Mingrui grew even softer. He then looked at Roland and solemnly said, "Mr. Lucifer, I wonder if we can pay the price for meeting Klein ourselves." "Why pay for it yourselves? He is willing to pay these prices for you. Why not enjoy it with peace of mind?" Roland neither nodded nor shook his head, but merely smiled as he looked at Benson. "Because this shouldn't be the price Joe Mingrui pays." Benson shook his head and said firmly, "I understand the pain of losing family, and precisely because of that, I cannot take for granted the opportunity to reunite Joe Mingrui with his family." Speaking of this, Benson became a little flustered again, saying, "Of course, I know I'm just an ordinary person and don't have much wealth. But no matter what, I will do my best to pay this price." Roland watched him, then suddenly smiled. He then looked at Melissa and asked, "Melissa, what do you think?" Melissa probably didn't expect Roland to suddenly ask her. She was stunned for a moment, then she reacted and said nervously but seriously, "I share Benson's thoughts. I really want to see Klein again, but it shouldn't come at the cost of harming Zhou Mingrui. You too. Zhou Mingrui was clearly a little exasperated. He pursed his lips, his mood complex, and he subconsciously looked at Roland. You really are two peas in a pod. Roland watched them in silence, then suddenly smiled. Then his expression became serious as he looked at Benson and Melissa, saying, I can make a deal with you. For Zhou Mingrui's sake, and for the good lesson about family affection you've taught me, I can give you an opportunity. Please tell us. Both Benson and Melissa grew tense. Zhou Mingrui, standing nearby, was no less tense than the siblings. Although he trusted Mr. Lucifer's character and believed he wouldn't propose unreasonable conditions, he still couldn't help but feel nervous. Roland, unhurriedly, pulled out 2 documents from somewhere and handed them to the siblings. Work agreement. Benson looked at the title on the document with a slight surprise, not understanding what this development meant. As my employees, you can reunite with your family once every 3 months with my help. Although you are far from meeting my recruitment standards, considering you are connected, this counts as a special recruitment. Roland said frankly, the specific content of this job is clearly written in the document. You can read it yourselves. Roland doesn't help just anyone. After all, there are countless people in the world who want to reunite with their deceased loved ones, and he has no interest in helping them one by one. Roland's core nature has always been a rather indifferent existence. However, since the Moretti family involves Zhou Mingrui, to completely eliminate this potential family-related problem, Roland doesn't mind helping with this small favor. Hearing Roland's words, Benson and Melissa exchanged glances, then each picked up a document to read. They then discovered that it was indeed a very formal and serious work agreement, which even stipulated an 8-hour workday and a 2-day weekend. Moreover, the work agreement also specified the remuneration, £5 per week during the internship, doubled after becoming a full-time employee. If there were future promotions, the salary would increase further. It also stated that there was a contribution point system in their work, and after accumulating contribution points, they could exchange them for additional rewards, such as becoming a Beander. It must be said that the content of this work agreement far exceeded the siblings' expectations, making them feel as if a pie had fallen from the sky. Benson was the first to recover. He put down the document and looked at Roland, asking, Mr. Lucifer, this document doesn't seem to specify our exact job duties. No, it's written here. Roland shook his head. He opened the document and pointed to a line, saying, your only job is to obey my commands and do the work I assign. The more specific content isn't written because I'm not yet sure what kind of work you can handle. Of course, you don't have to worry about what I'll do to you. Roland said this, looked at Benson and Melissa, and smiled, with my strength, if I wanted to do anything to you, it wouldn't matter whether you signed the agreement or not. Benson pursed his lips upon hearing this, offering no rebuttal. A person with such miraculous power could indeed easily manipulate him and Melissa. Chapter 290 Will you become my family? Moreover, he trusted Zhou Mingrui. Benson glanced at Zhou Mingrui beside him, finally making up his mind. He looked at Roland and said, I have no problem and can sign this agreement. However, Melissa is still young, and perhaps she can only officially work after finishing university. I wonder if you can allow this. Yes. Roland looked at him, saw through his little scheme, and nodded indifferently. For Roland, the Moretti siblings were positioned as emotional comforters, and they didn't need to do any real work. It was enough for them to stably serve as Zhou Mingrui's anchor. Ultimately, everything Roland did above was just to further test whether the Moretti family was worth Zhou Mingrui's dedication. Who made him such a protective guy? After both parties reached a consensus, Benson and Melissa signed the work agreement without hesitation. Roland put away the agreement, then snapped his fingers. Clap. A scholarly figure quickly materialized in the air. Klein Moretti opened his eyes in confusion, his gaze falling upon the people around him, and he couldn't help but be stunned. Where is this? Wasn't he writing in his diary at home? Klein. Just as Klein Moretti was in a daze, Melissa had already rushed over and hugged her silly brother. Melissa. Oh, why are you crying? Who bullied you? Tell me. Klein Moretti, who had just been bewildered, immediately became flustered, fumbling to comfort Melissa, who was crying in his arms. After comforting her for a long time to no avail, he couldn't help but cast a pleading look at Benson next to him, only to find that there were tears shimmering in Benson's eyes as well. This made Klein Moretti pause. After all, before today, he had never seen Benson like this. As the eldest brother of the Moretti family, Benson, no matter how sad he was or how many difficulties he encountered, would never show such a vulnerable side in front of them. So what exactly happened? Klein Moretti was very confused. This confusion didn't last too long, because afterward, Benson explained everything that had happened recently. So I'm already dead. Klein Moretti's expression was a little dazed. He suddenly remembered that before he inexplicably opened his eyes in this future era, he was indeed writing in his diary, but he only wrote one sentence: everyone will die, including me. Then he probably really died. Klein Moretti's heart was a mix of emotions for a moment, but looking at Melissa, who was crying uncontrollably, and Benson, who was trying to remain calm, he still sighed, then curled his lips and said, "Don't be sad. Although I'm already dead, I'm alive again now, aren't I? Even if I'm resurrected for one day every 3 months, that's still living. I'm already very lucky, so you don't have to be sad for me anymore. You should be happy. Even if we can only meet once every 3 months, it means I can always be with you." I know, I just can't help it. Melissa choked up. She knew she should be happy for this regained loss, but she still couldn't help but want to cry. This might be because of sadness, or perhaps because of happiness. Benson wiped the corners of his eyes with his hand and didn't speak. Seeing this, Klein Moretti comforted them a few more times. After their emotions stabilized, he suddenly looked at Joe Mingrui next to him and then did something no one expected. Because Klein Moretti suddenly hugged Joe Mingrui very tightly and patted his back. "Brother, I'm so glad it was you who transmigrated into me. You really took good care of Benson and Melissa, much better than I did. I'm so happy that after I died, there could still be someone to take care of them for me. This is truly wonderful." Klein Moretti said this, and after letting go of Joe Mingrui, his expression was grateful and sincere. He suddenly reached out and pinched Joe Mingrui's face, then smiled and said, "So don't feel guilty. I don't blame you at all for taking my place. It's not your fault, and you've done a great job." Joe Mingrui's expression was first bewildered, then it became complex. He looked at Klein Moretti, who did not avoid his gaze. Two similar yet different pairs of eyes met at this moment. "You really are so much like me," Klein Moretti suddenly said with a sigh, then he said with some disappointment, "If only we could have met earlier, we definitely would have become very, very good friends." The next second, Klein Moretti cheered up again, looking at Joe Mingrui and saying, "But it's not too late to meet now." He suddenly extended his hand to Joe Mingrui and said, "Hello, I am Klein Moretti. I wonder if you are willing to be my friend, my family." Joe Mingrui looked at the hand, hesitated for a moment, then he also smiled, took the hand, and nodded heavily. "Hello, I am Joe Mingrui. I am very happy to be your friend, your family." "Haha, that's great, now I have another family member." Klein Moretti laughed, very happily. He then stared at Joe Mingrui for a few more seconds before suddenly saying thoughtfully, "By the way, your name sounds so strange. I've never seen a name with this style. Probably because the times are different." Joe Mingrui was clearly in a good mood as he replied, "So you really are from a very, very long time ago?" Klein Moretti's eyes were full of curiosity. Joe Mingrui hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "Then can you tell me about that era? I'm really curious." Klein Moretti's eyes shone brightly, and he asked a series of questions, clearly showing his genuine curiosity about it. Although Joe Mingrui was a little surprised, he answered all these questions one by one. Klein Moretti listened with a satisfied expression. He then seemed to think of something else and looked at Joe Mingrui, saying, "By the way, have you ever thought about taking a name from this era? I actually don't mind you using my name before, but if you mind, how about I'm called Big Klein and you're called Shao K from now on? In Loan, it's very normal for fathers and sons or brothers to use the same name with big and small to differentiate them." Joe Mingrui was stunned for a moment. He looked at Klein Moretti, then at Benson and Melissa. Seeing the encouragement in their eyes, Joe Mingrui suddenly smiled and nodded, "Then I'll be called Shao K." Chapter 291 Amon and Bethel. It's Xiao Klein Moretti. The elder Klein Moretti corrected him, looking at Zhou Mingrui, who was Xiao Klein, and said, "You promised to be part of my family, you can't go back on your word." Xiao Klein's expression was a bit complex when he heard this, but not painful. He smiled and said, "I won't go back on my word. ... This is a standard happy ending, isn't it?" Roland, who had left the room after summoning the elder Klein, watched this scene. He suddenly turned his head to look at Amon beside him and said with a smile, "You predicted this scene long ago." Amon looked at him and said, "I just know very well that the elder Klein and little K are the same type of person." Roland chuckled, looking at Amon and saying, "Are you satisfied with this lesson?" Amon was silent for a second before saying, "The reason Klein chose to accept Zhou Mingrui as a family member was largely for Benson and Melissa. He hoped that someone would still care for them after he left, and Zhou Mingrui was the best candidate." "I don't deny that." Roland nodded, smiling as he looked at Amon and said, "And you cannot deny that the elder Klein accepting Xiao Klein was not just out of self-interest, but also because he saw little K's affection for the Moretti, and he saw Benson and Melissa's attitude. He loves this family, loves his relatives, doesn't want to hurt little K, and isn't averse to such an existence, so he chose to accept the other party." Amon was silent again. He quietly watched the scene inside the room. After a long while, he spoke again. "Is he not afraid of being replaced?" "He won't be replaced." Roland shook his head, also watching the scene inside the room, and said, "Just as you would never let the true creator, nor Adam, replace the sun god." Amon lowered his eyes upon hearing this and suddenly said, "So this is humanity. This is part of humanity." Roland said this and then suddenly added, "Later, I will take you to witness another kind of humanity." Amon looked up at him and asked, "Who?" "Someone you might not be familiar with, but you know." Roland smiled as he looked at him and said, "Rosal." Amon didn't show too much surprise at this answer. He just seemed to think of something and looked at Roland with deep meaning, saying, "It seems that the mother goddess poaching your subordinates really angered you." "After all, I'm a petty guy." Roland replied candidly. Quote, "You can already completely remove the mother goddess's contamination." Amon stared at Roland for a moment before suddenly asking, "I'm sorry, I can't do that yet." Roland shook his head and said with a smile, "I'm just preparing to perform an operation to balance the contamination and allow Rosal to move freely." Upon hearing this, Amon's expression was somewhat complex, unable to tell if it was joy or disappointment. He looked deeply at Roland and said, "If I'm not mistaken, if the operation is successful, Bethel probably won't need to be sealed anymore." "That's right." Roland nodded generously. He looked at Amon and asked with a smile, "What, are you worried that Bethel will slap you when he returns? Or are you worried that if he returns, you'll be completely out of the running?" Out of the running, here naturally referred to becoming the Lord of the Mysteries. Amon raised his hand to push his monocle when he heard this, looking at Roland and saying, "No, I'm not worried about his return. On the contrary, I'm very much looking forward to his return, otherwise this game would be too boring." Roland glanced at him upon hearing this, chuckled, and said, "It seems your relationship is really good." Amon lowered his eyes. Good relationship. Amon couldn't help but think of the various past events of the fourth epic. Whether forced by reality or out of helplessness, he had indeed been colleagues with Bethel for a long time, and he had indeed developed some appreciation for the other party during that long period of interaction. It could be said that Mr. Dorr was the only opponent Amon had ever truly respected. As for Antigonus or Pales, they were just toys to Amon. Perhaps. Amon raised his hand to pinch the monocle on his face and said, "Though that doesn't prevent us from killing each other if given the chance." The Moretti had a pleasant day. After this brief day, the elder Klein returned to the past, awaiting another reunion with his family, while Xiao Klein was packaged by Mr. Lucifer and sent to the border city. Of course, for convenience, Xiao Klein will simply be referred to as Little K from now on. So these are all the tasks I need to handle for the next period. Little K, who had already put on Medici's vest, couldn't help but swallow as he looked at the mountain of documents in front of him, his gaze blank as he looked at Roland beside him. "Correction, these are the tasks you need to handle within the next week." Roland shook his head, smiling as he looked at him. "Keep it up, I'll support you spiritually." Little K looked at him, wanting to speak, then stopping, then wanting to speak again. Finally, he couldn't help but say, "No, is this really okay? Even if I don't mind handling these tasks, what if I don't handle them well? It's fine. The most important part of the work has already been handled by Medici. Although the remaining tasks are trivial, even if there are mistakes, they won't cause too much impact, so you can rest assured," Roland said with a smile as he looked at him. For a moment, little K didn't know whether he should be relieved or not. Roland patted him on the shoulder and said, "This is also a form of training for your abilities, and besides." Roland suddenly snapped his fingers. Snap. The door next door instantly opened, and a very capable-looking middle-aged man walked out from inside. "This is Alfred. He will assist you in your work for a while. You can ask him if you don't understand anything," Roland explained with a smile. Alfred, whose full name was Alfred, was once the butler of a wealthy merchant in the border city. He joined Medici after being inspired by the revolution and was highly regarded for his outstanding abilities. He is now Medici's chief secretary. It could be said that Mr. Alfred played a huge role in Medici's ability to work on multiple fronts. Roland was astounded when he learned of this person's existence. After meeting him once, he immediately decided to have him assist little K in impersonating Medici. After all, impersonation is one thing, but you can't really joke around with a career. Upon hearing this, little K was completely relieved, but he also couldn't help but subtly glance at Roland, muttering, "Mr. Lucifer really likes Batman." He then looked at Alfred, his eyes filled with anticipation and curiosity. It is well known that the butler is omnipotent. Although the Alfred in front of him was not that Alfred, since Mr. Lucifer specifically recommended him to assist him, his ability should not be bad. Chapter 292, Russell is a bit bored. Rosal was a bit bored. Ever since he joined Roland, he had undergone several treatments as an employee and experiment subject No. 2. Although each treatment was so painful that Rosal wanted to curse, he had to admit that the effect was quite good. At least now, Rosal had upgraded from being completely taken over by the contaminated personality 24 hours a day to being able to control his body for at least some time each day. Although the periods of lucidity were not long, Rosal was quite satisfied. This at least meant that Roland's treatment was genuinely effective, and his role as a guinea pig was worth it. The only problem was probably that after several periods of lucidity, Rosal realized that there had been a huge oversight when he built his mausoleum back then. This wasn't about him placing the crystal on an island contaminated by the mother goddess, as that no longer fell into the category of oversight. It was purely because he was tricked by the mother goddess while his mind was unclear back then. Surely no one actually thinks it was a coincidence that he built his mausoleum on this broken island. No way. Rosal was certain that his choice to do so back then was entirely influenced by the contamination, otherwise, he would never have chosen such an ominous place to establish a resurrection point, even if it killed him. The oversight Rosal discovered was mainly that he found there was nothing else in the mausoleum besides himself, which made his periods of lucidity incredibly boring. After all, Rosal was actually quite an restless person. Having nothing to do truly made the days feel like years. If only I had a book to read, this is too boring. Rosal sat on his golden throne, resting his chin on one hand, his expression showing a hint of weariness. He yawned, pondering how to find some amusement for himself, when he suddenly sensed something and looked towards the stone door of the mausoleum leading to the outside world. Rumble. Accompanied by the sound of mechanisms activating, the stone door opened. Rosal's eyebrow twitched, and sure enough, he saw two figures appear at the entrance. One of them Rosal was already very familiar with, Lucifer, his unscrupulous capitalist boss who he felt should be strung up on a lamppost. He also had some impression of the other person. It was the little Amon he had seen at Lucifer's house last time. However, compared to their last meeting, this Amon seemed to have grown a bit more, now appearing to be an adult size. Why did these two guys come? Rosal was a little puzzled. He wasn't surprised that Lucifer could find him. After all, the other party had already established contact with him, so locating him was not surprising. Rosal was just curious why Lucifer, who usually only provided remote treatment and summoned him when in doubt, would come in person. Could something have changed? Or did something happen? Rosal's heart tightened, and he instinctively started thinking in a negative direction. He couldn't be blamed for this, it was simply that ever since Rosal went to the moon, he had been plagued by bad luck, and he hadn't encountered many good things in all these years. However, Rosal then relaxed, because he found that the expressions of the two people opposite him were quite relaxed, not as if anything bad had happened. Should I say, nice to meet you, or, long time no see? Although he couldn't figure out their intentions, Rosal, after half a second of thought, still greeted them first, then spread his hands and said, "As the host, I should offer you some tea, but I don't even have a cup here, let alone tea. Please bear with me." "It's all right, I brought cups," Roland replied with a smile. Then, with a wave of his hand, a delicate table filled with mysterious aura appeared before them. On the table were 3 steaming hot cups of brewed black tea. Undoubtedly, these were taken from an extra-dimensional space. "Ho!" Rosal raised an eyebrow, immediately exclaiming in admiration, "When it comes to showing off, you're the expert. This sleeve pocket universe trick is too brilliant. I actually always wanted to create a spatial item to play with like this back then, but unfortunately, there were too few apprentices. Sequence 5s were rare, let alone demigods. I couldn't even find a subject to research the corresponding characteristics. While an artisan creating Beander items doesn't necessarily require Beander characteristics, and spiritual materials can be used to create Beander items with a limited lifespan, it's impossible to create a corresponding item out of thin air when one knows nothing about a certain ability. At the very least, one needs a considerable understanding and corresponding spiritual materials. And while the demigods of the apprentice pathway weren't completely extinct, they were indeed almost impossible to find. So, although Rosal was very interested in spatial artifacts back then, he never really created many because of his lack of understanding of this ability and the corresponding characteristics. "This is an extra-dimensional space I commissioned Mr. Dorr to create for me. If you're interested, you can discuss it with him later," Roland said, sitting down on a matching small stool in front of the table and taking a sip of his black tea. Seeing this, Rosal also sat down on the small stool without hesitation. After draining his black tea in one gulp, he said, "Actually, I also consulted Mr. Dorr about this back then, but you know that at that time I was dealing with the contaminated personality, and he simply refused to teach me this knowledge. Now, sigh." Rosal shook his head, speaking with a hint of melancholy, "I'm no longer an artisan. Learning it would be useless now." Although he was once an artisan, ever since his death, the artisan characteristics within Rosal had already returned to the spirit world. Now, he was a genuine Black Emperor, awaiting resurrection. "If you like, you can make another bold move. I have no objections." Roland put down his teacup and looked at him with a smile. "In fact, I'm quite in favor of it. For me, an artisan is much more useful than a Black Emperor." Let's not. The artisan pathway can't just refresh characteristics with one click." Rosal gave a dry laugh, then looked at Roland and asked, "Little Lou, you didn't come all this way just to have tea with me, did you? What happened?" Hearing this, Roland smiled, took a sip of his black tea, and then slowly said, "Rosal, do you want to leave here and move freely?" Upon hearing this, Rosal instantly realized something. His expression became serious, and he looked at Roland, saying, "Boss, you can already completely remove the outer god's contamination." "Strictly speaking, I have always been able to completely remove contamination from outer gods. It's just that you all can't withstand that method." Roland looked up at Rosal and corrected him with a smile. Nyarlathotep's power could indeed completely remove contamination from outer gods, but the consequence of doing so was that the treated person would either turn into an idiot or explode directly because they couldn't bear it. What Roland had been seeking all this time was never a method to completely remove contamination, but rather a method to completely remove contamination without harming the soul of the contaminated person. Rosal's expression twisted upon hearing this, recalling his previous treatment experiences, and his body couldn't help but tremble. This wasn't fear, but purely a habitual physiological reaction. Chapter 293 During the operation. "So, boss, do you have some new discovery?" Rosal probed, not foolish, he naturally heard some implied meanings. "I have a new treatment plan, inspired by my own experience. It uses my contamination to balance the outer god contamination in your bodies, creating a checks and balances system that will free you from the outer god's influence." To draw a comparison, it's roughly equivalent to using an anchor to resist the will of an ancient god, Roland said unhurriedly after putting down his teacup, not keeping them in suspense. After Rosal quietly listened, his brows furrowed. He looked at Roland, hesitating to speak, and after a long while, he finally said, "Boss, it's not that I don't believe you, but is your plan really reliable?" He could personally experience the contamination from Lucifer, which contained a level of madness and distortion even more outrageous than an outer god's, making it a far more sinister thing. In the past, directly using this contamination to devour and dissolve the outer god's contamination was one thing, but this time, it was about achieving a balanced confrontation. It sounded unreliable no matter how he looked at it, making Rosal worry that something might go wrong and explode. "This is called fighting fire with fire," Roland said candidly. He then calmly looked at Rosal and said, "Moreover, if it were reliable, why would I use you as the first experiment?" Rosal. He almost forgot, he was the unloved experiment subject. No. 2. Rosal's mouth twitched. He couldn't help but complain, "Seriously, buddy, I know you favor Mr. Door, but you're showing it too obviously. Are you really not afraid, all rebel?" Roland smiled, a bright and gentle smile. He looked at Rosal and said, "You can try." "Try what?" "Try and die." Rosal's mouth twitched again. He stared at Roland for a few seconds and, to his horror, found that the other party seemed genuinely expectant. This choked Rosal, and then he slumped onto the table as if deflated, saying, "Try what? I'm not trying anything. Do you really think I don't know you've been annoyed with me for a long time, just waiting for me to rebel one day so you can legally and reasonably turn me into a characteristic? I'm not doing anything that stupid." Then Rosal saw Lucifer opposite him show a regretful expression, as if his expression was saying, "So you knew." "Rosal, this is too much. You're usually so good at acting, can't you act now?" "All right, he's a rotten person, he doesn't deserve it." Rosal was almost too lazy to be angry. After such a long period of interaction, he had long seen through the other party's characteristics, liking good people, being protective of his own, enjoying fun, being distorted, having a very human-like moral compass, appearing normal at first glance but actually hard to say, and most importantly, truly disliking bad people, emphasizing that bad people don't deserve human rights in his eyes. And he, Rosal, unfortunately, as a rotten person, was also in the category of those he disliked. One can only say that people truly always have to pay the price for their actions. Rosal thought with a slight sense of sorrow, but he didn't truly resent the other party because of it. No matter how rotten he was, he understood the principle of returning kindness and knew that for some matters, he truly deserved what he got. Roland, meanwhile, smiled and poured tea for everyone present, including Amon, who had been watching the show from the side. Then he picked up his black tea and took a sip before looking at Rosal and saying, "I am not forcing you to undergo the surgery, you can refuse." No matter how rotten Rosal was, he was now considered his subordinate, half his own person. Roland was relatively lenient towards his own people. If it were an enemy, he would have directly used them as a one-time guinea pig. Hearing this, Rosal, who had just been full of resistance, instead fell silent. He picked up his black tea and drank it all in one gulp, clearly drinking tea but with the vigor of drinking alcohol. Then he wiped his mouth and looked at Roland, asking, "If the surgery is successful, can I truly move freely in the outside world?" "Theoretically, yes. I cannot fully guarantee the actual outcome, but even in the worst-case scenario, at least I can save your life." Roland did not exaggerate anything, merely stating the truth to Rosal. "Sounds really unreliable," Rosal muttered. He then sighed and looked at Roland, saying, "But there's no helping it, who told me I'd run into an unreliable boss like you?" He smiled and said, "Boss, then my life is in your hands." Rosal admitted that compared to being confined in the mausoleum, waiting for freedom that might come who knows when, he would rather take the risk. Rosal had always been like this, otherwise, after being contaminated, why would he have risked jumping into the Black Emperor pathway? Moreover, even if he wouldn't admit it verbally, Rosal actually deep down acknowledged the reliability of Roland as a boss. If there was anyone in this world who could accomplish the aforementioned things, it could only be this black-hearted boss in front of him. A wise choice. Roland was not surprised by Rosal's answer. He unhurriedly finished the black tea in his cup, then snapped his fingers, and a surgical bed appeared beside them. Are you really doing surgery? Rosal looked at the surgical bed, which was equipped with restraints and looked like something used to tie down mental patients, with a slight sense of surprise, and a bad premonition arose in his heart. Don't worry, no knives will be involved. I'm just afraid you'll be in too much pain later and struggle too much, so I made some preparations beforehand. Roland smiled at him and then made a gesture for him to come forward. Gulp. Rosal couldn't help but swallow. He looked at the surgical bed and muttered, this is even worse than using a knife. To be honest, Rosal was already experiencing phantom pain, the memories of his past deaths were assaulting him. But Rosal was Rosal after all. Although he was scared, he still obediently lay down on the surgical bed. As soon as he lay down, he noticed something was wrong. Wait, why does this bed have sealing properties? Rosal's bad premonition grew stronger. Oh, because I asked Mr. Door to specially make it. Otherwise, how could it restrain you, King of Angels and Sequence 0s? Roland looked at Rosal strangely and said, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Rosal, it sounds so reasonable, but... Rosal looked at Roland and finally couldn't help but whisper, can I go back on my word now? How much pain would it take to need a bed like this? Sorry, it's too late, Roland shook his head, smiling at him. Then be gentle, Rosal wasn't truly going back on his word, he said hesitantly upon hearing this. Don't worry, I'll definitely be very gentle, Roland said with a smile. Amon, who was nearby, raised a hand and pushed his monocle, saying, are you two flirting? Roland glanced at him, thought for a moment, and said, if you have nothing to do, go bite a lighter. Amon, what lighter? Roland no longer paid him any mind. He smiled at the nervous Rosal and officially began the experiment. Chapter 294, Rosal, kill me. Rosal opened his eyes in a daze, and what greeted him was the familiar ceiling. He blinked, then recognized that it seemed to be the ceiling of his own mausoleum, and at this moment, he was sealed on a bed, with two people on either side of the bed staring at him with expressions of curiosity or scrutiny. Rosal reacted for a moment, then remembered that these seemed to be his boss and the boss's little follower. So what just happened? How do you feel now? Rosal heard his boss ask this, the voice more inquisitive than concerned, as if he was conducting some research and asking for experimental results. For some reason, Rosal's body instinctively trembled, as if immense fear had been etched into his instincts. I'm fine, Rosal replied somewhat bewildered. His brain, for some reason, showed signs of stopping at this moment, seemingly having lost the ability to think. Hiss, this reaction, he isn't really stupid, is he? The boss's voice rang out again, and then his eyelids were pulled back, and his pupils were checked. It's fine, it's fine. It's just that he endured too much madness for a while, causing his brain to temporarily stop functioning. It doesn't even count as temporary madness, so it's not a big problem. Rosal heard his boss speak again, and some unfamiliar words made Rosal instinctively want to think, but his mind was blank. The two people by the bed then discussed something. You seem very familiar with this state. I encountered it more often before. Let me think about how to do a psychological analysis for this state. Rosal couldn't quite remember what happened next, only that with a jolt, his brain seemed to clear up a lot, and then some memory fragments flooded into his mind. About himself, and about the treatment he just received. Finally back to normal, Rosal, who had recovered from his dazed state, looked at Roland and said weakly, Boss, just kill me. Roland uncharacteristically rubbed his nose, feeling a little guilty, then, as if he had thought of something, he straightened up again and looked at Rosal, saying, why don't you sense the pollution within your body? Isn't it much better than before? Rosal, a beat slower, sensed the pollution within his body after hearing this, and to his astonishment, found that his condition was indeed much better than before. The plan proposed by Lucifer actually worked. His power and the power of the outer god had actually formed a certain balance within him. However, this balance was not yet perfect, much like resisting the will of an ancient god with only a few anchor points. Although it could barely resist, the balance could be overturned with the slightest mistake. So, shall we continue? Roland asked at this moment. Rosal was silent for a few seconds, then nodded and said, continue. If he were to back down now, wouldn't all the suffering he just endured be for nothing? Rosal opened his eyes in a daze, and what greeted him was the familiar ceiling, Huh, why does this plot feel so familiar? Rosal thought this, and for some reason, suddenly felt an urge to laugh out loud, and he indeed did so. Ha 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 ha. While laughing, Rosal also felt an urge to break free from his restraints and happily jump up, but the seals binding him were simply too powerful. Rosal, who had not yet officially resurrected and only possessed the Sequence 0 Beander characteristic, and whose power was still inferior to a true Sequence 0, could not break free at all. Moreover, Rosal had a subconscious feeling that he shouldn't break free, that he couldn't break free, which significantly reduced the force of his struggles. Ha 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 ha. Rosal thus laughed loudly again, even though he didn't know why he was laughing, he just couldn't help it. Holy crap, how did he go into temporary madness? Can a Sequence 0 also experience temporary madness? Just then, Rosal heard a voice from beside him, and immediately after, he felt his vision go black. Rosal opened his eyes again in a daze. He stared blankly at the ceiling for a few seconds, only feeling that this ceiling was truly, incredibly familiar. Are you alright? Just then, a head poked over from the side. After Rosal clearly saw the other person's face, he suddenly had a feeling of enlightenment, as if this person was the most important person to him, his daughter. Daughter. Daddy loves you. Rosal blurted out almost instinctively. He instinctively wanted to struggle to get up from the bed, but he struggled for a long time to no avail. He could only look at the person in front of him with eyes full of paternal love and say, "Daughter, can you give Daddy a hug? Daddy really loves you so much. I miss you so much." Roland's mouth twitched. He looked at Rosal, who was full of paternal love, and for a moment didn't know what to say. "He's mad again," Amon said with a strange expression. Interpersonal dependency state, a symptom of temporary madness. Although he shouldn't theoretically see me as his daughter, never mind, there's nothing good to say to a madman. Roland explained, shaking his head as he looked at Rosal, who was silly from temporary madness, and then extended his hand. Rosal felt his vision go black. Rosal didn't know how many times he had opened his eyes, looking at the ceiling above, and suddenly felt immense fear. For some reason, he particularly wanted to escape from his current location, even at all costs. This made him struggle frantically. Alright, it seems this time the temporary madness is avoidance. He heard a voice say this beside him, and then he lost consciousness. After an unknown period of time, Rosal, in a hazy state, suddenly heard a voice beside him say, "Phew, finally done. This was truly the most difficult treatment I've ever performed." What treatment? Rosal's consciousness returned. He opened his eyes and saw the ceiling, which for some reason felt particularly familiar. At that moment, two heads poked over from the side. It was his capitalist boss, Lucifer, and Amon. For some reason, Rosal suddenly felt a little pain in the back of his neck. This made him instinctively touch the back of his neck after sitting up from the bed, and then he couldn't help but let out a hiss. "What's going on? What did you do to the back of my neck?" Rosal felt like he could cosplay Kogoro Mori right now, because like him, the back of his neck had suffered who knows how many hardships. But this shouldn't be the case, he wasn't even a proper human body, so theoretically he should be immune to physical damage. Well, Roland rubbed his nose, then said without the slightest hint of guilt, "This is all for your own good." "For my own good? Really? I don't believe it." Rosal looked at Roland suspiciously, some fragments flashing through his mind, which made him look at Roland in disbelief and say, "Wait, how did you knock me out by pinching the back of my neck? I'm a Sequence 0, after all." Chapter 295. It's time to get down to business, Rosal. "Perhaps this is I'll just assume, power." Roland spread his hands and said, "After all, at that time, your body contained a large amount of my contamination. Just as Mother Tree could control you through contamination, I could naturally achieve my goals through contamination as well." "Rosal, you seem to have said something terrifying." Rosal finally remembered what he was doing before, which made him subconsciously check the state of the contamination in his body. He then found that the contamination in his body was indeed perfectly balanced, just as Roland had said. At this moment, Rosal no longer had to worry about being interfered with by contamination, nor did he have to worry about his account being taken over by a contaminated personality. With the two reaching a balance, he could even completely act as if the contamination in his body did not exist. But for some reason, facing this matter which should have been extremely joyful, Rosal could not feel any joy at all. Instead, there was a sense of inexplicable heaviness and sorrow, as if he had gone through 81 trials to achieve this goal. Wait, so what exactly happened during the treatment process just now? Rosal looked at Roland suspiciously, then began to try hard to recall. As he recalled, some unpleasant memories returned, making Rosal's expression grow increasingly grim. Here, drink some hot water. Just then, a cup of hot water was placed in his hand. Rosal came back to his senses, looked down at the cup in his hand, then looked up at Roland, his expression completely one of wanting to speak but hesitating, then hesitating again. Why are you looking at me like that? Roland also held a cup of hot water in his hand. After feeling Rosal's gaze, he looked at him in confusion. Rosal continued to stare at him. After staring for several seconds, he tilted his head back and drank the hot water in one gulp. Hiss, why is it boiling water, damn it? Rosal swore under his breath. After all, as the saying goes, it's better to drink lava than just hot water. Considering you're still half a patient, drinking lava would be a bit much, so I specially prepared boiling water for you, Roland said as a matter of course. Am I supposed to praise you for being thoughtful and considerate? Rosal's mouth twitched, and he said testily. You're welcome. As Roland said this, he put down the cup in his hand and seriously sized up Rosal for a few seconds. Seeing Rosal instinctively take half a step back, he nodded with satisfaction and said, not bad, emotional reactions are normal. It seems he's finally not crazy anymore. It was fine when he didn't mention it, but once he did, Rosal finally couldn't hold back and said, how dare you talk about that? What exactly happened just now? Temporary madness, you can think of it as a unique characteristic brought by my contamination. Roland said frankly, looking at Rosal with a hint of pride. You're lucky to have met me. What I'm best at is treating temporary madness. If you had met someone with less skill, you would probably be permanently mad by now, and then you would be a lunatic for the rest of your life. Rosal wanted to complain a bit, but didn't know what to complain about. In the end, he could only say, didn't you say you could guarantee my life safety? That's right, so you're not dead, are you? Roland looked at him as a matter of course and said, even if you were permanently mad, you wouldn't die. Tyrant. Rosal looked at Roland for a long time before finally uttering this sentence. Don't worry, if I were a tyrant, I would definitely make you the chief eunuch of the Directorate of Ceremonial, Roland glanced at him and said with a smile. Hiss. Rosal immediately felt a chill down his spine and instinctively covered his vitals with his hand. Just kidding, although under Bethel's supervision, he definitely wouldn't mess around anymore. Not messing around and not having it were two different things. Alright, don't look so glum. Others might not be familiar with the state of madness, but aren't you? You've had your account taken over by a contaminated personality for so many years. Roland waved his hand, then looked at Rosal and said, how do you feel now? Rosal then also reined in the expression on his face. He seriously checked his body and then revealed a smile, saying, never better. He hadn't felt so relaxed in a long time. There was no interference from outer god contamination, as if he was truly just a pure sequence zero. One had to know that even when he was previously sober, Rosal still needed to suppress the contamination in his body. It was just that at that time he could suppress it and not have his account taken over by a contaminated personality. It seems the surgery was very successful, and my method is effective. Roland stared at him for a few seconds and also nodded with considerable satisfaction. No matter how devilish the process was, at least from the results, his surgery was very successful. Rosal instinctively shivered upon hearing this, then seemed to think of something and looked at Roland, saying, since the surgery was successful, are you going to perform surgery on God of the Bound Toltsana and Mr. Door next? As he said this, a gleam of anticipation flickered in Rosal's eyes, a gleam of schadenfreude. Clearly, Rosal was very much looking forward to having someone join him as a fellow sufferer. Little Two's side won't work for now. My research on Mother Tree is not as thorough as Mother God's. I still need to find 2 more research samples to ensure safety. Roland shook his head, glanced at Rosal, and said, Bethel's surgery can indeed be arranged. With the experience of performing surgery on you, I now have full confidence. Then can I go watch? Oh no, go help out then. Maybe there will be a place where you need my help. Mr. Dorr and I are somewhat acquainted. Rosal rubbed his hands like a fly, saying expectantly. Roland glanced at him, saw that he wanted to watch the fun, and had no intention of refusing. He nodded with a smile and said, yes, if nothing unexpected happens, I will perform surgery on Mr. Dorr this full moon. That's when he is most lucid. You can come and observe then. It just so happens that there is such a ready-made example. If there are any accidents during the surgery, you can review it on the spot. Roland thought very thoroughly. Rosal was a bit hesitant when he saw him agree so readily, but even if he hesitated, Roland clearly wouldn't give him a chance to regret it. He could only suppress his doubts and say, since the surgery was successful, can I revive now? It's best not to. I can't guarantee whether your official ascension to Sequence 0 will affect the balance within your body. I still need to research this further, Roland shook his head and reminded him. All right. Rosal was a little disappointed, but not very disappointed. After all, even without reviving, he could still exert the power of Sequence 0 to a certain extent. Although it couldn't compare to a true Sequence 0, it was enough in this era where true gods did not appear. Chapter 296, Finally Meeting Bonneva. Rosal then thought of something else, looked at Roland, and asked, can I see Bernadette now? His expression showed undisguised anticipation. Although he had memories of his past self reuniting with Bernadette in the present era, memories were, after all, just memories. Rosal naturally still hoped to see his daughter in person. That is your freedom, Roland said, waving his hand to retrieve the items he had taken out earlier back into the alternate space. He then looked at Rosal and said, you can go see your daughter, but before that, I hope you haven't forgotten something. What is it? Rosal was a little puzzled. Perhaps you still remember that you promised me earlier that you would help me build a bridge and connect me so I could talk to the god of steam and machinery. Roland didn't keep him in suspense and said with a smile, and you also need to talk to him, don't you? Rosal's expression froze, then he thought of something, sighed, and said, I haven't forgotten this matter. I do need to talk to Steam. He needed to talk to the god of steam about Bonneva, about their past, about their history. Amon, who was standing by, raised a hand to push his monocle, then looked at Rosal with interest. Rosal was completely different from the Moretti family. He was a genuine scoundrel, a world apart from the good people of the Moretti family. Yet, such a person also chose to self-seal for the sake of this world and also valued his family immensely. While it made Amon feel interested, he also understood why Roland called it another kind of humanity. Because it was indeed another kind of humanity, the humanity belonging to a scoundrel. Although this lesson was not as intense as the Moretti family's, it clearly had its merits, making Amon curious. Shall we depart now? Roland looked at Rosal with a smile. All right, let's go now. It's been a long time since I've seen Bonneva, and I wonder how that child is doing now. Rosal couldn't help but sigh when he said this. For his youngest son, he had always felt a bit of guilt, because Rosal knew very well that if it weren't for him, Bonneva would not have been valued by steam, and even less would he have become an angel as he is now. Perhaps others would think becoming an angel was a good thing, but Rosal never thought that becoming a special angel like Bonneva, whose humanity was almost lacking, was a good thing. What was the difference between such an existence and having one's personality erased? Rosal supported his youngest son becoming an angel, but the premise was a normal angel, an angel with enough humanity. Once they made their decision, Amon, who was just joining in on the fun, naturally wouldn't object. Soon, the three arrived outside a grand cathedral belonging to the god of steam and machinery. By relying on Rosal's ability to pinpoint his bloodline descendants, they were able to confirm Bonneva's location was here. Rosal looked at the cathedral, which was so close, and felt the familiar aura inside. He was uncharacteristically hesitant, which made him pause. He instinctively looked at Roland beside him and asked, Boss, what do we do next? Of course, we wait for your son to come out and find you. Anyway, you haven't hidden your aura, so he can sense it no matter what. Roland glanced at Rosal and said with a smile, nervous. After all, I haven't seen him in a very long time, and Bonneva has always been special to me. Rosal didn't hide it and sighed, I often didn't know how to face him back then. Alas, children are a debt. But you still enjoy it. Roland looked at Rosal and commented, as if with emotion, how interesting is this bloodline kinship. You are like this, and the sun god is also like this. You both gave your only selfishness to your children. The only difference is that you are a scoundrel who loves no one but his children, while the sun god loves all living beings. How to put it, children are very special existences. Perhaps when you have your own children in the future, you will understand. Rosal reached out and scratched his head, at this moment like an ordinary father, his expression growing warmer with memory, saying, I once regarded this world as a game, and everyone around me as NPCs, often feeling a sense of unreality, until Bernadette was born, and only then did I truly feel that I was living authentically. That sounds very special, but are you sure it's not because you're too much of a scoundrel? Little K didn't have that sense of unreality. Roland said with a serious expression. But from another perspective, for a scoundrel like me to feel a sense of reality, doesn't that precisely show the importance of children? Rosal said after a second of thought. That's a novel perspective. Roland nodded thoughtfully. Xiao Lu, if I may be so bold as to ask, do you have family? Rosal asked after a second of hesitation. It was clear that his expression was a bit nervous when he asked this question, not for any other reason, but simply because he felt the question was too provocative. If it's family in the broad sense, of course I do. I wasn't born this old, although. Roland glanced at Rosal and said, but if you're referring to blood relatives, I don't have such a thing. Roland didn't consider Nyarlathotep, his true form, and the other Nyarlathotep incarnations to be his blood relatives. Sorry. Rosal said with an awkward smile, not too surprised in his heart. After all, in his heart, Roland was an existence similar to the celestial venerable or god. Such an existence, of course, would not have blood relatives. Just then, a figure walked out of the grand cathedral. It was a tall young man with chestnut long hair and handsome features, whose eyebrows and eyes bore a faint resemblance to Rosal. The young man's azure eyes accurately looked towards the direction where Rosal was sitting. Upon seeing the familiar figure, his steps halted. At that moment, the young man's expression took on an unmistakable hint of confusion. Undoubtedly, the young man was Bonneva Gustav, Rosal's youngest son, and one of the few angels of the Steam Church. Bonneva, who had been quietly performing his daily prayers in his room not long ago, sensed a familiar aura appearing nearby. He didn't immediately associate it with his old father's resurrection, but rather speculated whether it was someone else disguised. After all, while disguising an aura was not simple, there were still ways to do it. So, after a few seconds of thought, Bonneva decided to come out and meet this imposter, to see what the other party wanted to do. However, the figure he saw before him clearly exceeded Bonneva's expectations, causing his brain to stop thinking for a moment, making him wonder if he had fallen into an illusion. Chapter 297 Bonneva and Russell. However, after a thorough check of his own condition, Bonneva was certain that he was still awake, and the old father a few steps away was clearly not the result of an illusion. But how was that possible? Bonneva was a little confused. He looked at Rosal, and his azure eyes reflected the other's figure. For some reason, Bonneva suddenly felt a little happy. Several seconds later, Bonneva stepped forward again, walking to a spot only a few steps away from Rosal, and looked at him calmly, saying, "Father, you've revived." Bonneva, Rosal looked at his youngest son's calm, doll-like expression, and his heart suddenly ached. He then tugged at the corner of his mouth, and generously opened his arms, striking a pose for a hug, saying, "Haven't seen you in so long, did you miss your old man? Want a hug? I'm not a child anymore, and it hasn't been that long, only 163 years, 4 months, and 5 days, Bonneva said, neither shaking nor nodding his head, just looking at Rosal calmly. Rosal's expression stiffened. He gritted his teeth and said, "That's why I hate steam." Hearing Rosal's words, Bonneva frowned and said, "Father, the Lord." "Shut up. I don't want to hear you say anything good about that guy, it'll only make me angrier." Rosal seemed to finally lose his patience and interrupted Bonneva. Then he rushed towards Bonneva in 3 steps, 2 steps, and hugged him very tightly. Bonneva clearly hadn't expected Rosal to do this. He was stunned for a moment but didn't try to break free from the embrace, which made this long-awaited father-son reunion scene unusually warm. Roland, who was beside them, looked at this scene thoughtfully. He raised a hand to push up the gold-rimmed glasses on his face and made a diagnosis of Bonneva in his heart. To be honest, after successively encountering Death Consul, Adam, Amon, and other beings, Roland now had ample experience in how to treat divine puppets, so he could determine that Bonneva's state was closer to that of the former Death Consul. Bonneva's humanity had not completely disappeared like Adam's, nor was it like Amon's, where only a special humanity was born. Bonneva's humanity was more suppressed by divinity, coupled with severe influence from the god of steam and machinery, which made him appear like an empty shell puppet. Generally speaking, the simplest way to treat this state is to kill the god of steam and machinery and then increase humanity anchor points in a reasonable manner. With both methods, it wouldn't take long for Bonneva to be reborn, just like Ask. However, the god of steam and machinery is, after all, different from that trash death god. For now, he doesn't deserve death, and Roland also needs the god of steam and machinery to promote technological development, so Plan A can undoubtedly only be passed over. But it doesn't matter, besides killing the god of steam and machinery, there isn't a gentler solution, for example, directly talking to the god of steam and machinery, threatening him with a fist the size of a sandbag, and making him choose not to influence Bonneva anymore. Although this would not directly eliminate all influences, with a little more effort later, it would only be a matter of time before Bonneva broke free from the influence of the god of steam and machinery and regained his humanity. As Roland's mind flashed with various plans, Amon, who was beside him, also raised a hand to push up the monocle on his face. A sequence 2 was naturally nothing significant to Amon, but the other party's divine puppet appearance, it must be said, still piqued Amon's interest, as he had recently been studying the topic of how to acquire humanity. From this perspective, Bonneva was undoubtedly a very good research subject. Although the two onlookers had thought a lot, the embracing father and son at this moment thought of nothing. They simply enjoyed this warm moment of reunion after a long separation. Then, feeling that enough time had passed, Rosal released Bonneva, took a step back, and looked at Bonneva with a complex expression, saying, "After all this time, don't you have anything you want to say to me?" Bonneva's expression remained calm. His azure eyes looked at Rosal, with a hint of confusion, as if he didn't understand why Rosal would ask this. After thinking for a moment, Bonneva spoke, "I thought we had nothing left to say to each other, father." It was hard to describe Rosal's mood at that moment. He just wanted to laugh a little, not out of happiness but purely from anger. "Nothing to say, nothing to say. Should I be grateful that you at least remember the idioms I taught you?" Rosal was clearly getting a bit nonsensical from anger. "Then how could you forget that I taught you to always love your family?" Facing Rosal's almost accusatory words, Bonneva seemed to pause, then he lowered his eyes and said faintly, "I don't have such emotions." "I thought you already knew that, father." Rosal felt like he needed oxygen. He looked at Bonneva, and for a moment, he didn't even know what to say, feeling an extreme sense of absurdity. "Here, take an immediate acting heart-saving pill, and take a deep breath," Roland said, stuffing something into Rosal's hand at this moment. Rosal looked down and found that it was indeed an immediate acting heart-saving pill, which made him look at Roland almost incredulously and say, "How do you have something like this?" "It's custom-made, after all." Roland glanced at Rosal and said with a smile, "Better safe than sorry." "You're certainly well prepared." Rosal didn't know what to say, but he had to admit that after this interruption, his mood had indeed calmed down a lot. This made Rosal glance at the calm-faced Bonneva, then cover his chest with one hand, and with the other, swiftly bring the pill to his mouth and swallow it directly. Rosal was truly worried about getting a heart attack from anger. Although he wasn't sure if this medicine would be effective for him, a sequence 0, at least it could have a psychological effect. Rosal then took a deep breath, turned his head to look at Roland, and said seriously, "Boss, although you said before that Bonneva's problem needs to be resolved by his closest relatives, you've also seen it, I really have no way with this kid. If I could solve this problem, I would have solved it over 100 years ago. As the saying goes, everyone has their own specialty." Rosal believed that he was far less professional than Lucifer in how to restore humanity to a divine puppet. After all, this was a professional who could even bring out humanity in an existence like Adam. Roland glanced at Rosal upon hearing this, and nodded helplessly, saying, "All right, who told me I'm a good boss?" Rosal immediately applauded, saying, "Boss is mighty. I'll work for you my whole life." Chapter 298. Roland's online treatment of Bonneva. Really? Roland countered abruptly, smiling as he looked at Rosal, as if he could immediately pull out a lifetime employment contract if the other party nodded. Rosal immediately gave an awkward smile and whispered, "You can't take everything too seriously, right? There's something called a slogan." Heh. Roland let out a cold laugh, as he had expected, but he didn't care. After all, he already knew that Rosal wasn't the kind of person who would honestly work for someone his entire life. But it didn't matter. Roland was confident that he could make Rosal work for him when he still needed him. As for when he no longer needed Rosal, then Rosal could retire whenever he wanted. After all, Roland wasn't some devil. Roland then looked at Bonneva, extended a hand with a smile, and said, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lucifer. You can also call me Lucifer. ... I know you." Bonneva's azure eyes looked at Roland, showing no great surprise. He calmly asked, "Are you from the Night Church?" "Strictly speaking, I am a collaborator of the Evernight Goddess." Roland smiled, looking at Bonneva, and said, "Of course, that's not important for now. Before we talk about serious matters, let's talk about your business first." Bonneva. Roland paused here before saying, "You're happy because of your reunion with your father, aren't you?" Hearing this, Bonneva had no reaction yet, but Rosal was already scrutinizing Bonneva up and down with an incredulous gaze. Then he muttered, "How can you tell he's happy from this?" Roland glanced at him and said, "Why don't you try?" Sorry, I'll shut up. Rosal gave an awkward smile and raised his hand to his mouth, making a zipping motion. Roland then ignored him and simply looked back at Bonneva. Bonneva clearly didn't mind this small interlude. He paused, seemingly thinking, and a few seconds later, nodded and said, "I am indeed a little happy. I'm not sure why, but it's probably related to my father." As soon as he heard this, Rosal's eyes next to him widened a bit, and he seemed to be in a much better mood. Roland, however, smiled and continued, "You said you have no love, so why would you feel happy about reuniting with your father?" Bonneva seemed to be stunned for a moment. His expression showed a brief bewilderment, then he showed a thoughtful expression, and then said, "Although the Lord broke with my father back then, I know the Lord has always hoped for my father to return. Perhaps I am happy for this reason." Rosal, who had just been cheerful, instantly froze. It was clear that if he wasn't mindful of Roland, he would have cursed a few times. That makes a lot of sense. Roland seemed to agree with his point of view, smiling and nodding. Immediately after, he suddenly reached out and pointed at the position of Bonneva's cuff from a distance, saying, "Then why did you embroider the variant character for Homeland on your clothes?" Bonneva looked down at his cuff, where two variant square characters were embroidered in gold. He raised his hand to caress the embroidery, then looked up at Roland and said, "I don't know. I just did it subconsciously." Bonneva didn't know what the word meant. He only vaguely knew that it was something very important to his father, so occasionally, he would habitually leave this unfamiliar word where he could see it, even though Bonneva himself didn't know what it meant. How pitiful. Roland sighed. He lowered his eyes to look at Bonneva, his expression at this moment carrying a hint of pity. He said, "Your heart is crying for all that he has lost, yet you know nothing about it." Bonneva's calm expression showed a slight waver. He pursed his lips and instinctively retorted, "I didn't." "Didn't you?" Roland didn't care about his stubbornness. He simply changed the subject and said, "Actually, your father hasn't been resurrected. He hasn't even truly escaped the contamination from the Mother Goddess. The reason he could come to see you this time is to see you one last time before he disappears. You are about to lose him completely, Bonneva." As soon as this was said, Rosal was stunned for a moment, then he understood what Roland wanted to do. So he also very cooperatively began to act, looking at Bonneva with a regretful and sad gaze. Bonneva was just stunned for a moment. Without even realizing it, his brows furrowed. He almost instinctively looked at Rosal, seemingly wanting to confirm, and after encountering Rosal's regretful and sad gaze, Bonneva suddenly felt a little confused. Was he going to lose his father again? "Look, your heart is crying again." Roland spoke at this moment. He looked at Bonneva and said, "Of course, you can still say you're only crying for your lord, but we all know that's just a lie." Bonneva pursed his lips. He wanted to retort, but for some reason, he couldn't say anything. Bonava, do you want to listen to the voice of your heart? Roland suddenly asked at this moment. What? Bonava looked at him in confusion. I have an ability that can amplify your emotions. Roland briefly introduced the existence of the persona mask. He smiled as he looked at Bonava and said, do you want to wear this mask? Bonava listened quietly. He looked at Roland and said, I don't need to amplify my emotions. My current state is very good, and I don't trust you. Roland smiled upon hearing this and said unhurriedly, then what if I said that if you are willing to wear it, I can save your father? Bonava was stunned for a moment. He clearly hesitated, then seemed to think of something and said, you are lying to me. Although I don't know what's going on, my father should be working for you, and you even hope he works for you his whole life. If he's really about to die, then his working for you his whole life would be meaningless. Very clever. Facing the exposure of his lie, Roland showed no sign of guilt. His smile even became brighter. He reached out and lightly tapped the corner of Bonava's mouth, saying, look, you're smiling. You're very happy, because this is a lie. Upon hearing this, Bonava belatedly raised his hand to touch the corner of his mouth, and sure enough, he felt the upward curve. He was indeed smiling. Why was he smiling? Bonava was a little confused. Roland then leisurely said, admit it, Bonava, you love your father, just as he loves you. Bonava opened his mouth upon hearing this, wanting to say something but ultimately saying nothing. Roland continued, I know you feel there's no need to change the current situation. I have to say, your situation is even more troublesome than the death consul's. At least he has the will to save himself, but you don't even have the intention to save yourself. Chapter 299, Luo Lin meets the God of Steam. Roland looked at Bonava and said with a smile, but it doesn't matter. Fanatics have their advantages. Since you are so loyal to your lord, if your lord wishes you to gain human nature, you will surely obediently do so. Bonava was different from Death Consul. Although Death Consul's humanity was completely suppressed, he was still trying to save himself, and he had no loyalty to the god of death whatsoever, primarily playing the role of a filial son. But Bonava truly believed in the god of steam and machinery from the bottom of his heart. This faith was not entirely due to divinity, it also came from Bonava himself. Considering the environment Bonava grew up in, this was not surprising. Roland's series of actions just now, in addition to guiding Bonava to explore his inner humanity, were also to further observe his character traits. So, after confirming that Bonava was indeed a devout believer of the god of steam and machinery from the inside out, his mind simultaneously updated the treatment plan. Roland smiled and looked at Bonava, saying, you just said that the god of steam and machinery has always been looking forward to Rosal's return. Now that he has returned, aren't you going to inform him? To solve the problem of fanatics, one naturally has to start with the lord they believe in. Bonava obviously didn't expect Roland's topic to jump so quickly, but what the other party said was true, so Bonava just hesitated slightly, then nodded and said, please follow me. Although Bonava could pray on the spot to inform the god of steam and machinery, considering that the god of steam and machinery might have a special reaction after learning about this, such as sending down an oracle, or even personally descending, Bonava still decided to take the few people back to his room first, otherwise, he couldn't possibly stage this scene under everyone's gaze. Roland was naturally indifferent to this, while Rosal leaned next to him and whispered, Boss, are you planning to talk to Steam first and have him issue an oracle for Bonava to acquire humanity? No choice, who made your son truly a believer of the god of steam and machinery? Roland smiled, glanced at Rosal, and said, I could forcibly put a mask on him, but for treatment, if the patient doesn't cooperate, how much effect do you think it can have? Hearing this, Rosal gave a bitter smile and said, but Steam, will he really agree? That depends on you. Roland raised his hand and pushed the gold-rimmed glasses on his face, saying, you are the one who is familiar with the god of steam and machinery. But if I could persuade Steam, this wouldn't have happened back then. Rosal said with a hint of irritation. Roland glanced at Rosal upon hearing this, then shook his head and said, forget it, I really can't count on you. You'll probably just fight with the god of steam and machinery and make a mess. Rosal chuckled awkwardly but didn't refute. Because he was well aware of his own style, if he really talked to Steam about Bonava, the probability of a fight breaking out after a few disagreements was indeed very high. This was originally the biggest rift between him and the god of steam and machinery. Soon, the few people arrived at Bonava's room. It was a very simple-looking room, seemingly not quite befitting Bonava's status as an angel. Inside the room, one could see that besides the most basic daily necessities, some books clearly related to the steam church, and metal parts, there were only a few mechanical dolls on the table. Roland glanced at the dolls assembled from golden parts and immediately understood what Little K's description of postmodern style in the original work meant. Those dolls were assembled in a stiff manner, like forcibly re-gluing broken ceramics. Without extraordinary power to hold them together, they would probably have fallen apart into pieces long ago. Rosal naturally noticed the metal dolls on the table. He obviously thought of something, and his expression became somewhat complicated as he spoke. Bonava, you really still remember. He once told Bonava stories about mechs and Gundam when Bonava was little. At that time, Rosal was not yet insane, not solely striving for godhood. At that time, Rosal was still diligently pushing the tech tree, even imagining that one day he could truly create things like Gundam. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. The existence of the outer gods disrupted all of Rosal's plans. He no longer had the energy to research mechs, and all his original plans came to an abrupt halt. Bonava's gaze also fell on those metal dolls. His expression was unusually complex at this moment, and half a second later he said, "These designs are very valuable." Rosal choked, and all his emotions vanished in an instant. Roland, however, was not surprised, only saying, "You can inform the god of steam and machinery now. Also, a friendly reminder, I don't know if you usually serve as a divine descent vessel, but now you'd best remind him not to use his child as a vessel in front of a father, if he doesn't want to get beaten." Bonava's movements paused. He said nothing, only closed his eyes and began to pray softly. A short while later, changes occurred in the room. The unused metal parts originally placed on the table began to assemble automatically at this moment, and soon they formed a palm-sized small doll. Putting everything else aside, compared to the obviously clumsy Bonava, the doll assembled by the god of steam and machinery could be described as lifelike. The only regret was probably that he assembled a man instead of a woman. So why wasn't it Steam Lady? Roland felt a bit of regret from the bottom of his heart. It wasn't that he had any interest in the god of steam and machinery, it was purely because he had shipped Steam Lady X Rosal back then, genuinely believing that Steam Lady was a girl who loved Rosal but couldn't have him, thus turning yandere and so on, imagining a whole bunch of stories. But now, Steam Lady had become Steam Bro. While he could still love him but not have him, the taste of this ship just felt weird. What are you thinking? Rosal, standing nearby, suddenly felt a chill at this moment. This made him instinctively search for the source of the chill, and he saw Roland with a regretful expression, so he vigilantly asked. "I'm just a little regretful that the ship I supported back then ended up being a bad ending, after all." Roland sighed, speaking truthfully. "What ship?" Rosal was stunned for a moment. As someone who had also experienced the internet era, Rosal quickly reacted, his face turning green, and he said testily, "Bro, I like girls. Isn't my sexual orientation obvious enough? But you've also been with witches." Roland glanced at him and said, "Witches aren't girls either." Rosal stumbled for a moment before saying, "But witches look like women, feel like women, and, well, they're women during that too. Can't Steam Lady do that?" Roland asked curiously, "I remember the steam pathway is also yin. Can't he transform into a female?" This question stumped Rosal. He even seriously considered the question but couldn't find an answer. Just then, the small doll, possessing the divine descent power of the god of steam and machinery, finally spoke. "You two seem to be discussing something related to me." Chapter 300. Are you completely incapable of internal friction? Gossiping about someone in front of them, and being overheard by the person themselves, is undoubtedly an embarrassing situation, at least for most people. But Roland clearly wouldn't feel embarrassed by this. After all, he never cared about the opinions of irrelevant people. He only felt awkward around people he knew, and the god of steam and machinery, so far, still belonged to the category of irrelevant people. So Roland merely looked at the god of steam and machinery with great interest and said straightforwardly, "We're discussing the possibility of you gender bending into a steam lady." Rosal, god of steam and machinery. The others. At this moment, the room fell into a deathly silence. I knew it, this guy has no normal human emotional reactions at all. Rosal couldn't help but cover his face, even he would feel embarrassed in such a situation. Bonava's calm expression also showed a slight crack. Amon looked up and pushed the monocle on his face. He looked at Roland and asked seriously, "Are you really not embarrassed?" Although I don't have much normal humanity, at least I know that humans would feel embarrassed in this situation. Roland blinked his eyes, his gaze sweeping over everyone present, then he smiled and said, "This is called, as long as I'm not embarrassed, the others are." Amon's expression immediately became thoughtful. "Hey, don't just teach strange things. Amon is already bad enough, what if you keep teaching him like this and he evolves?" Rosal couldn't hold back anymore and blurted out. "How can this be called a strange thing? This is clearly a philosophy of survival." Roland evidently didn't think he was wrong, arguing eloquently. Are you completely free of internal friction?" Rosal's expression was a bit hard to describe. "In most cases, I truly don't experience internal friction." Roland didn't deny it, admitting frankly, "So I've always thought my psychology was very healthy, unlike you lunatics." Yes, although he had already realized the fact that he was a little naive, Roland still felt that his psychology was very healthy, perhaps not that normal, but at least he would never experience internal friction when facing problems. Rosal was so speechless at this moment that he didn't know what to say for a moment. He was silent for 2 seconds before saying seriously, "You're invincible, boss. An existence that is completely free of internal friction and possesses great power is, to some extent, invincible." The god of steam and machinery finally couldn't help but cough softly at this moment. He gave Roland a subtle look, deciding to skip the previous topic. He first looked at Roland and said very politely, "Nice to meet you, Lord Lucifer. I heard about you from Night, I didn't expect us to meet under such circumstances." "Nice to meet you, god of steam and machinery. I'm very curious, how did Night introduce me to you?" Roland smiled and greeted back, then asked curiously. He knew that the Evernight goddess and the Earth Mother, Lilith, had shared information, but he really didn't know how the Evernight goddess had introduced him to the god of steam and machinery. "Night told me that you are an existence worth paying attention to. If you come to find me and wish to cooperate with me, she hopes that I can seriously consider it." The god of steam and machinery seemed to have no intention of hiding anything, stating with a calm expression. "Oh, wow." Roland raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. As a master of psychology, he could naturally discern the truthfulness of the god of steam and machinery's words, and precisely because of this, he confirmed one thing: the Evernight goddess had not informed the god of steam and machinery of his true situation. This was actually not surprising. After all, although both were mainstream churches in Loen, the relationship between the Evernight goddess and the Lord of Storms was undoubtedly closer, which might be related to the fact that both major churches were primarily based in Loen. However, the god of steam and machinery's main base was Intis, and he also had a close relationship with Eternal Blazing Sun. Combined with the war that would happen soon in the original work, it was normal for the Evernight goddess to guard against the god of steam and machinery. However, seriously consider, Roland chuckled. He was very curious, did the Evernight goddess's instruction to seriously consider mean she hoped the god of steam and machinery would not refuse to cooperate with him, or to seriously consider whether to cooperate with him? Perhaps both. After all, Roland knew very well that just as the ancient sun god guarded against him while cooperating with him, the Evernight goddess, as an old schemer no less than the sun god, would only be more vigilant and cautious towards him. In this situation, the Evernight goddess would neither want the god of steam and machinery to offend Roland and be dealt with, nor would she want Roland and the god of steam and machinery to form too close a cooperation. Is there a problem with Knight's words? The god of steam and machinery looked at Roland, with a hint of inquiry in his gaze. No problem, Roland smiled and shook his head, saying meaningfully, it's just very much his style. So the god of steam and machinery's gaze towards Roland became even more probing. He indeed did not know Roland's special nature, but the god of steam and machinery was not an idiot, The fact that the Evernight goddess specifically reminded him was enough to show the specialness of this young man, especially. The god of steam and machinery's gaze fell on Rosal beside him and he said, "Long time no see, Rosal." His expression at this moment was quite complex, seemingly nostalgic, seemingly hateful, yet also joyful and conflicted. Clearly, the god of steam and machinery's feelings for Rosal were truly complex. He both hated Rosal's betrayal and his arbitrary actions back then, yet he could not forget Rosal's past help, nor the times when Rosal had not yet broken with him. This rising star, Rosal, left an overly prominent mark on the god of steam and machinery's life. He enabled the god of steam and machinery, who had previously only been able to exert King of Angels level strength despite being a sequence 0 due to potion digestion issues, to successfully digest the potion and truly become a sequence 0. He enabled the Steam Church, which had always been in a disadvantaged position under the suppression of eternal blazing sun, to truly rise and become an existence no less than other Orthodox churches. One could say that Rosal's existence, for the god of steam and machinery, was like the hero in that story who descended from the sky in a moment of crisis. The hero saved him, experienced various hardships with him, yet in the end, abandoned him. If Rosal had not abandoned the god of steam and machinery, perhaps in some years his existence would have been replaced or weakened. But precisely because they broke up at the best time, Rosal became an indelible mark in the god of steam and machinery's life. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.